I had a question for you two both, straight off the bat.
Off a bat.
Off the bat. What is your favourite Bond theme tune?
This one.
The GoldenEye theme tune.
GoldenEye.
I should have turned this off before I fucking started.
Bum, bum, bum.
Bum bum bum.
That's a good one.
Lots of like cafe noises, you know, with like plates being shoved around and knives and forks being bashed on tables and things like that. Yeah, that's all the things.
I don't know. That's a very difficult.
It is difficult.
It's hard, man. There's some good. There's some good shit.
Yeah, but look. Realistically, though, if you don't have some nostalgia attached to a Bond theme, then what is it anyway? I mean, the past 4 or 5 Bond films, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen them.
I've seen them. They're fine. Watch them once.
Yeah, they all right? Watch them once.
Yeah, watch them once. It's an action.
You see, because I can watch GoldenEye about 75 times.
How good is the Scottish guy, whatever his name is, playing the Russian guy? He's
Carlyle.
No,
not Robbie Carlyle.
No.
Wait,
Sean Bean you're thinking of. Robbie Carlyle's not in it.
In GoldenEye?
Oh no, he is in GoldenEye. Sorry, I'm thinking.
Hagrid is in GoldenEye.
Sorry, I was thinking of the other one that's
Coltrane.
Yeah.
Wait, but Carlyle is in
Trainspotting.
He is.
Yeah, he's
get to fuck. He's the ultimate get to fuck, isn't he?
I was thinking of the other Scottish.
He is in one of them because is he the one with diamonds in his head? No, God.
No, it's an Asian guy.
I was going to say he gets blown up with diamonds in his face. He's fully Asian.
Yes, in a Jaguar
XKR.
KFC.
With guns.
With guns.
Green as
they
well.
They all have guns.
Yeah,
good green.
Very
good green.
Ian, was it McCallum, the guy who designed that car, was at C&M once, and I think Alan or Joanna knows him, so they've been chatting to him and stuff, and we went past the Verosa, and being a car designer, he was like, "What is that?" And I was like,
"That is disgusting."
I was like, "It's a Toyota Verosa," and he was like, "None of the lines make sense," and I was like, "You're right," because in theory of a car, like every line kind of aims towards somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think any of these do because they're all got a different sort of age, I guess.
Wow.
Or body shapes and stuff. But like most lines, like if you have a flare off an arch, will point back to like the S15. It does it to the rear arch. You know what I mean? It's got that sledge line,
and it becomes the rear light.
Yeah, but the XKR in the Bond film looked fantastic because it was more of the prototype car, whereas the actual car that came out was the fucking stupid mouse.
It was like a fish.
Yeah, the big gammy.
So he has got no right calling the Verosa gross. Let's be honest.
You also designed a fish.
Yeah,
you also designed.
Your car looks like a fish too, bro.
Yeah, maybe he saw it and was like,
"Oh, I should have done this."
Fellow fish.
Well, do you know the Verosa? The designer just said that it it's meant to look like a pouncing cat.
A pounce, nothing about that makes me.
Crack are you smoking?
A pouncing kitty.
We made this JZX 110 Mark II, and it's beautiful.
It's a pouncing cat.
It's a pouncing cat.
It's a cat pouncing.
How silly is that?
I don't feel like that makes a lick of fucking sense.
No, it's total crack.
I'm trying to think of what angle it looks like a pouncing cat, and I can't think of one.
But this is where I was going with that. Before we go back to the other thing I was going to with the Bond thing. So the lines just come off and just kind of go nowhere. And the front one goes nowhere.
Yeah, I know what you're saying though. The lines are just
because they've got that weird. There's a bit that goes like that and then just stops.
It's fucking
I mean, I always think like the front. It does always feel like they were rushed with the Verosa.
I think that it's the worst looking car in the world until you put like a Vertex or a BN
Vertex straight.
Yeah,
if you see, like, everyone would tell me like, oh, because the thing about that car is that car invites strangers to go, it's fucking ugly, and you go, you're fucking ugly. Fuck off,
your
stranger.
mum still loves you.
Yeah. You fucking should have been swallowed. Get fucked, stranger. You don't know me. Get lost.
Exactly.
A stranger.
Catch these hands.
A stranger like a drift day.
But they tell you how ugly it is, and I had both Vertex and BN, right? And it's an ugly car in certain ways, but you look at the standard one, and it is the ugliest thing in the world. Like loads of these.
Yeah, cars. But I think that about fucking. I found like 90 Mark IIs. They look like.
I feel like that's a real
Camrys.
That's a real big JZX thing, though. Stock ones, not
Camrys,
interested.
Camrys, you're absolutely right. It's
big time.
Like
but it's almost like they wanted you to sleep on them though, so that it's like don't tell anyone, but it's basically a fucking 530 fucking or a BMW.
Yeah.
But you have to make it look good.
Yeah, you have to do a bit. You have to make.
We're not going to help you.
We're
not going to help you with this.
Do you think in the board meeting, Toyota were like, BN and Vertex got it. Don't worry.
Yeah, we can make this gross, guys. Don't worry.
Well, that's true though. Like, there must be an element of that where they sit there and go like with the GT86, like they look clearly the stock body GT86 wheels wise. Like, can you imagine being given the job of designing the GT86 wheels? Like, you know that everyone who buys this car is going to put the wheels in a bin.
They're worth. They're all in a scrapyard for 40 quid.
Yeah, how do you go about actually designing?
You don't make any effort. Do you? You just go,
I have made this for you, and then the head super designers are
as his head's in a book.
I don't care.
Just drawing dicks like, and stuff, and he's like, sure, it's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't even look up.
Sure, it's fine.
Hey, you. Get the fuck out of here.
Get fucked.
I'm busy.
Yeah. What are you actually doing? Making wheels?
Fucking lost.
Wheels? Do you mean that forgettable thing that no one... Yeah. Or bumpers and...
Don't worry, cuz they're going to put grids on it.
Yeah. Oh, God,
Do you know what's mad about the GTA 6? That they take a 7.5 plus 50 from standard. That is...
Plus 50? Jinx, buy me a Coke.
Yeah.
That is barely a wheel as far as I'm concerned.
That's
technically a space.
Is that a Honda wheel?
Basically,
yeah.
That's a Honda S2000 front wheel.
So that's why all these new cars like fucking suck for wheels.
But they don't. I was going to say because they kind of look like they all like kind of fit a bit.
Yeah,
like they're not.
Yeah, that's the thing. They make them fit, but all the wheels on the inside there's no concave.
Yeah,
because they just
you
make
got
them
flat as fuck face wheels.
Yeah,
that kind of sucks.
And then you go get like Nissan, who's like a 350Z, and like, I'll take a 12, no problem.
Some fucking big old concavey face boy wheels, swallow on standard arches, barely even rolled.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Let me get back to this before we move fucking 3 hours away from it. My favorite Bond theme tune is the Madonna one.
What film's that from?
Wait.
Die Another Day.
Die Another Day.
Another day.
Because there's a bit where she goes, Sigmund Freud, check this out. Then she goes, analyze this, analyze this, analyze this, analyze this.
For God's sake, nobody analyse anything that Madonna's done.
I'm going to be controversial. I'm going to say the Billie Eyelashes.
Yeah, it sounds like a Bond theme, right?
Yeah, it's good. I quite like it. I think it's pretty good.
There's something cool about that as a genre. You like, take the Bond.
More modern, because obviously everyone will probably go for something more classic. I like eyelashes, Billie Eyelashes.
I watched a thing on...
I don't know it. What's the song? Sing it.
No.
It's really chilled and relaxed.
It's very... Yeah. But I like the fact that like
it's
one of her songs,
it's vaporwave.
one of her songs, in the entire like beat behind it is just the crossing noise in Australia.
Let me one up that. There is a Avril Lavigne song. I don't know what it's called, but it's the most racist song going, right? So it starts with like the sound of the crossings in Japan.
Oh,
Hakasuku bitches. She goes, Minasako arigato, kawaii.
That came out. That came out like not that long ago as well. It was a song that it was her big coming back,
and she's not come back, obviously.
No. I actually think some terrible terrorist attack happened at the exact same time, and everyone just forgot about it.
Oh, no, I thought you was going to say because
of it. It wasn't the Paris attacks. Like she did this
the
huge
Bataclan stuff.
Yeah, I feel like she had this big comeback, and then the Bataclan thing happened, and everyone was just like, "So there's some girl from 2001 chatting shit about."
We are busy.
No, I'm good.
But I was in Japan when that came out, and I was thinking, this is the most racist
this is
song
racist.
I've ever heard in my entire life.
This is what was the blonde lady, no doubt lady,
Gwen
Stefani. She did.
She doesn't look like she
Harajuku Girls.
Harajuku Girls. Yeah.
That felt a little bit
insensitive.
Yeah,
but it's like we were talking about Paramount before and how they weren't doing Misery Business, and then obviously it all's now gone full circle because fuck cancel culture and all that shit.
Fuck those guys.
Just do it anyway.
No, because the ticket sales ticket sales are probably suffering.
Yes. Let's get
them back up.
There's also a David Bowie song that has a really racist guitar riff.
A racist guitar riff?
It is possible for a guitar riff.
I am learning some fucking shit.
Well, no, I think it's racist, and I'm not even that race. But I think
is it the forbidden?
It's China Girl. It goes.
Oh, of course. Yeah. I don't think you can't do that, can you?
No, that makes me think of the Bond film, Full Circle, where Sean Connery gets Japanese eyelids put on him and like a Japanese haircut.
Oh yeah.
He also does some real sketchy, rapey stuff in that as well.
Yeah, it's all a bit sketchy, rapey.
He's like, come here, and she's like,
Funky
no,
Cole Medina.
Come here, no, and she's like,
remember, kids, 12 no's and a yes is still a yes. Christ on a bike.
I watched
the hesitation.
I rewatched that the other day, and I was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
Like, I'd like to think that I'm not a fucking wokey liberal.
Yeah.
But then also I'm like, this feels kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
They just put like a racist head on him.
Yep.
A racist hair.
Yep.
wig, bonk, and then they just like put plasticine in his eyes. It's so fucking wild.
Back to Bowie and not racism, but I recently discovered that he did some drum and bass stuff.
No.
And I'm telling you now, I think it's called, I want to say Little Wonder. Don't bother fighting. I actually don't hate it. It was like, oh,
David Bowie,
drum and bass, and I think it's called Little Wonder or something like that. And it was probably the last time I'd accidentally listened to the radio, and I'm like, oh, this sounds just like someone's remixed a Bowie song.
And it was.
No, it was Bowie.
He had that weird period after all the good stuff, but it went bad, and then he did one album and died. That last album covered some really cool stuff on it.
Dark Star.
Yeah,
God,
Star.
that's fucking dark. I have to be in a place. You have to be in a place, and also to get yourself back out of that place after you've listened to that, you need some like. Oh, what was that? I just met you, and this is crazy.
Harajuku Girls.
No, what was that fucking song? Call Me Maybe.
Yeah. Carly Rae Jepsen.
You have to listen to that on
some
repeat
sugary
to get
pop.
you the fuck out of Dark Star, because it really.
Can't get Rebecca Black.
Oh
no one
God,
can be
she
mad at
still
that girl.
exists.
I saw her taking shots at somebody on Twitter. I didn't see it. I saw a video.
Taking
that
shots.
I thought you meant like
That was a new song.
She's on someone.
Shots. Oh, sorry.
Christ.
So there's that. There's some stuff that I had to get out of my brain. I went and saw David Bowie tribute act with my mum and my dad.
Oh, what was it called? It's gonna be wait. It's gonna be called.
It was simply the David Bowie experience.
Oh, fuck's sake.
And
boring.
The
all the options they could have gone with there.
There's loads of Smiths cover bands with great Smiths rip-off names, like the Smythes.
Smythes.
That's a good one. What's the other one? Sweet and Tender Hooligan. That's a good name from a song. No, it's a Smith song, not a Morrissey song. I saw Morrissey quite recently.
Yeah, didn't we have this conversation when I was down at the place, the P60 place?
Oh, X Job. Oh yeah, because you guys
P45.
got me fired.
Yeah, we did.
Wow.
Yeah, we got you fired. Yeah, it's not even funny.
So funny, because last time I was thinking, like, let's not say anything to get myself fired.
And then
ended up leaving the job anyway, unrelated to the podcast.
Well, do you know what?
Fuck it.
It's amazing what podcasts can do.
Enlightening.
Mom, I'm quitting my job to become a full-time podcaster. My friend's podcast. Guys, where's my check?
Yes. It was the longest.
Christ.
I'm gonna go. I've been trying to pay for stuff with £50 notes recently.
Oh no.
Legitimate £50 notes.
Wow.
Do you know the only place that'll accept them? B&M.
Yeah, they'll just take the money.
No. Legitimately, the only place I have found that will accept £50 notes is B&M. I will go in there to split a £50 note when I get one, just because I know they fucking accept them.
I'll have one pack of Maltesers.
Do you know what?
A pack of Maltesers.
Do you know what? It feels really special as well, because they call the store manager. I swear to God, anyone that's got a £50 note struggling to break it, I normally used to go to put it in the bank.
Yeah.
Because obviously that's really the only
Buy
place.
something for £1 though, like.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I do. I buy my dinner from B&M.
I would.
With
with a fiddy.
I was about to say
With a
I'd
fucking fiddy.
fuck you over with me and just give you £1 non-stop. But actually, that would drive them out for the day.
Yeah,
So it would fuck them over.
Yeah. And you say to them all the time, I've only got 50. Is that okay? And they go, yeah, no problem. Sharon to till 9, please. £50 note.
Is it okay if I use this £50 note? And they go, bro, I get paid £3 an hour.
Basically, yeah.
But
honestly, it's the
give
only
me a
place
fake.
that'll take
Give me a piece of A4 paper with a 50 written on it, and I will fucking take it.
Yeah. Well, honestly, only place that will accept £50 notes without even quite. Most places they're like.
See when they turn it down.
Not
See when
long.
they say
I'm sure
no.
that's fine.
See when they say no to it. I always think like.
Or it's illegal to say no, you know.
Yeah. Hey, brother, I don't care if you have to get a pen, a black light, a person down, 2 people. I don't
not even
care.
that.
Just take the fucking money off.
It's not even that. It's you know all these places that say card only.
Yeah.
I mean that's officially
illegal.
Illegal.
Yeah. Refusing legal tender.
You're supposed, if you are taking payments, you are to take legal tender of money.
Yeah.
You can refuse things that are currently in the process of being taken out of circulation. Even though the most places will say you can refuse things that are in the process of being taken out of circulation, but anything that is currently in circulation as legal tender for the country that you're living in, you must take. Well, for us anyway, you must take.
So when Lewis moved down to Birmingham as well when he worked with us at Driftworks. He brought like Scottish notes. Like all his money was in Scottish.
Oh yeah.
Good luck because
in Birmingham as well. That's
like this is a lawless land.
They do look like somebody just drew.
It's Monopoly notes, isn't it? It's fucking absolute.
Hey, and they also say RBS on them, which is in my head. I got think Bank of England. I can't walk into the Bank of England and have a conversation with someone, but I can walk into RBS and say, "Is this yours?
Yeah. Did you leave this?
Do you own this?
Are you printing? Do you have a printer in the back of it? Are you just scamming people?"
Well, what was that bloke recently? I saw like a video, and I only saw it once. And normally, when you see like funny viral videos, it kind of recirculates. And it was a man who was just printing money, and he had it minted.
I have seen.
It was a fucking strip of
was it $2 bills? $2 bills. Yeah.
I've seen Instagram channels in the UK that have like stacks of money for sale.
Yeah.
Like you get those dodgy weed accounts.
Yeah,
say like we sell packaging, and you're like, yeah, my brother. Why is it an 80? What's going on? I saw one the other day that was
money. But this guy was on the thing, and he was like, no, it's legitimate money. I've had it minted, and I print my own money.
Yeah.
And I've only seen it once, and normally when you see them, and it had like 800,000 likes or something, but it hasn't reappeared.
Yeah, because
he's not reappeared.
The police had been out to him or something like that.
Something like
said, oh, what's going on here?
Is this a bit like people that are like, I don't have tax and insurance and stuff because I'm not a member.
I think so. I'm not a member of that state or whatever it is.
I'm a free person.
I'm my own person.
You know, one of those ones where you're like, oh yeah, you probably can do that, but how much fucking hassle do you? I love those videos where they go, like the cop comes up to the window and they go like a little bit down, and then they're like, "Hi sir, how you doing? Why am I being detained?" And then instantly at 100 because you know that fucking window's coming in.
Yeah, 100%. You know,
and when the officer just gets his fingers in, just goes. Psh!
The end of this 12-minute video is them on the floor, guns
drawn.
Yeah.
Which is terrible to say because a lot of shit goes on. But
for me though, when I need
it does make me laugh.
It's just the windows getting ripped out that I like the most.
Have you seen the things that you just like press against windows and they just burst them? The little shot things.
Max Power gave those away at
one
point.
they did.
It was like a safety thing, and it could cut your seatbelts and stuff. Yeah, as if kids weren't going, oh sweet.
And I feel like it was Redline. There was a popper one, and it was about this big.
Yeah, that was the popper one.
You pushed it. Yeah, you pushed it into the glass, and it went.
Yeah.
And did the glass, and you think, who the fuck's idea was this? But it's the same. As soon as somebody shows you how a broken porcelain spark plug can shatter glass.
Yeah.
The first thing, I remember when I discovered this, and me and my mates went to a car dealership, and we left immediately and didn't do anything at all. Allegedly. We did nothing.
You bought some cars?
Yeah, we bought some cars. We were like 12, 13 years old, so like we just bought some cars and left. We did nothing particularly dangerous or dodgy in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that.
Look at this fucking cat with all of its views.
It's totally distracted us all. This is the celebrity. Yeah, this is what you're all here for.
Yeah, real kitty.
It might be out of shot. It probably is out of shot.
It's for the Patreons. The Patreons get a wider angle.
The camera's probably already died at this point. I put it down to 720p so it doesn't fill up the fucking internal storage. There is 20 gigabytes free storage in this thing. So I mean,
Longcast.
You know, I can hear it breathing. It breathes.
It breathes.
Go in that. It's because its cat flap is dark. Usually, it's light on the inside and dark on the outside. So because it can't go in, it can't see what's inside. Because there could be a dog in there.
No, there is a dog.
And there is a dog in there, mate. There's a dog in there now.
My first reaction was to bark. Then and I thought, no, it's not.
Right, DMX.
I know.
You
can't cancel the dead. We've learned that from DMX because he said some horrific shit.
But yeah, do you hear that song about his kid?
No.
Did a song about his kid, and it's a song about his son, and it's basically about how he's super fucking disappointed in his son. His son's a piece of shit, and he fucking hates his son. He's in knobhead, and he wishes he never had this kid. And you're just like, you can't unring that bell.
Yeah. You can't change your mind.
You've made this song, and you've put it out there, and your kid probably still, hopefully
he's going to get to that point where he listens to it.
Imagine his parent figures.
How'd you get through that?
Listen to your dad's career, but not this one.
Yeah, just skip that one.
Disappointed in him. It's a weird. I can't remember which one it's called.
Oh no, he doesn't know about it, and he's going to tell his friends like, new people he meets. I'm my dad's DMX, and they go, oh motherfucker!
Oh my God.
Have you heard?
It's a proper like B-side. It's like not something. It's after Trina Mo.
I was going to try and make fun of you for being like, the first thing you would do is like, my dad's DMX. Like, oh, hey, this is all my dad's DMX.
Yeah.
But then I realised that also I would do the exact same.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone
and
would.
I'd bark at them.
Yeah.
I'm DMX's puppy.
I'm his pup. And they'd be like, right, okay, creepy.
Yeah.
Let me do a shout out. Drift Pro.
Okay.
2023
Yeah.
calendar. Rounds 1 and 2, Sunday and Monday, 30th of April, 1st of May, Cadwell Park. 3rd and 4th, Brands Hatch.
3rd and 4th of what?
June. 3rd and 4th of June. I think those are all bank holidays.
Yeah. They're lined up, aren't they?
5th, Saturday, 22nd July, Alton Park. 6th.
That's the one that's around the corner from me, right?
Oh, do you want to come with them?
Yeah.
Do you
want to bring a car? Maybe not drive it, but just bring them park.
Yes,
just bring it.
I know it sounds.
I'll bring this one, yeah.
Yeah, anything. Just something
We'll
cool.
be stance boys.
Something cool.
What day?
Yeah.
Tell me the day. Tell me the
It
day.
is the 22nd of July.
Am I in Australia then?
Oh shit! No, where we're going to be in? No, we're.
Are we allowed to say where we're going to be?
No.
Okay, so we can't actually say where we're going to be.
There will be somewhere.
No, it's the week before, I think. No, it is that week.
Oh, fuck me.
Moving on. 6th of August. No, round 6th, Sunday, the 20th of August, Donington Park.
Okay, yeah.
24th September, Brands Hatch. 22nd of October, Snetterton.
Snetterton.
There you go. Let me get
I could do the August one. Because
We'll come do Stancy boy stuff.
Yeah, I'll message James and sort out something.
We'll park up.
Cool. Come talk some
Bring
shit,
the boys.
some stuff, have some fun.
We'll park up.
We'll do some burnouts if we're allowed to.
I've not got a full, driver list yet, but I think it's pretty similar to last year with a couple more additions.
Yeah,
nice.
So that'd be cool. A bit of fun drifting.
It's nice to see. Exactly. It's nice to see some competitive drifting on a big old UK tracks. I mean, who would have thunked it?
I know drifting in the UK has gone from doing those, doing like airfields,
yeah,
and then doing fast tracks,
yeah,
and then back to go-kart tracks.
Yeah.
Well, no, it hasn't actually, because drifting in the UK is cancelled. BBC's gone.
It has now. Yeah.
You guys had Mac on. Did he write you a rap?
We were waiting.
We talked about it, and he didn't write us a rap.
He was going to do our intro and outro music.
Yeah, didn't happen.
No.
I was sad about that.
Did you see... Oh, it's topical, we can discuss it. All the BDC stuff up for auction.
Yes. I did, yeah.
That was weird to see, right?
I think that's where because it finally did go into liquidation. Because I thought it had gone into liquidation when we were having the conversation about it all going Pete Tong, but seemingly it hadn't gone into liquidation at that point.
Which is very strange to be saying it's gone into liquidation and.
Because
it's like
I thought those things took a lot longer, to be honest with you. Like I thought, like you went into liquidation and then like it took a while to dot all the T's and cross the I's.
Yeah,
that's the wrong way around. But
most people would, but then people were also.
That's why it takes so long.
Yeah, because you dotted T's and crossed I's.
People were also turning up at his house.
Yeah. I feel sorry for the guy, in like a non-condescending way. Because he's clearly a dude who's super into drifting.
Yeah.
And then the business side is the difficult part.
He needed to be, and this, he won't mind me saying this, he needed to be a turbo cunt. Yeah. Or at least he needed to have a
business acumen.
Hidden, I wouldn't say business acumen, because I don't think he needed to have fundamental turbo cuntness about him to be a bit more, I don't want to say aggressive, or what do I fucking mean?
To not get taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
There's a lot of sharks out there that will.
He was doing a lot of yes. He was doing a lot of yes in order to keep the ship afloat, and he was chucking water out, and the people who were chucking the water out were they had no horse in the race for the boat.
Yeah.
So the boat was going down. They would offer a cup to
essentially.
I don't mean that metaphorically. There were some relatively major bailout costs involved and stuff, and they weren't little cups. They were a very useful and handy, helpful, and possibly something that would have actually worked and made it go and be good, but ultimately it resulted in things just falling apart. I don't know. I feel sad, but at the same time, I also feel like it was a fucking inevitability.
I think I do feel bad about it. I think you're very easy to get taken advantage of when you try and get this thing going. I think you had a lot of yes men around him as well.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily what you
want.
No,
it's not.
But I think there was a bunch of people. I mean, I had a thing with a guy who worked for BDC when I started on board with Drift Pro stuff. And bear in mind, I'm the tiniest cog. I just do the commentary. Any of the real running, I can just make suggestions to.
Yep.
If it works, it works. It doesn't. But there was some sort of beef between Drift Pro and BDC, and what they don't actually realise is that you needed the BDC and Drift Pro needed BDC to get drivers from. You know what I mean? They needed to be a national series because Drift Pro isn't a national series. It's a championship that runs a sort of fast-paced, sort of. You know what I mean? In between, like,
I think you can call it a national series.
Yeah, but what Fraser's saying is it's not the be all and end all of that event.
It's an invite.
It's
an invite thing. You know what I mean? You need to get to a point where you can have the.
I suppose in the way that Drift Masters isn't a national.
No, it's an invite one as well. You know, like you couldn't start drifting tomorrow and just go enter.
Yeah, or you've not got X amount of money and go, I'm going to go and do Drift Masters.
You still have to have a level of
competency.
You have to be signed off on, basically. Which I think most championships need now.
Yeah, sure.
Desperately.
A big part of BDC not being enjoyable in person for me was there's 8 million drivers and 30% are rubbish. Or just
you've got a lot to wade through. I mean, Christ, I was still doing it. No one was watching me for my ability. They were like, "Look at that sick car." The end. Oh, he didn't make it round. Yeah. Oh,
but that was
it.
That was part of the appeal. I think the first time
there was a lot of me that didn't look good.
There
was a lot of people who went there who were just shit and also shit cars.
But like this is like the comparison for me between you and car loans and stuff doing a championship like BDC at the time was that like any minor victory was a major victory.
Yeah.
Because it's much deal. Like my analogy for that is like the Haas thing in F1. It's when the team that shouldn't be able to win up against these teams that are got their cars totally fucking specced and
budgets up to the eyes and shit.
Winning something is like
big time.
Those dudes fucking
100%.
They fucking
nobody expects.
Only if it's once in a season. That's more interesting to me.
People still talk about it.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Well, I found that video the other day of after one of the BDCs at Driftland. Maybe one of the first BDCs at Driftland, or maybe it was Knock Hill. And then everybody went to went to Driftland afterwards on the Monday.
Yeah,
and I stayed and
went. That's exactly what happened because
it was the weekend
because it was the Driftland grand opening.
Yeah.
Shut the fucking cat.
And I've got that video of like Carlins for You flying around. I think there's some slide cars. Mark Looney's in it as well.
Yeah,
and, like that was fucking cool.
Yeah.
But then, like, obviously, you guys shine a bit more on that kind of track because it doesn't matter if you have 1 million brake horsepower.
No,
exactly. Those layouts, you know what I mean? This is the other thing. Like, BDC moving to all small tracks. I get it because to take on like a Silverstone or to take on a Brands or whatever, there's massive insurance and everything involved.
Cat just ate some fucking chewing gum.
Fiend. Yeah, to take on those kind of tracks is fucking difficult.
I'm just going to check that I was in shock. Keep talking.
Okay. You said keep talking, then I
stopped. Then I stopped. Yeah, I actually picked up the pace.
So.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, turn it.
Turn it then. Oh, he doesn't want to be part of it anymore.
Oh, he's done it.
No, you don't piss on the cat.
Stop pissing on the cat. Stop. No, it doesn't like it. Consent.
12 no's and still 1 yes.
Stop doing that with your hands.
Alex, put it away. The cat.
That thing with the BDC was always like going on to smaller tracks and stuff. I always really enjoyed when like they'd have Knock Hill and Silverstone, Anglesey fast stuff, and then they would go to a Buxton, or they would go to a smaller track because then it wasn't just who had the most power; it was then who can control their car the better.
Yeah, 100%. Like Knock Hill was always like a proper. Fuck!
What a cool track.
Yeah. Oh, going obviously backwards over the. I don't even know what the hill's called. The big fucking hill that's there.
Oh, you're Glenn.
I remember watching Alex coming in and just. I think it was a fellow in a Supra had span, but was still just parked in the middle of the two corners because I think it had also stalled or some shit and was just sat there not doing a lot. And Alex is just full knobhead on his way in. Was that when? Yeah, was that when you turned the keys off? When turned the car off? Was that the year afterwards?
When I knocked the keys out of the ignition?
You were the reason that keys got removed.
No, that was Anglesey. That was Anglesey, and Mark Looney had gone ahead. And
no. It was
gone first.
It was Knock Hill because you went fucking fast.
No, that's when I pulled the keys out. You talked about me.
No, when you were avoiding the Superman who had gone over the hill in front of you by about 5 car lengths, but then come to a complete stop in between.
He was in he was in an R33.
I thought it was a fucking Supra.
No, because if it was a Supra, it'd have been Looney, right?
No, because there was a guy called Ashley who.
Ashley.
I don't know, but his name is Ashley.
Willis. internet people.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really fucking matter. Yeah. But that was like one of those shock. Oh my god, tracks.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
That was my first time seeing like a BDC event.
Yeah.
So that the year that the 86 came out.
Mm-hmm.
Not the 86, but the Drift.
Where we crashed into.
Yeah.
Crashed into it. Yeah. And I remember looking at the pits and going, "Fuck, this looks so professional." It's like Falcon cars.
I said this to Mac.
Wagons.
I said this to Mac. I was like, "How did we get from a point where it was a pit full of like race trucks, matching gazebos, and like there would be
teams.
like 10 teams." And that was your aspiration. Like, I mean, it was. I wanted that. I wanted to do that. And I wanted to do that whilst living in a council flat and paying 17 quid a week.
I think it was important what you said before about the yes men. So, like, with the big thing for me was, like, the 350 raffle. At the point at which someone I knew said to me, I'm just going to fucking pick it and I'm just going to tell everyone, I'd go, no, the fuck you aren't. Because think of X, Y, Z. Think of the eventual, yes, you'll get it decided, it'll be done and it'll be right, because I believe you. I believe Mac did it legitimately. Yeah. However, 100%, even if there was no horse in the race, some random fucker will go, that's a bit bullshit. I'd even buy a ticket. That's bullshit.
Friends with the Dream Cars guys, the presenter Simon for them, and like it has to be so fucking locked in.
100%.
Because, but have you noticed how many people started up raffle companies and then gone?
Yeah, 100%.
So there was the initial wave of like it's like the Bitcoin thing where like the initial ones there was quick scams that just jumped out, and then there was some people came a bit later and stuff. Famously, an Irishman with crosses on his face.
I missed that one.
It was what's his name? Drifter, Irish Drifter. It was in a boy band.
Okay, yeah.
Do we have to bleep
it
out?
It was in a boy band.
Actually, can you go and bleep that out? Because I don't want him to come to my house.
I'm going to edit this. I'm going to try and find references for stuff like I did last time.
Okay,
so
cool.
you can say the name.
who made one and then like very quickly
vanished.
Stopped.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know of anything dodgy happening, but like those are the ones that are gonna. There's always people that are gonna get
the fly-by-nights.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I don't know if that one was dodgy or not.
But I can imagine like the Gambling Authority have always probably
just they're fucking sick of this.
They're probably like one step away from banging on the door.
Martin Oberheim, yes, I see you're taking a toolbox.
Yeah, okay.
And have you called that? What have you used to determine the winner for that? And have you live streamed it on Facebook?
Yeah, you know, with the Google thing, the thing.
It's complicated. You won't watch this. And it's complicated, and it's strange, and it
seems like it's about to get shut down all the time.
Yeah, like it's always like it's gonna be next week. You're not gonna see anything. It's a beautiful fucking system, though. I don't even think they don't buy the cars. They're just from dealerships, and they just market them and say we can sell this, and we'll give you the money.
Well, see, all of them are totally different. Like I think that TOTB. 10 of the best.
Yes.
They will just go to a dealership and go 911. Get it. And then they raffle it and make 50 grand.
Yeah, I think they're like the original big time one.
Yeah. I was going to say but part of it is you have to prove that you physically own, or the business owns the thing that you're raffling first.
But that's just one piece of paper.
Because you could exactly.
It's just one piece of paper.
You could literally
one £99 holding fee, and it's yours.
But then think about it. If you're a car dealership for let's say what's that one in Alderley Edge? Is it DAP?
DAP.
It was DAP. I think they've changed hands a couple of times. But if you're DAP, right,
big time
you've
cars.
got
No, mate. Like diamond wheels on a Bentley.
Yeah,
it's
I saw a Rolls Royce
big time
limousine on the way up here today.
Oh boy, it's probably going to DAP. I'm surprised we've never taken you to DAP. Even at night, it's a really hilarious place to be.
It's just in the middle of where Ali used to have 326. Like
Crossroads,
crossing
what's
where
it
was.
It's think Crossroads. It's called. It doesn't matter.
But there's a BP garage, and then this fucking unbelievably multi-million-pound like DAP cars showroom, but it's tiny.
Yeah,
but like there's like
million quid by the way, or was it the other version?
No, I was saying the E17.
E17.
No,
was it E17?
No, it was the other one. There was Busy Bone who did. And I'm gonna miss everybody.
Was it E17? No, it was newer than that, isn't it?
It was some other dickheads. Anyway, DAP.
Anyway, you don't mind.
DAP.
DAP.
Why? DAP could just pay for a load of fucking Google attention and just raffle all their shit.
They just live at fucking Alderley Edge. They don't need that attention.
No, I know.
If they own the cars, I don't think it makes much sense. You need to have a dealer lined up.
Yeah, of course.
The car and give the cash.
Yeah, but if you were the dealer, is what I'm saying.
No,
but you're the dealer.
You just don't offer a cash alternative.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. You just say that they have to have the car.
If you're a dealer, you can definitely just offer the fucking cash alternative.
I only enter those on cars that I wouldn't get robbed for.
Yeah.
So like an Audi RS3, I'm not in.
No,
yeah,
no
because
chance.
someone's.
I don't know how people. I don't know how people do that.
Here's also my definition. So I'll buy a ticket on an RX-7 or something. Something I'd love to have, but I'm not going to buy because I'm not fucking brain dead.
Yeah.
I'm going to have my car shit itself.
If I'm going to have an RX-7, it needs to be free.
Yeah, because then if the engine goes, I've still got a shell. I'm going to make some money off.
Yeah.
The only one I've entered recently was the white. Not GS, fucking Aristo in Ireland.
Yeah, is it
T78
RK or something or
yeah,
so
whatever. Yeah. So Northern, I think it's Northern Ireland or Southern Ireland anyway.
Yeah.
Beautiful car, and it had like no one bought any tickets.
Yeah.
Like nobody bought any tickets. So I was like, oh my god,
Prime.
Got to get my early bird ticket. It was like tenner. So I was like, whatever.
I'll do it on those. I'll do it on stuff like a 355 Ferrari or something, because that's something that someone will rob you outside your house for, but they're not coming in the house for. Whereas an Audi, they're coming in for the keys.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, someone. If you drove through certain areas, you might get pulled out of the car, but no one's going to follow you to your house or come to your house or just come to your house for that.
Door and find the keys.
No one's going to steal an RX-7 because they can't do a ram raid and it'll break down on the way.
It's also why would you steal an RX-7 when you could just steal an RS3 that is faster?
Exactly.
Standard.
100%.
I had a real worry when I was moving down, like, because I heard all these horror stories about Birmingham. Is my law going to get stolen? And it was someone at Driftworks that was like, why would they take your car over like an RS3?
Yeah. Something that can go really fast.
I don't know
how. And go over speed bumps. Yeah. And handle really well.
I don't know how. Like if you're VW and you're selling Golf Rs to people, like. You must look at that because they know the stats. So they look at a Golf that you're selling a Golf R to somebody that you know where they live. You've got the postcode. You just think it's gone within the week.
Yeah, of course.
It's gone within the week. Why? But I don't know I don't know. Don't get me wrong. I've been in a Golf R and they feel, not scary fast, but they do feel peculiarly fast, and it's a nice place to be and all the rest of it. But you're buying a headache. And it won't let you down. It'll never let you down. But it will be taken from your fucking driveway.
There's people that are that picky when they go to rob cars that they won't rob a Golf R. They'll go and rob an RS3 because there is that much of a difference between them.
And also the parts will go on everything else.
Yeah.
So so there was a woman who parked the car in Digbeth in Birmingham. She went to a concert nearby. It's near where all the venues are, and she was there for an hour and a half. Came back, whole front of the car
gone.
Seats gone, doors gone, because it's free for them.
Yeah.
But then you can put more with the Audis and the Golfs and stuff. If you've got the cool seats and the BMWs, in fact, if you've got the cool carbon seats, they'll go in any BMW.
Yeah.
The front end will go in any BMW at the same age or the same model, just the base one. You know what I mean? So someone will pay for it. You know what I mean? What the fuck was that?
Golf. The estate. What's it called? The old hospital estate near your old house.
Old hospital estate.
Wythenshawe?
No, the Cheadle Royal. It's not called. It's called Barnes Village.
Barnes Village, yeah.
Barnes Village. I've done a load of systems over there. CCTV and alarm systems.
Worst built houses in the world. They're mech set houses. They're fucking awful.
Tell me about it. I've drilled through some of them.
They're not even walls. You've in the certain sunlight. I used to walk Dawson when she was newborn.
Certain sunlight, you can see through all the walls.
No. So you see the Facebook snagging bloke who goes around.
Builders. We talked about this at dance thing, didn't we?
All fucked up. Yeah. Anyway, the brickwork. You'll see the sun at a certain low level and the shadows because the bricks are out here, bricks are in there. It is fucking. But the buildings are made out of something called Mexet, which is formed steel.
Right. Okay.
So then they put in. I think they put some of the houses up in literally about 2 weeks. Because all Mexet is like modern building, like construction shit.
We had a chat about this at Dan Pryor's birthday thing about because
which thanks for moving the date, Dan. Could do the date before, and then everyone was like, "I can't do that date."
Totally fucked the date around.
Yeah, fucked me up. So anyway,
Brandon, Tom, and Sam are all like. Well, I don't think Tom. I think Tom does retail stuff, but Brandon and Sam have been tons of sites, and obviously he's chatting away. And they were saying that you can tell how good a house is built by how many bottles of piss
in
the attics.
100%.
Yeah, that's my favourite one.
You can almost tell who built it by how many bottles of piss and what colour they are.
That estate, and
how dehydrated the boys were.
I probably shouldn't have mentioned the name of the estate or any of those things, because what I'm now about to say is exactly that.
Yeah.
Bottles of piss in lofts.
It was
99% of them have no idea. But the worst thing is that so they all have. So I think there's 3 or 4 roads on that estate there.
Yeah.
And they all have their own WhatsApp groups.
Okay.
Because they're all being endlessly robbed.
Yeah. For their cars.
And they're being robbed in the most peculiar ways. Golf R, funnily enough, they go on holiday. They leave the Golf parked in the car. So there's a car park that was for the show
house. Yeah.
Car park behind there. They had a Golf R, and they parked it there because they thought it'd be safe. Don't leave it on your drive. Why would you go on holiday and leave the Golf on your drive? So they move it to this car park. And there's like 20 of the cars
It's not safe on
there.
your drive either.
These guys spent 3 days coming back, and they left a shell. And
Amazing.
I mean a shell.
I'm not even mad.
It's
They
impressive.
took the wires. They took the wires.
The
And I don't mean they chopped the wires out.
They removed
They
them.
took the wires.
Do you know what? I heard that VW at Stockport was suffering and they couldn't get parts fast enough, so they just went to Barnes Village.
But here's the crack. It's like, so the answer to this problem, the solution to this problem, is ghost immobilizers.
Kind of.
What?
The problem is,
Explain.
you get yourself a ghost. So you know what a ghost immobilizer is,
No.
right?
Yeah.
Ghost immobilizers is where and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be wrong, but it's you program the CAN bus to acknowledge button pushes on the steering wheel and on the stereo and stuff.
So you've
got
like
to
weird
things
sequence.
like
That's kind of cool.
AC off, volume up,
You could do the Konami code.
Yeah.
Up, down, down.
Yeah.
That's cool though. I didn't know that was a thing. That's
Okay,
cool.
great. You've solved the problem.
Yeah.
Even if they get the key, they can't take your
take
car.
it, yeah.
So now what do? They come into your house, they throttle you in your
Take
bed,
you.
they headbutt you,
Yeah.
and they
Take the
explain that they're
hatchet.
going to kill your kids if
Yeah.
you don't give them the code for the fucking car. So like
These
this
are
whole
the-
solution was
These are the cars I don't want.
yeah, exactly. Nobody
Yeah.
wants it. So, but these are the cars that are primarily being offered on these fucking
Because they're the cool cars to have, right?
because they want this.
Yeah, the cool cars to have. They're the fashion accessory car.
Don't get me wrong. Like I think there's a good few that I'd be. No, I wouldn't have any. If it was any Audi, I'm not interested. Any VW, I'm not interested. Not because they're not good cars, but because you're going to be robbed in a horrible way.
I
Yeah,
picked
you're gonna
my
get the machete.
Jeep based on it being a nice Jeep, can tow, can do this, can do that, can carry my
It's not a
child
Jeep,
and
everyone.
wife.
Don't worry. It is a VW.
It's a VW, but I picked it purely because it's uninteresting.
Yeah.
So like, it's not an SVR.
It's not the one you're
It's
gonna
not a
take.
Range Rover
Yeah,
Sport.
but you say that.
It's not of this, it's not of
there
that.
are WhatsApp groups out there that exist with thousands of people in, and then out of nowhere there will be 2021. 2021. 530 something in a particular colour, £2,000
Yeah, but
the postcode,
Yeah.
and it'll disappear, and then someone will then bring that exact car, that model, to that postcode, and will be
Steal tourist
paid
stuff.
that amount of money.
Yeah.
So and it's not necessarily a top end car.
No, I know, but it's less likely. So that I
Yeah.
could
Yeah, I
quite
guess
easily
all you can
spend
do
the
is-
same amount of money on an RS3.
Yeah.
All you can do is minimize.
Yes.
Like if someone wants something
They're
from
gonna
you, they
have
will
it.
get it
Yeah.
from you somehow, right? You've just got to minimize it,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Just
Yeah.
do the most you can do. I had a E90 M3 off a mate that had a ghost immobilizer. It would let you turn it on.
Yeah.
So you put in your code. It would let you turn it on. It would let you turn it on either way. But what it would do is, because I think you can set them up in different ways. This one would stop. So when you came to a stop, like a set of lights,
It would then
just
go off.
kill it.
Yeah.
But you put it in. So
That's
there
nice.
was one time I was leaving Driftworks.
That's nice.
and I
You're only
got-
going to find it at the bottom of the road.
I
at
got to
least.
the end of the road.
That's
I went to
ace.
pull out of a junction. Boom.
Gone.
And I'm like,
Shit.
and it won't come back on.
That's
Yeah.
tremendous.
Got to the end of the code and I'm freaking out, trying to fuck it up. Then
That's nice.
Try a bit.
Left down, up, right. Left down, up, right.
Shaking the wheel, mashing up.
L1, L2, L1, L2.
Left down, up, right. Left
That's
down,
the
up,
thing,
right.
because the guy the example that I used where they did that, they came in for it. But if he'd have had it set,
Do you
because
know what?
the CCTV, they'd already come for the car 6 months earlier, and you can see on the CCTV his lights going on, off, on, off, as they're doing this.
doing
Like,
the
oh,
bits.
this thing isn't turning
Surely,
the fuck on.
actually
not
getting the
turning on.
car to drive
Yeah.
off is better because
It's a well better
they're
idea.
away from your house, right?
Yeah, they're not coming back
They're
for
not
you.
going to come back.
If
They're
you
just
get-
like fuck.
I
this,
just
get out of
realised
here.
if I got
Abandon it,
a ghost immobilizer in my car, I have 2 pedals on it, so I could do L1. I could do the
You could do the
left down,
place.
up,
Oh,
right,
you
on
could
both
you could do the
fucking
screenshot thing. Hold
Yeah.
L2 and
Yeah.
R2 and then press the brake.
Yeah.
And your car does a screenshot.
There's a screenshot.
You know, there's a settle course car for Jesse Streeter's S13.
Okay.
It's one of these ones that when you put it in reverse, it turns a little head unit onto reverse
Yeah,
cam sort of thing.
yeah.
When you
Yeah.
press brake and accelerate at the same time, it screenshots. First time I
Because
noticed
it does. For the meme.
Yeah, first time I did it, I was like,
Yeah.
that's the best thing I've seen.
King.
Yeah, that's bad boy. Are you still struggling with the settle course?
I haven't driven it since I changed the setup, and
Honestly.
because I realised that I've been driving it with everything
You
wrong,
learn- you
and I
learn wrong.
learn it bad, and then
Yeah.
when I went to drive, so Adam came round, changed all
Adam
the
just got in it and just was like, "Yes, it's dead easy."
Yeah,
This.
dead-
Like,
much like Adam in real cars.
yeah.
He just gets in them and just goes, psh, done.
No, it was fucking horrific. And
yeah,
then-
just
and
like
then,
Adam in real life.
I did-
Fuck you, Adam.
I did like full like deep dive on settings, changed everything, went full fucking balls deep in it.
Yeah.
And then couldn't drive. And I mean, like, worse than originally.
Worse than me.
Worse than I was when I first started. When I first got in it, I could kind of like link 2 corners and then I'd fuck it up.
Yeah.
But now I am literally like, I cannot drive it.
Yeah.
So I've stopped for a month since before Christmas, and then I'm going to go back to it soon.
And
just go back and learn again.
And I still can't really get around. I've partied with like Dan and Martin and not Dan, Alan Martin and stuff, and Dan Wright and stuff, and that's really, really good. And then I went on to we had a little server for Drift Pro drivers.
Yeah.
Because all the tracks we're doing are actual tracks. You can get like just the proper ones from games. Fully spec'd ones. So like the Donington layout was one that we worked out from doing it on a Assetto Corsa. And then I jumped in a lobby we had set up for that with like Cowley and Axel and Maz the judge, head judge Maz Yamada, and they all just fucking drove off, and I was like, I thought it was good actually.
Well, the most fun I've had on it recently was when we did the MX-5. Were you on it? Was it? No. So I think it might have been after you went off. Alf was like, "This is fucking. Should we just do some like?"
He said what?
Should we just go and do some stuff? No, he said. Well, he literally said, "Should we go drive MX-5s?" Yeah, he said, "Should we go drive MX?" He said, "Should we go drive MX-5s?"
Yeah.
Be ultimate hairdressers. But we just went and did grip racing.
Roof down.
Yeah.
And it was fucking sick. And I was actually good at it because I'd spent so many years doing Gran Turismo. I just transferred over, and it was actually easier. It was so much easier.
Did you get a PlayStation controller?
No. So I've obviously
because that's how I do it.
So I was then actually good because I had done so many. I mean, like the only games I've ever played were racing games on console, but then to be in a simulator that's kind of feely, giving good feedback.
I hate that.
It was fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and it was the first time I've ever even grip drove on it. Didn't set anything up really. I just turned traction control off, turned ABS off because that was the rules we had to, and then I was okay. I was good. The biggest problem then was me just learning where the MX-5
actually what we're
grip.
saying is if you use Assetto Corsa to drive on,
it was fucking fantastic. It was great. So much fun.
Who would have thought it?
So the problem
drifting
is
so frustrating.
I downloaded
so frustrating. Driving
a Shelsey Wash. Because you can just find any track, the hill climb in the Midlands. I did that, and because I've seen prior
Shelsey Wash,
the hill climb.
It's the oldest hill climb in the UK. It was going.
Was it originally done by men walking?
Yeah, in bathtub cars. Those ones
on bicycles.
Yeah,
bicycle.
And I watched Phil and that did it. Phil did it in the 86. Mark in the R32.
Oh shit! No,
Have you seen the guy?
There's some trees. There's some trees.
Yeah.
Have you seen the open wheel car go up there and it looks sped up? Oh my god, it's so fast. It's unbelievable.
So the time that Phil and Martin and stuff did it in the drift cars, it was like the first time they had drift in there.
Yeah.
And there was somebody.
Lots of old men with white beards doing this.
It's classic.
So
God!
At the time,
that's it. It's done.
At the time, people were actually like loving it because it was the busiest.
It's Retro Rides then? Is it Retro Rides? Retro Rides.
Yeah.
So at the time, it was the busiest, most well-attended Shelsey Walsh event, right, in their history.
Oh,
right?
good God.
Totally
I bet they were so angry.
Because people love drifting, but then afterwards, absolutely, of organisers, happy, everyone good, but then afterwards...
There was loads of tyres left.
Yeah.
No, someone didn't pay for something.
Yeah.
Someone had emptied a gearbox into the bin.
There's just, all the bins are full of oil.
all the like litter bins have got like drive shafts sticking out of them. We've ruined things.
So after that event, on this post... it was the only time I've ever seen Martin Richards like comment on a post.
Yeah.
It was these old men like drifting, blah blah blah, and all I could think is like
they said that.
Yeah, they got real upset, but not people.
Imagine.
But not people that were there. People that were like
watching it afterwards.
Well, why would they have gone to it if
they
they
don't leave the house? They got really upset about it because they're wrecking the track and stuff. And what I don't think any of these old people realise that are gatekeeping these tracks, literally gatekeeping these tracks, is that they will die and nobody will get. And even if like drifting has to fund them, their track staying open.
Yeah.
Bringing in these big spectators.
It's like a necessary evil.
It means that they then get to outrun it. They get to keep going in their like MR2 Ferrari kit cars or Caterham lookalikes.
Yeah.
Like what's the budget Caterhams? Is it Westfields or something?
No, I think
is that the one with the 8 on it?
That's a 7.
Is it
Lotus 7 is the front end. But I thought the Westfields were like big time.
I think they're like a.
Or were they budget?
Like the
Wish.com
TVR
one. Okay.
The TVR.
Or is it? Oh no, it's Caterham. Innit? Caterham is like the big time. It's the boy. Yeah. Okay.
So I thought that was the one that had an 8 or a 7 on the front of it.
It might do.
It might do.
Is that not Morgan's?
I don't fucking know.
Someone sent me a picture.
I look at them and think
some
people drive them with helmets on. I'm just like,
I can't remember who sent it me, but it was a picture of a Morgan, and it's the
cross-eyed one.
And then he said, You have to beat this, the Harvey Price one.
I'm gonna have to edit so much.
You know what I mean?
But just edit it really badly so you can still make it the first answer.
I'll put Harvey Price's face over your face, and I'll forget that I've said this. Edit that bit, and then come back, and this will just be fine.
But
hello, Alex, in the future, you're a cunt.
Everyone will know what I mean because it is the Boz-eyed one. And they sent me a picture of it.
Harvey's actually blind.
Yeah.
He's not Boz-eyed.
But he's also paraded round by his mum.
Yes,
for money.
For money.
You're going to have to cut all of this out.
Yeah, all this has to go now. Anyway, back into the conversation we were having before. We said, "Oh yes,
yes." These people that are shit talking
about these tracks. It's the same people that just want these tracks then because they moved. Like the people that Brand Hatch can only have like 2 or 3 Grand Prix layout days a year, or whatever, because people that moved onto the back straight, the Grand Prix circuit, complain. And you think
obviously
you moved to a Grand Prix track, which is the reason your area has anything. It's because of the Grand Prix track, and now you're like, there's a Grand Prix track there.
It makes me think about these really nice, posh, modern houses that are about to build at Silverstone.
Yeah,
but to be fair,
100-year lease, which says one thing to me. In 100 years' time, say goodbye to anyone being okay with noise.
If you think about it, the price of those, I think they were like
800,000.
Well, now to be parked on the edge of a circuit, access to all of the days. If you were into cars and had money, that's not a bad deal.
But would you not have wanted to do this the other way? Because if you were into F1 and you were the sort of person, I would have wanted to make those. If they're worth 800,000, let's be honest, most houses aren't worth what the fucking.
Well, they're not. I
don't think any house can be worth.
No,
that's true. But they're not being bought for their resale because you can't sell them. You're going to sell them onto one person, and then it's 50 years.
Well, I think that it should have been. They should have made them mental expensive, like
maybe,
£5-10 million, because you want someone to buy that who wants desperately to be there.
Well, that's when I saw the pictures and the renders. I was expecting commas, and it wasn't like I was expecting moon money. But they were reasonable.
Are they not like big fancy holiday homes?
Essentially, yes. So essentially, because they're low lease.
Do you know what's mad? The UK hasn't really got. Well, we haven't really got the tracks for. So near the ring, there's a village. It looks like a holiday village, like a. I don't know. I've never been to Butlins. So imagine
what Butlins is.
Pontins,
though.
Too northern for that.
Yeah.
They have like a village that you can rent like houses and stuff, and we stayed there last time we were at the ring, and it's just like a holiday park, just full of houses
with sick cars
that are near to the track. They have a garage. They have a driveway, so you can kind of do bits and pieces and stuff. But you
all
wouldn't get
the drives stained with
every single one.
Fucked.
But you wouldn't get that here. You know what I mean?
No, you don't. You get people complaining.
TUV marked things just destroyed all over the place.
But I mean, it's obviously you've got those
it's different culture. People just don't give a fuck about cars here. But no one cares about cars.
I think the people around the ring know how much money that fucking place brings.
Yeah, that's
no
true.
one's going there when the ring doesn't exist.
When your water pipes burst, your council's not like, we'll get it, but taxes have to go up because they've got all the fucking car money. It's fine.
Yeah,
they've got money.
It's the thing. In the past 20 years in the UK, cars have become. You're a pariah. It doesn't matter what it is. I know it's a bit of a fucking segue, but it's a place like that exactly that relies. Everyone is aware. Every bit of the community
and the German auto industry is based there. A lot of it. And stuff,
it's huge. And some of the heavy industry that you drive through Germany. What was it like when we drive? I know you weren't kind of with us, but you're going through.
Oh no, I was asleep.
The fucking forest, and it's like miles and miles of fucking shit, and then you just go through these. But I like industrial estates, but on steroids.
Yeah.
And the factories are just.
And you get all the kids who don't really understand what they're doing going to the Nuremberg ring.
Go to Nuremberg, which is like 4 hours away.
Hammering.
Whole guides. Everyone's got a story about someone, some kid who'd say, "Mate, we're going to the Nuremberg ring, mate."
To be
you
fair,
go there.
I said it until you said to me,
there.
"You're saying that wrong," and I went, "No, I'm not." Nuremberg ring, and you went, "Bro, Google it."
No. Okay. There's a court there.
Yeah, there is some hammers.
There were some trials there.
It might be a bit of a ring, but
a ring sting.
They stole some rings.
We went through one of the industrial estates, and like Al was showing me where Manti was.
Yeah.
So like they built like the fast Porsche that Harris did the ring record and stuff in, and he'd had his car done there. And he was just showing me because I'd never been in the ring the first time I went out, and he was like, "Yep, so that's Porsche there, that's Audi there, that's BMW there, that's AMG's own separate bit there, that's M Division's bit over there, Manti there." and all those sort of bits. And it's totally like accepted. I went to KW with for a training course, and they're in Fichtenstein. I don't think it's anywhere near. Fichtenberg, yeah. Because remember Bagsy did that film. Did you ever see that? When it's a yikes film.
Was it that bad?
It's well shot, you know what I mean? It's just what it is. But KW is in this place in the forest.
Okay.
And like they've got the big factory and their double big new factory they've just built and stuff, and it's all really cool. And then you go across the little village and like they rent out the whole hotel for like training stuff, and like it's totally normal. Like the industry is like a big part there.
Yeah.
And like nobody's making noise complaints about it because that's the industry.
Because why would they?
That brings the money.
But when that's where the money's coming from.
Yeah.
The kind of the money that's being brought in is vast.
Yeah, and they're like their unit like costs and like their taxes they have to pay must be massive.
Yeah.
And
I've also not been, but I don't know what it's like outside of the circuit. Like, is everyone fairly respectful? Is everyone being a bit of a dick? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a question.
So they do a thing. So like after 5 o'clock, whatever, it's tourist fighting, which is like just tourist day. You just go on open track and that's good.
Buses
but then they have Car Friday, something like that, where like people basically cruise down this bit. So you come out of the ring. And you go down to a bit, and then you come up to a bit, and there's a petrol station that has like race fuel in it and stuff.
Right,
it's a Shell.
Of course it is.
That's where all the Nürburgring stickers come from and stuff. All there. And people will put deck chairs out and just sit there and watch
cars,
like an Ace Cafe sort of thing.
Yeah.
And people can be pretty disrespectful in that.
Yeah.
But saying that, I've also been there, and we went. So we went to Spa last year, or no, the first year that we were allowed out of the country again after the Brexit. Well, the COVID. Same crime.
After the event.
All the shit.
Don't look directly into the event. So yeah, after that, the first time we could get out, we went to do 2 days in Spa.
Yep.
And then with like the Camber Combustion guys, Driftworks guys, String Theory guys, we all went and did that. We stayed in a village. We rented like a whole farmhouse. It was fucking sick. And it was in the village that they filmed Band of Brothers in.
Okay.
Woke up at like 2 in the morning with Dan snoring. Woke me up and I was just like looking at the window like,
oh my god,
this is
flashbacks.
Yeah, to a time I wasn't at. Tanks rolling on the streets. It was pretty creepy.
Yeah,
it was cool. Stayed there. Then the next day we went to the ring because it was kind of on the way come back. And so during the day it was a private day for BMW. So they would take like big baller customers out or new BMW M Experience, and you were all in like new M3s, and they were like flying around like bumper to bumper, just all following the instructor. So we went to watch at Carousel. We watched it a bit near Carousel first. It was really cool.
I was going to say the bit before Carousel.
I might have seen a picture of this.
Nothing ever happens on Carousel.
Yeah, nothing exciting happens there. So it turns out you can get to the inside of Carousel.
Oh, okay.
And you can stand and watch there. You have to go down a forest road. So me and 2 other vehicles went off-roading and did like a rally stage to get to it, like bouncing along and stuff. And then you just get to the middle and watch it all, and it's fucking.
This is what Google Earth needs to be used for. Things like that you just
finding these.
You have no idea how to
and
do
only
something like
because like Al and stuff have been ring regulars for many years that they like you can just get to it. Well, I guess if you're there you can just find it because
you could find
but you like none of us would go there and work it out.
No, I don't know where the fuck I would go.
No, and because of the shape and size of it, I feel I'd also be like, fuck me, we're gonna get turbo
so
lost, and then just be like.
I have found a new respect and fear for the track because it's so serious when you get there. You can just die. You can just be dead.
Yeah.
2 days before our last trip, I got an MX-5 at the back of a tow truck. Under it, dead, car on fire.
Yeah.
And I can't remember who I was speaking to. They were like, "Oh, so was it cancelled?" And I was like, "No,
they just wiped him up and then they carried on."
Yeah. My first ever lap around there was with Alan. It was like a 8-minute lap or whatever.
Jesus.
And we did like 2 laps. Like we did 2 laps out, then 1 fast lap, a cool down lap, and came back in. But that's like 40 minutes because it's like 10 minutes to go. Yeah. And I don't want to ever drive it. I know I've not got that dog in me.
You're not that guy.
You know what I mean? But I'm happy.
I feel like I wouldn't want to drive it either. It's too.
I'll go for a lap with someone that knows what they're doing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
See, I want to. The Lupo's MOT is up in May, and then I'm going to spend some money on it, and it's going to become like the little fast, fun car. I'm going to put like a bit of a half cage in it. Just.
You're
basically,
forget that the 14 exists.
No, because the 14's done. It only needs now regular maintenance.
I want to see. I want to see the screenshot of the chat instead of saying I'm going to do drifting every.
Track days every month.
I'm going to do
track days every month. Watch me next.
But the problem with that car is perfect for like 3 Sisters.
It's
perfect for kart tracks
right size,
because it's so small and like I know we've spoken.
It needs a fucking engine in it.
It does. But
I'll always say
cheap.
it's better to drive a car 100% than drive it 40%.
Exactly, and this is why I don't think.
That's the thing.
I don't think I could have what it takes to drive a fast car fast.
I couldn't drive my car.
However,
fast.
I could drive. I know I can drive the Lupo fast because it's all it's got.
Yeah.
It only has fast.
I always say about these. It's exactly the same. Any drift car that you've ever driven, it's always not more fun, but like it's always more. As soon as you go past that 320 brake horsepower, suddenly you're letting off in places. I'm a pussy.
Yeah.
You're reminded that you
and Dan
are a
chasing
pussy.
me when I had 300 horse and I was just foot flat the entire time, and all I did was just use my left foot to clutch kick and just kept fucking going. And it just, I can't explain it. It's just all the time. You're just going on attack mode all the time because nothing's ever going to get any worse.
I think.
It's just,
but going to
I did blow your engine up doing that though.
Yeah, it was fun.
Going to the ring and seeing like these joke cars that go around.
Yeah.
I now watch those videos and go like, fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Like, is it really worth fucking dying because you want to take your 1.9 TDI Passat?
I've seen coaches going around and shit.
They don't do that anymore.
Oh, okay.
But then also they have bikes out on those days. Oh. And you're like, fuck off.
No.
Bikes and
How
cars.
much do you want to keep those two apart?
Yeah.
Do you want to die?
Do bike days, do car days, done.
Yeah, but it has to still be. They have this whole it's fucking public
toll road.
Toll road thing. Yeah, as long as your car's like.
Because if you start fucking with that, then the
insurance companies start turning up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I've only ever done one track day driving, and it wasn't even a full track day. It was that Spa day before the last ring one, and Bond let me go out in the String Theory MG ZS, the V6 ones, right? And he was like, "Do you want to go out for a lap?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll do like a couple sighting laps and just pull in." Like I've not got that dog in me.
Yeah.
I'll just go have a little rip, and then so we went for a rip out, and before you know it, you're on the fucking straight going to Radion Rouge, and there is a GT3 Cup car. Just firing up the inside of me. I'm shitting my pants.
And you're like this. Wait, I go. Like, no, is it that?
Giving it full beam.
What's my left and right? What's my left?
Do I overtake on the right or on the left?
Yeah.
So we did a couple of those. I had a great time. It was great fun. That was enough. We're going through all these corners and stuff, and Bond's telling me what gear to be in. He's giving me like 3, 4, or whatever I need to be in. So I'm in the right kind of gear.
Yeah.
And we get to after Puhan coming through, and Bond goes hands up and goes, puts his hand. And I'm like looking at him.
What the fuck are we doing?
Pick a gear, bitch.
Neutral it is.
Out of gear. Turn the key off. Throw the keys. And then
you only ever do that once, don't you?
Yeah. Did you, when you knocked your Kia, did you have a lanyard on it?
Yeah.
And you knocked out the lanyard?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. That was exactly it.
I snapped the Civic key doing that once.
And it was a lanyard that I'd never had a lanyard. I've also told this story a million times, but I'd never had a lanyard on. For that exact reason.
Yeah.
And then
someone was giving them out for free.
I know, give it me. I also remember the first time I ever learned about the whole that. It was 2003, 20 years ago. Whee! And I'm having a 17-year-old argument with a girlfriend, and she's like
13.
Jesus Christ!
I waited for the pause. She was
also 17. She was also 17, and she also drove as well.
And she consented.
And I said we were on the bypass coming back from Audley Edge, and somehow I ended up in a situation where I'm like, right, you drive then, and I'm doing like 60 on the bypass, and the bypass has got a little, from Audley Edge, got a bit of a curve
kink,
on it.
Yeah.
As soon as I got to the bit where I couldn't turn anymore. Oh, the panic in that car.
Oh my god!
When I was like, you fucking drive then. Yeah. And the car started to slow down, but the keys come out. It's a Fiesta. And she's like, the keys like this, and she's not really bothered until you hear the click. And then he goes, click.
Panic sets in.
And we're decelerating from 60 because the key's not in it, and accelerator doesn't work. And I've obviously been a pissy little bitch and done something really fucking stupid. And
You've
at this point,
this yourself.
yeah, and at this point I'm thinking, well, I deserve this. I'm a complete fucking idiot.
Barrier job.
And she's
you should have.
oh my god, where's the fucking key? Get the key at the last minute in.
You should have
away from the barrier.
You should have put your arms out like you're in the Crow.
Accept your fate. Yeah, 10 out of 10. I think that is probably my top 5 dumbest things I've done in my life, and I do deeply regret that. But if I hadn't, I think it's a good, healthy thing to learn early on.
Yeah, of course.
Fuck around, find out.
Fuck around, find
early thing. Yeah, good to learn early on.
How many quick release owners do you think have done the cool ding thing and then had a break at some point? It had to have that. Like, grab the knob.
Grab the knob.
I remember talking to you about removable bosses in the car, and I got mine purely based on...
The blue one?
Yeah, well, I had a Sparko knockoff one in my car when I
had a red Sparko. No, you had a blue Sparko.
I had a blue Sparko, but it was a knockoff one.
Crips and Bloods.
Like, you could scratch the Sparko and it said the factory it was made on.
Sparko.
Yeah.
You got to bear in mind, Sparko is a...
Yeah.
Yes,
Sparko's a real brand in the same way that Nari's a real brand, but you still get fake Nari.
Yeah. So I then was like, get this to fuck, and I bought a Lifeline boss, which I think at the time were quite serious money.
You didn't buy it.
Did I not buy it?
No.
Where the fuck did I get it?
It was in the boot of that purple S14.
Oh, it was. I didn't even buy it.
It was a prize.
I remember spending good money on this.
No, I think I remember Googling that it was good money.
And it was fucking... And you're like, no way.
On my car.
And Lifeline's like a real brand.
Yeah. I must have been after buying one.
Because on that car, that purple S14 had a stock steering wheel.
Yes, it did.
So why the fuck would anyone need a Lifeline?
Yeah.
What that is...
It was in the boot of that car.
Man, that's even better. That makes me feel even better about that story.
What that is...
It was free, and it's good.
A bunch of customers that I would have before, they would buy just the NRG one.
Yeah.
And then have a standard steering wheel and be like...
How do I put it on?
Yeah, and you're like, my brother.
Oh my good God.
My brother in Christ.
I want to be able to remove my standard steering wheel.
Do you know how many phone calls we would get about people that were like, oh, it doesn't ding? You'd be like...
You didn't... No, sorry. Please tell me you're lying. Tell me you're lying. Because I can't... please tell me you're lying. That's the worst thing to have heard.
It doesn't
Nobody
ding.
has rang you and said it doesn't ding.
Yes. You would also get people who were getting their parents to phone up to get a return opened up.
My son Kevin bought...
But they would have, like, the mum would always be sat somewhere.
Yeah.
And then...
He says it doesn't ding.
The kid would be nearby. And
He's paid for it to ding.
And they would always be like...
Saw a TikTok.
He's bought a thing. What is it he's bought? Quick release.
It's a quick release.
Yeah, trust me.
It releases his quicks.
If you could only hear my soul audibly leave my body.
Oh God,
yeah,
that's really actually quite upsetting to hear that's a thing. I really didn't think that would be a thing. That's really sad.
Yeah, man, because someone watched a TikTok.
A fucking TikTok.
Ding.
Why does it ding? Is it broken?
No, it's the bit of metal that catches, like, vibrates basically. So you don't get it on the carbon fiber ones.
It's a spring.
It's the
outer bit.
The ring itself vibrates when it locks in.
Oh.
So like it's like a bypass.
Yeah.
It's like a byproduct of what it's made of, basically.
Okay.
But it doesn't do it on, like, the ones with the bigger handles.
Yeah.
Or the carbon fiber.
Yeah,
ones,
mine doesn't do it.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't do it.
So it's just because of the material.
Did you ring Fraser?
No.
Did your mum ring Fraser?
I didn't.
Listen up,
Did Gabby ring?
Do you know what's weird?
Pretending to be your mum.
I got that
Gabby
boss.
from Low Origin.
I got that boss.
He's angry.
I got it.
Paid good
Stevie
money.
Boy was doing an order, and he was like, "Oh, I need it to be over a certain amount or something for finance or something." I can't remember what it was, but either way, and he was like, "Oh, do you want anything? Or do you fancy this?" I was like, "Yeah, just get us one of them fucking stuff of bosses. Mine's fallen." He's like, "Which one do you want?" I was like, "I don't fucking care,
make sure it dings.
Just make sure it's not a cheap one that'll break. Just make sure." And he's like, "Right, it's arrived. I'm not going to send you any pictures of it. I'm just going to send it to you." I was like, "All right, fucking whatever."
Oh, a blank box from Stevie Boyd. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, it's a shit in a box.
I was disappointed when it was just a normal. And I was like, but yeah, it was the one with the wings. And it was I want to say it's like an oil stain chrome.
The neochrome.
With a neochrome. That's it. With blue. It's lovely. Looks great.
The thing is,
does the job
the NRG
much better than my old one.
The NRG ones are totally safe.
Yeah.
I think that's all you really need from that.
Yeah. Just be solid. It's fine.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
It's sad, isn't it, that actually, in order to make a good product like that, all you have to do is just... the fundamental thing is for it to be good.
My Lifeline boss must be getting on for maybe 12 years old.
Well, I bought one on the basis of yours.
And it is rock solid.
No,
it is rock solid.
I bought one, yeah, mine was fake.
Right,
so
okay.
Yours had a gold center,
yeah, mine's gold
shaft.
Yeah.
And a black bit that went over it.
It's black shaft, gold pulley.
Is it gold
pulley?
Okay.
Yeah.
And mine was just all black.
Yeah.
And within
yours was that Chinese black that's actually brown.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's like
a
black. Bronze brown.
Anyway, either way, within a year, it had about, out at the wheel, it was out of probably about 10 mil play in it, which was really distracting when you're trying to drive along, or you throw the wheel and the wheel does a
Goes in a big D shape.
And that's why I got that stuff off the NRG one. But many years ago, and we're talking 2007, I put a video on YouTube, which is still on the Low Origin YouTube. Don't go and watch it. And out of nowhere, it got 35,000 views. And it was like the third video I'd put up. And it was of a Sparco steering wheel with loads and loads of play. And I turned the comments off very quickly because they were all the same thing.
Get an NRG, bro.
Get NRG. Get NRG. Get NRG, bro. Get on. And it was almost like a bot. A bot had found the video and just nailed me. It was so
had
weird.
Paid Google marketing to just target that
See,
one video.
Those things are totally safe, but then they do some really shit products. They do some really, really shit ones. They do one that's like a slimline lock boss. Okay. That's like really, really thin. So if you've got a big dish steering wheel and stuff,
you don't want it to be too far forward.
But it's like 3 teeth that just slide into each other that like could very easily
there's too much of a.
It's fucking strange. Whereas the other one's like big ball.
I'm a bit wounded. I'm a bit wounded because my genuine OMP steering wheel from the video that Ty shared of my car in Ireland is bananaed as fuck. It's bent to shit.
Yeah, it wanders all over the place.
The top bit, because obviously you've got spoke. This bit is just the wrong fucking shape.
Well, you say it's genuine.
It is genuine. It's legitimately genuine. I saw the receipt that came from. What car did it come in? It came in Harley's E30, and it had a £100 and whatever pound bill in the.
They are still a pretty cheap steering wheel.
Yes,
thing.
I get that. Yeah,
like
but
they are non-bendy.
Yeah.
In there is an OMP steering wheel.
It's a snapped one,
which is bent. In this car is an OMP steering wheel, which has a completely different design. A word OMP is written completely differently.
Yeah.
This one is not snapped.
No, I know, but I think they aren't a premium brand. They're still quite affordable, and I know that comes with some element of quality.
If you go to Demon Tweaks, they're a premium brand.
Well, they're not cheap though.
Well, no, because you think a Nardi or Personal, I think Nardi or Personal
300 quid.
Yeah, Pink Personals are now 250 at least, sort of thing. Whereas like you can get a brand new OMP for like 90 quid.
Yeah, but I'm certain the one I've got is like a suede with a certain stitch, and the receipt was for like 100 and I think it was 80 something. So it's like I would say that's a reasonable mid-range steering wheel.
Yeah, it's like the
you don't expect it to be bent.
It's like the Driftworks Basics ones that are like they're not fancy to look at. The suede's not incredible, but they're just bend. You know what I mean? It's the minimum. It's like the NRG. It's like the quick release thing. The minimum they do is they don't fall apart. They don't bend.
So like my thing for that is I wouldn't even notice it being bent. So it's still strong and thingy. But then when I saw it in a video, I was like, "Fuck me, that looks awful. How fucking pissed it is."
Yeah. But then your steering wheel. Is that's not the one that came on the car though?
No, so when Harley bought his E30, and he was swapping it, selling it, I found the receipt in the glove box.
Wait, he had the Jimmy Up one, didn't he?
Yeah. So I bought him
the wood one.
So when the first ever,
the one where he hand wrote them, he numbered them really badly.
Better than that. When it went live, I bought the first steering wheel, and it is 001. It is legitimately the first one. And I got one. Mikey messaged me and was like, "You were the first person to buy this."
I got one out of a swap once. It was cool.
It's fucking sick. And it's got like the gold painted. And he was like, "I don't think I'm going to do any more." 5,000 steering wheels later.
Super limited, bro.
Yeah, super limited.
Yeah, just.
But it's legitimately on the back #001.
Yeah.
First one.
I still really want a Vertex. Vertex wheel thing.
Yeah.
I just like the look of them.
They're really small though. They're 330 or 340 mils, really dished.
Right.
That's the only thing. So if you go back and watch Boy's video or Ali's video of Boy from the last STL, you can see how small the wheel is.
Yeah.
And like they do bigger ones, but just not in that style.
Yeah.
They're my absolute favorite wheels. I mean, I love a Nardi, absolutely love a Nardi, but like the Vertex one is just incredible. And
I think I would like.
I like the thickness of a Nardi. Yeah. Like they're not hugely, they're not chunky.
Yeah.
Which I quite like for drifting.
Dan uses 340s, which I always thought was strange because they have the thinner grip again.
Yeah.
And they're totally flat.
I don't know what mine is.
Yeah,
but
Dan uses a flat steering wheel, which I find
flat wheel with a spacer or no spacer and a thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what mine is. I like the way Dan's drove, and I copied that.
Yeah, it's a 340. I had a 320mm Nardi Ral E Raleigh steering wheel I got from an up garage for like 60 quid.
Mm-hmm.
That first trip I did to Japan, I just cleared all the Nardis out of an up garage.
Yeah.
Sold them while I was still in Japan for more spending money.
So good.
It was fucking
That's the way to
sick.
do it.
I don't know really what steering wheel I would want, because I'm not that massive a fan of all of the fan. I like the obviously the stitching, but I feel like you're just paying for that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get a Nardi again.
You wouldn't?
I wouldn't get a Nardi again. No, and that's not. There's not. It doesn't. The horn doesn't fit. And that's because of the NRG.
Yeah.
And I know that's my own fuckery, but
yeah,
it's like
but
I need that bit, and
That's
there
because
is
you're
no.
missing the ring.
Doesn't
which
ding.
ring?
Doesn't ding.
Which ring?
It
Because I made sure I put everything
man,
together
don't
in the
ding.
way it was supposed to.
So
it
either
didn't fit. And I was just like, I
either
don't care.
needs the ring. No, it needs the ring removed. So you probably have the ring in there. If you just take that wheel off the base.
I tried a
pop
lot
the
of
ring
different combinations of the things I had, and nothing would allow me
Why
to
do I
fit
feel
it
like I'm
at
back at
all.
work again?
Yeah, you're back at work.
I'm so,
These are
but
customers.
here's the
You're
thing.
eye
I don't
rolling.
care.
Yeah.
You're
I don't
eye
really
rolling.
I don't care.
The horn
I
doesn't
don't.
fit and it also doesn't ding. So
Yeah.
whatever.
I also don't. Yeah, I don't
Send it back.
Don't give a fuck.
It's been 4 years.
Crucially, I can put it on the car and it will steer the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I want
If
from a
there's a
steering wheel.
point, if there's a period of time where the steering wheel, not the rack or anything else or all the other shit, stop steering the car, I'll get in touch, right?
Yeah.
Although not with you,
Yeah,
it
not
would
with me.
seem.
Perfect.
P60CAST.
Yeah, please message me at
Thanks.
3 in the morning.
Cease and desist.
Do you know how many people have stopped messaging me now?
Oh.
It's actually glorious.
Can you
it's
sort me out with a discount?
It's never
please?
like my mates and stuff, because they can bother me anytime.
Yeah.
It's fine to an extent. But like it was always like
What's the discount
I met
code?
you at a Drift Pro event, and I see you work for. Would you like to sponsor?
I've seen you on LinkedIn.
You know,
So I always felt bad because I would ring up and I would, no matter who answered the phone, I wouldn't just go Fraser, but I would essentially go, is Fraser there? And they'd go, no, he's just a little bit busy. I'll go, no worries, I'll call back. No, not for any reason, but I just know that when I speak to you, you're going to go, I'm going to sort that shit for you. I can't do it right now, but if you give me a bit of time, I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
I say to you, don't bother ringing me, just chuck me a message on Facebook.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Which Fraser hates.
Used to hate, loves it now.
Yeah, loves it.
Doesn't give a fuck
Someone
now.
message me. Please.
Yeah.
Tell
But
me.
I feel like that, like, I don't know where the fuck I was going with that, but yeah.
We said the magic words P60CAST. It's fine. You guys got me
Yeah.
sacked. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, basically, we'd only ring Fraser to get things done, and now he's gone. No, that isn't
it's
the
not
case.
that. It was just that when it's kind of like the people that I speak to most.
No, you like to speak to your friends though as well.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
of course. And I have a relationship with you where
Yeah.
you have my best interest in heart. Where you don't have 400 other. Not saying
just
that you
digging
would
a bigger
prioritise.
hole here now. He's saying that
I am.
anyone else he rings there does
No.
not have his best interest.
No, that's
at
not
heart.
what I mean. I mean that when
I know,
I
that's how
speak
it
to
sounds.
Fraser, I speak to Fraser on a regular basis. I don't message Fraser and just go, "Can you sort me Driftwood
Yeah.
shit out?"
Yeah.
I go, "Hey man, how are you?" That's fine. That's good. We then stop talking, and then in a few weeks, I might need him for something else. I have a personal relationship
podcast.
with Fraser,
Come
as
2
well
hours
as.
north.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
drive 2 hours north,
And then we'll talk for 4 hours. Then we will start
we
talking.
We were discussing.
We'll be on 1 hour 20. That's good. That's all right.
Piss
Fine,
that.
that's reasonable.
Yeah.
We were
Piss
discussing
that.
you at Dan Pryor's thing.
Okay.
Just me and Alex. That's something
Yeah.
I want to bring up.
Okay.
STL2.
2.
STL2 maybe. Let's say it was STL2 when I camped with Lewis.
Yeah.
I had a bit too much devil's lettuce.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in my sleeping bag
Yep.
in my tent trying to sleep. And you were outside talking to, I think, Keenan. You know, they had the JZX 100. The green, the limey, watery green one.
Yeah.
And you were talking about JZXs for an hour maybe.
Nice.
And I had a panic attack because you wouldn't shut the fuck up. So I came out of my
I
tent.
think your words were a really uninformed conversation about
you were not sober. And
Oh,
you
okay,
were
so-
waffling, and it was
That's
all
me
like
standard shit.
JZX
Bollocks.
associated
Yeah,
words.
bollocks.
Yeah, R154,
Toyota.
J160. Yeah,
Larger
Four doors.
Sensible, big Sensible, bigger than Nissan Sensible.
Yeah. Single turbo, inline 6.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? VVTI.
Fringe words.
Oh my
Non-VVTI.
gosh,
Fringe words.
the Supra, the new Supra is basically a BMW.
So
Fringe words,
You were
NPC dialogue.
NPC dialogue. Yeah.
Because
You
someone-
overheard.
Side quest.
Someone who
idle
had a
conversation.
PC dialogue from a side quest. I thought you were in a fucking computer game.
What I heard was what happens when you walk off screen. This is the conversation. So
somebody who owns a Nissan who really wants to own a Toyota. Start trying to get new friends.
I was like freaking out, like not gonna be able to sleep, have this panic attack. So I got out and I was like, and I did like my best, like nonchalant walk, went to the toilet, sat there for an hour.
Wow.
Like freaking out, like
because of me.
Yeah. And then
you just don't know the effect you're having on people.
But this is the best bit for me is I came back after this hour that I'd been I spent an hour in the tent, an hour in the toilet, freezing cold Driftland toilets, 2 in the morning or whatever, and you were still talking. and I kind of hid round the corner of a car and watched because I was bugging out.
You were the one who pooed in the pits.
Absolutely not. Pit shitter, name and shame, pit shitter.
Are we allowed to name shame the pit shitter?
Well, maybe it's better for the mystery if we don't.
Yeah,
because people that know. So say his name and then buzz it out.
I could say anyone's name.
Pit shitter.
I could say anyone's name though, then, couldn't I?
But maybe you won't.
I'm not saying who the pit shitter is.
Colonel Gaddafi.
100% Gaddafi.
I don't actually know who the pit shitter is.
I just said.
It's Colonel Gaddafi. Gaddafi. Is he Gaddafi or Gaddafi?
Doesn't matter.
He's dead, isn't he?
Dead as fuck. What, you gonna do, gas me? I don't
dead
think so, brother.
Edie Amin.
Nah, mean. Right, left. Son.
Wait, is that from? Is that from Scary Movie?
That jacket is tight, son. Now run that shit.
Yeah, Christ. There's a film I've not seen in
you should rewatch those
20
films.
years. No, I shouldn't.
No,
Don't lie.
I've been rewatching them.
They're not good. They
good.
weren't good 20 years
ago.
They
ruined
now.
horror films for me though, because you now can't watch Scream because you're just like, oh, it's scary movie.
Do you know what? Yeah, and there's a lot of scary films I watched afterwards and went, oh no way, Scary Movie.
I don't like scary films. I actually don't like them.
You like Scary Movie?
No, do you know one film?
It's comedy. That technically Scary Movie is a comedy.
There are two films that I legitimately closed my eyes watching. Signs.
Yeah.
Because I was way too young to be watching that film, and I was like,
that alien walks past and goes, boom.
Yeah. And I was just like, everyone's watching it, and I'm like, shitbagging it. Yeah. And
Lego Batman.
No.
Star Wars Episode 1.
White chicks.
I closed my eyes throughout that entire film.
No, it was another alien-y film, but it was The Fourth Kind, I think it is.
Oh, I went to
where it's
see
like
that,
where it's like what the fucking hypnosis type filming, and it's the way, and that fucked me up big time. That fucked me up, and I went to watch it on a first date with a girl, and I spent the whole film like this.
Is that the one with the owl?
Yes,
the owl.
The owl.
The owls fucked you up.
Yeah, the owls fucked me up big. And the girl here, super hot. Anyway, girlfriend, wanted to be girlfriend at the time, was on a first date, and we went. She wanted to go watch this, and I'm like, oh, okay, aliens and scary shit. Oh, I'm sure I'm fine. I'm 6 foot, like big dude, whatever. I still watch this.
Looking at, oh, God,
and I spent the whole film. She sat here, and I'm like this.
Are you enjoying it?
Closing my eyes, and every single time I see the owl, I'm like, this is not going to be good.
The fucking owl.
Do you know, I opened my fucking eyes at the bit where the bitch is like fucking floating in the bed. I was like, I'm fucking done. Shitting my pants.
Yeah, that was I
don't think I slept for like 3 nights.
I think I'd managed to forget about that film entirely until now.
Fucking horrific.
It's the owl
bad.
thing.
I forgot about that film.
The dude put like trying to get rid of the fucking owl out the window, and it's just there.
Yeah.
In the way he recounts that, I'm just
and now, remembering that film, I remember there was a long period of time where I couldn't look out of windows if it was night time.
100%.
In case I saw a fucking owl.
Because that would fuck me up.
And then you drive down the A34,
and one would fly over you.
No, it was really weird. It would happen quite regularly, and lots of people would have this experience that you would drive down the A34 at night. If you're in a convertible, and for whatever particular reason you decided to put the roof down
really
at night. Well, people did. Cars did.
Called Alex Law.
With the left window doesn't go down, the right one does.
If you look up above you, and you're on your own, and there was no cars ahead of you, no cars behind you, or the other way around, you very often have a bird of prey, not necessarily an owl, but just following you.
That's
flying directly above. And it was I remember there's a video somewhere I took ages ago on an old mobile phone, and you're like this, what the fuck? And it's literally flying probably about 10 feet above your car.
Fuck me up that
and they follow you. And Carj had the same experience when he had that Astro.
That's the fucking aliens, man.
They're not aliens. They were birds.
Government drones. It's all a psyop.
Look at the peaks there, fam. Big peaks.
But that film legitimately fucked me up, and I know it's not real, but
no, I know. I think it's the psychological element of it.
Big time. It's too
shit, really. It's a bit like the people who went and watched Blair Witch Project. It was.
You know, they gave out little like pamphlets for that film. My parents went and saw it. And they came back with a pamphlet telling you that it was like a real story and stuff.
Oh shit!
To like to add to the mystique.
Wow.
See,
surely that's false advertising.
Well, I mean, it's a fucking story, though, isn't it?
It was the 90s. So
is that,
do what you want.
It's all good.
Can you? Is that
people were raping?
You can lie that.
Bill was doing all sorts of shit.
Bill was at it. I watched Paranormal Activity, right, the first one when it came out, on a laptop at home. Downloaded it illegally. Come sue me.
At night.
And like I watched
Kazaa.
It was pretty scary. All good, whatever. And then we went to see it in the cinema with my friends, and I was like, I've seen this.
I've seen this.
Got it, bitch.
Y'all is pussy.
Yeah.
And then so I'm sitting there watching it, and the whole film is the exact same.
Yeah.
Except for in the end, there's 3 or 4 different endings depending on UK, EU.
Really?
So we got to a point where I realised,
this is different.
I've not seen this.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna shit my pants.
Oh wait. Maybe I did, but it's fucking real.
Yeah. This really happened. See those films, right? Everyone gives them shit for being stupid, and they are pretty stupid if you watch them at home on a laptop.
Yeah.
It's a jump scare film.
But these films are fine if you go to the cinema with a big sound system and boom.
Yeah, something really shocking and jumpy.
But just watch it once. It's fine.
Yeah. No, see, I've never watched any of them because of the fourth kind thing. I can't watch them.
Yeah, but that's different. A jump scare film is different.
I don't care. I can't do it.
When I was younger, I accidentally watched Straw Dogs.
I've never heard of that.
It's like a Dustin Hoffman, I think, home invasion film. It's like he's an American who moves.
Dustin Hoffman is an American.
He plays American.
American.
And he moves to England with his English girlfriend, and they're in Wales, like deep dark Wales, and it's like
they start spelling things with Y's and 7 L's.
Wherever that place is.
A la go 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 at the end.
I like cock.
So they move there, and he's not local. The locals don't like him because like his girlfriend is from that.
He's American.
Yeah. And they've got like a flashy sports car and stuff, and so like the locals like basically turn them, have like a home invasion.
Okay.
And there's a bit where one of them gets himself in the fucking door of the house, and Dustin Hoffman like stops him and like smashes his head like with the door, and they used a watermelon with the wig on it, so chunks fly off. And picture little young Fraser watching this film just like terrified,
crushing skulls and shit.
Wow.
I've never heard of that.
It's a good film.
I've never heard of that.
On reflection, it's terrifying, but like it's.
But yeah,
it's cool.
Is it one of those films where the entire premise is based around that final moment, or like?
No, it all builds really.
Because I hate films like like everything that M. Night Shyamalan did in the early 2000s, late 90s, 2000s. They were great films, but it was like they were one-trick pony. You could only. And then the last one with the village, it kind of ruined it. But there were other bits, things like with Sixth Sense. There was like the thing about the colour red and things like that. You can rewatch and go, oh, there's that. But then I suppose that one's probably the only one that is rewatchable.
But then the Sixth Sense I could watch.
The Village is not watchable,
but
not watchable again.
No.
Like once you know the village, the twist in the Village, it's just like
it's ruined.
But even now, as 31 years old, I will not watch the film Signs. I won't watch it. I won't watch The Fourth Kind. I won't watch the film Signs.
I refuse to watch because Mel Gibson's a racist.
But I will not watch it.
Was he religionist? Was he an anti-Semite?
Yes, he was an anti-Semitic. He was an anti-Semite.
He got his dad on fucking.
I'm trying to think. Was he religious, or did he do the Passion of the Christ?
Did the Passion of the Christ? But I don't know if he is religious.
He is religious.
I don't know if but he was the director of that film.
He wrote and directed the Passion of the Christ, a story of a young Jewish man, and then he was anti-Semitic to a young Jewish man who was also a police officer in Los Angeles.
Have you ever seen the guy on YouTube who does the model diorama of Mel Gibson being arrested?
No, but that'd be fantastic.
No, and why the fuck have you?
It was one of those ones where like YouTube just gives you a video.
Okay. Do you know, I've woken up after like watching a bit of like Jimmy Oakes get a bit of LZ, and then it'll flip to like one of LZ's like year roundups that are just long, and you're watching it and you're like, I've seen bits of this, but then there's like a little extra content, and then before long it's like 1 a.m, you're falling asleep, and you wake up to some fucking
Mel
shit.
Gibson diorama.
And I can imagine because I've woken up to some stuff and I've just gone, off.
Yeah. Hopefully this isn't in my history and nobody's seen that I've seen this.
Well, you can tell YouTube anyway to like don't recommend.
Yeah.
This. If I leave a YouTube one, I have to go back and go like don't
recommend. Well, I've come up to like a bloke just in the screen monologuing, and I've not even listened. I've just gone off. Like his whole face is the screen, and on like 40 odd inches of TV in the pitch blackness at 4 a.m. or whatever, and it's just
like
working. Oh my fucking god!
It's the owls.
The fucking
owls.
No, you just end up on some weird shit.
M. Night Shyamalan did a load of other ones as well.
I love the weird YouTube hole stuff, finding the weird things. So just now, I was saying when we started, I'm watching.
I shown everyone in my office that, and all you hear now is when everyone goes quiet.
I spent an entire day working in your office, and all I fucking heard was that.
And not once was it me, and it's because one of the women that sits behind me, she has 2 lurchers, and basically,
what a weird dog.
We're all convinced there's some peanut butter and stuff.
Oh my goodness!
It's that kind of Jim because she doesn't know about. She just thinks it's a funny video.
That's fine.
Because it's racist towards white women.
I've been watching this Japanese guy who reviews ferries in Japan.
Oh yeah, you fairies.
Yeah, it's my absolute favourite just now.
This is your going to bed stuff.
Yeah, and he doesn't talk. It's just.
He doesn't talk.
It's just subtitled.
Is it just music, just gentle music in the background?
Not even really. It's just walking around. Do you know who does love bad ASMR?
Yeah.
Al's girlfriend Joanna.
Okay.
So she showed me ones that are like POV. It's like POV. You are a dead body being embalmed.
Wow.
But did you know there's a big massive market on YouTube of ASMR of like abusive boyfriend berates you.
Really?
Like mean girl at the Sephora counter.
Oh, there's some dudes jacking off to that sort of stuff. I mean, there's men on there that pay subscriptions for women to ring them up and just give them shit. But then, no, there's one where there's a service that a man rings and she just ignores it, and the woman gets paid.
Like, we were just talking about Belle Delphine.
Get off
to ignore conversation.
Yes, you get off.
I've been doing it for free. I've been doing that for free.
I could have been getting fucking paid.
Yeah, it's fucking mad.
There's people into that shit. I mean, there's people that are into fucking. I feel like she lost a lot of her fan base when she did legitimate porn, though. Probably.
Yeah, I do as well. I felt bad for that.
Yeah, it's now it's like you could just go watch it get fucked.
It's like when an underground band puts it to major level.
Yeah, of course, 100%.
Everyone just goes.
Yeah, 100%.
I like her more when she sold the bathwater.
Yeah, exactly. I like her more when she didn't show shit.
Yeah, there was
she's getting fucked.
There was some integrity there. No, it's unfair to say. I don't know. Yeah,
I feel like that's legitimately.
I feel more bad that she's now come back. Because it means that
she wanted to come back.
She if I wanted me to come back, I'd have
wormed it over your mum's chin.
When did I use that legitimately in a conversation?
You can't tell where you said that because you can't tell the full story. We'll talk about it afterwards. It was in Cheelhume in the dip, and it was discussing something with another driver.
Oh, was it a taxi driver?
You have to beep that.
No, I don't. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
but I'm glad
but you
that
cannot
I now
not say.
remember.
You cannot not say what he said.
Yeah.
You can't say what he said.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
We'll explain.
But anyway,
later.
Belle. So yeah, that means that she's run out of the
bathwater money.
Cash.
No, the bathwater money clearly was not paying the bills.
Well, she needs to invest that bathwater money because she would have earned some fucking money.
Diversify your
portfolio. Get a portfolio together.
She's done the fucking. And now she's run out of the fucking money.
I just don't think that I don't think the fucking hack was the answer. Really, she should have just kept going with what she had.
I think
kept people on that steady stream.
But I also feel like that must have been exhausting because
100%.
once you're aware of her, you either do one of two things: they either become entirely obsessed with her, or you completely avoid.
It's hard enough to keep up with the messages on Low Origin Instagram. And it's 80,000 people.
I know.
Times that by 1 million.
I can only imagine how bad the messages are.
Yeah.
Like
how exhausting.
Oh yeah, it's exhausting.
Well, yeah, no, I can actually imagine yours.
And then scale it up.
I can imagine also.
I can imagine paying someone to do it that point.
There's like
just off. Turn it off.
I saw Becky's messages.
Yeah.
Couple of messages.
I can imagine it's
there's some
gross.
fucking nutcases in there.
Oh,
she's such a nice fucking girl as well. Like she's so nice, so polite.
And but there was like one dude who just like messaged non-stop for like a year or whatever, and it was just like
night.
You're beautiful. It wasn't Toyota.
It wasn't Toyota.
Good night, sweet prince.
Good night, sweet prince.
Like just messaging like you're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful, like that kind of thing. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude, chill.
I mean, that sort of stuff happens like even just to regular girls, and then to be someone that's like on a platform, someone that's been on TV, someone that's really out there pushing content forward. That must just be unbelievable.
Dudes are so fucking weird, right? We went to Driftland last weekend.
I think we get the same ones. Go.
Yeah. We went to Driftland last weekend, so we borrowed a G80 M3, I think it is.
Yeah.
Really nice one, really fucking nice car.
Yeah. Just looks gross.
I actually started to like it.
I don't know what it was. I'm not. Do you know what? I love the back. I'm hard for everything about it.
Cool.
Oh, it's so good.
I actually didn't mind the front. But so we would be in petrol stations, and grown men would be like, and like I'm walking to the passenger seat, like I'm the princess in the passenger seat. Yeah. She is going to the driver's seat.
You are absolutely arm piece.
Yeah. I'm like a kept man at this point.
Yes, 100%.
And these dudes
happy
are going,
as well. Orange interior.
Yeah.
Gang.
And these dudes just going, all right, mate, how long you had that for? And I'd be like, it's hers. And they'd be like, really? I'm like, we're having this conversation as strangers in a fucking...
Yeah.
Welcome to 2023.
It's so weird.
Really?
And like, there was one set of guys at the services that were like, whose is that? And I was like, hers. And they were like, nah. And you're like, yeah, man, we let them drive. We let them have jobs these days.
We let them
vote.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I was like, how? But like, I would get it maybe if, well, maybe not. But maybe as a man, your assumption is like it's the dude's car or whatever. But like, she is jumping in the driver's seat. I'm holding my snacky snacks.
Snicky snacks.
I'm holding the water.
You've got the phone for the music and the snacks.
Yeah, and like, he's like.
It's a weird world we live in.
I imagine that probably gets old really quickly as well, and there's fucking nothing you can do about it.
No. What am I going to do? Stop a guy and go, excuse me, sir. Actually, it's her car.
Actually.
The weird thing about it is that there's such a strange dilemma there, because you don't want to be a white knight, because you don't need to be. It's just a very strange thing to be confronted with.
Just like...
Because you don't need to protect anyone that has that. It's just like weird.
Yeah.
In a bit.
Just real fucking strange.
You don't need to stand there and go, disgusting behaviour. You don't need to then get into a conversation. It's just like, cool, bro.
Yeah,
bye.
Cool, nice.
Yeah. Welcome to 2023.
And I feel sorry for any fucking woman who's trying to get into drifting, how fucking weird it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How fucking weird dudes can be about it.
You're thinking of that naked one that approached us, who was trying to get into drifting to promote more nakedness.
More naked, and I feel like it
peculiar.
was. Yeah, so
that was the opposite.
Right.
Yeah,
deserved.
She basically, yeah. That was odd.
Well, I mentioned it to my dad and my younger brother was there, and he was like, "Oh, do you want to watch her get fucked?" And I'm like, "Not really, no." I was like.
Drifting people are gross.
Her Instagram she had 1.3 million followers, and every single post was, I could see taint in every single post.
She was advertising it. There was like it was the Instagram there was to click the link tree, get on the OnlyFans, get the bonus shit.
And
which is fair enough. It is what it is. I think I'm not being funny. If I was a bird and I was good looking, I had the bits, I had the stuff, I'd be all over it.
But imagine if you're like a non-sexualized woman just trying to get into because you just like driving cars and stuff.
But then I feel like even if you weren't, you would be.
But then also it's kind of weird because it's also the same as like it becomes the selling point for somebody to be like, you should sponsor me, even if you're not at a level, you should be sponsored. Yeah. And I think the male equivalent is my son's 12 and he's into drifting. He's the youngest drifter. You should sponsor him.
Yeah.
If that's your only selling point, is like that they're a young person.
Yeah.
Strange, right?
They're a girl person.
I think it's because they're a girl. It's almost kind of patronising in a way, isn't it? It's because because you're a girl.
Yeah.
It's a bit. It becomes.
The weird thing is like you drive like a man as well.
Oh, where did we see that? Where did we see that?
Oh, shitty driftcast.
Yeah, like it
Circle. We're gonna say the name, and then they'll never acknowledge it.
I just feel that
we don't hate you guys.
I just feel like
Circle jerk.
It's just a very short-sighted thing. No, she just drives good. Yeah. And I understand it was probably meant as a compliment, 100% as a compliment.
It would have flown absolutely, totally fine. 25, 30 years ago, that sentence would have been completely fine.
And I know Colette has probably just gone, whatever, it is what it is.
Well, she was in the comments
yeah, she did. Okay. What alternative would she have had?
Exactly. Well, she's not going to fucking be
she's not stupid. Because she's not stupid, she wouldn't say a fucking thing.
However, I think it's... I'm not going to sit there and fucking white knight get into an argument with anybody about about it. It's just.
But that's what it looks
weird.
like.
Yeah, because if you start defending it, everyone will go, fucking hell, bro.
Yeah.
What do you want to do, sugar?
That's the thing. You just have to write those people off.
Yeah, of course. 100%.
Or maybe you guys don't, but I'm not affiliated that way. But like my other problem with not my other problem with that podcast. That podcast.
My other problem with that podcast.
Here's my list of problems.
Well, it's. Then I think I get the impression they're quite new to this, and by new I mean in the past couple of years. They all seem to be drivers or people who have been involved in a very recent respect. They might have
been around it for a while, like
late to the party.
Yeah, but maybe not. But like what I do think they're late to is like they do the clickbaity reels and stuff, and like we're making a big thing of like this, so you click on it, you see it, you've seen it now. Then they get upset when people are like, "That's fucking weird, man." You're like,
but that's what your game. That's what you're aiming for.
Play the whole game. Play the game or don't
just
play the
don't
game.
reply. If you want to be triggering, let the people go in. And just don't reply.
The process is make the recording, say some things that are antagonistic, trigger
clip
people,
that shit.
then clip it, post it, then people respond.
Don't
you then
acknowledge
respond to it. Either don't acknowledge it at all, which is the best way of doing it, or just live off the comments and the reach, or respond, but don't take yourself so seriously, man. I saw some of the posts, man.
Don't get upset. Don't get upset about it because you willed this into existence.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Of course. Yeah.
The intention was to trigger people.
But then this is the thing. I potentially think it maybe wasn't. It maybe wasn't.
It's extremely embarrassing.
Well, I just think that it's just been convenient because I think that the mentality around it was just that was a normal thing to say.
Do you know what I read their replies and stuff to you guys as? Two different people on one account.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
You know, where like you get one person who's like, "Nah, fuck you, bro."
Yeah.
Then one person is like, "Oh, actually, we're gonna, it's all just a thing," and it's like two different attitudes out of one place that doesn't work. But all that made me do was like look at the people's profiles that are saying the stuff and go, "Oh, I don't fucking trust the word you say." You've got the shark mouth on the side of your car, and
I know there's nothing more offensive than not understanding the cultural disgustingness of putting the flying tigers motif, a thing that you put on the side of aircraft that you flew to Japan,
murdered
people
on a Japanese car,
Japanese car.
But then also like
some fried irony.
That same car has got like the big,
literally,
you know, like the HGK cars, like Dean's car and stuff.
Yeah,
right? They're using the difference between. I think those kits look really cool on those comp cars. I think that was really good. The difference between like Dean's one, because he has a JZ and the engine's shorter, has like the regular bonnet, and then if you look at like Christas Bloop's one,
so the big fucking
and like the Swedish Drift Brothers, the other two that have got them, they have the big bonk bonnet cover.
Yeah,
it's just fucking horrific.
Yeah,
and then that dude with the flying tigers thing on the side of it's got the big bonk.
Nate,
because it's an LS. Is that his name?
His name is Nate. His name is Nathan.
I'm sure he's a lovely guy.
He's a lovely guy.
Sure. Do you know what? We've had interactions with him prior, and afterwards, and I feel like that everything's fine. I just feel like it's different.
Hey, we're not. We are small fry.
But you're allowed to say what you think about it. Fuck that, dudes. Or no.
But
if you want to have the outy opinion, that's fine, but just stick by it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Joe Rogan's not like sitting in the comment section just like, well, I didn't quite mean it like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Just say what you say.
For me, it needs to be. We've done the clickbait thing. Everyone's gonna watch.
Yeah, we're playing the game.
Don't respond. Just
we're playing
respond.
the game. You know,
let people go off on it.
It's like Donut Poop misspelt things in the video all the time
because
the engagement comes
What did I put? What did I put that long ago?
Did you do it on purpose?
Yeah,
because he says he does.
It had so many fucking people commenting on it.
You know, they're.
What the fuck? It was something really fucking stupid.
You'd written something like Z32 on a Z33 or something like that.
No, it was literally just a word that was totally wrong. Like I just put a stupid word and everyone like I regard it or something like that. Yeah. It was something really.
And there's like 100 fucking comments all saying the same thing. Like, Yes.
Thank
you for the engagement.
Yes.
Thank you for the reach.
Just like it's part of the game, right? If you're trying to play the game and do your living and or whatever,
I won't find it.
Then that's absolutely fine. Just do your thing, but be willing to live with it. You know what I mean?
Live with the consequences.
And like if you do fuck up and say something, like you're a human being, you can just say like, yeah, fucked up.
But
if you did it on purpose, you can't then be like,
yeah, that's the problem with. I don't know. I
It's strange, right? Because I think drifting is a difficult thing to have a podcast about, of just drifting, because everyone's got their own version. Yeah. Everyone's got their own thing of what's right and what's not right, and what I think the style is and what I think the style shouldn't be. Like we said last time, it's like the X Games versus Thrasher thing, right?
Yeah.
Same sport but different sports. You know what I mean? We can all have our different things. Like some people love like missiles and whatever, and some people love the car is just a tool and that's all it has to do. And next last thing, some people like really stylish cars and some people don't.
I found it. Who's exactly for 2023 instead of who's excited.
And that's it.
And that was it. And the comments are just ridiculous. Never been more exactly. Exactness on another level for 2023. Bare exactly. Yeah. I'm so exactly. Always exactly. Exactly. Yes, I'm exactly. Who was never read a post at Saule Del Rio.
I think I messaged you and was like, well played.
Yeah. So much exactly. Unbelievably exactly. Exactly. Very exactly. Could be more exactly.
When are you going to do the video where you're really like apologetic? Get GPT to write an apology for Saule spelling it wrong.
Yeah, spell it wrong the entire thing.
I was saying to Alex when you were inside earlier, I watched a video yesterday. Let me just finish that off with that Driftcast.
Oh yeah.
Go on.
Right. Do the thing. It's cool, but just embrace it. Like,
of course.
If
just
you're
love it.
Play the
Own
game,
it.
play the game.
Of course.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Whatever. It doesn't actually matter what anybody else thinks.
Oh, also stop. Like, stop. No, don't. I can't do it. Stop. Or we're having an FD driver on.
Oh, that was such a bad flex. Yeah, that was such a bad flex. Like, I am not interested in your FD drivers. Like.
Okay. Yeah. I don't.
But can you imagine?
It was said in such a sort of Wait.
No.
Let
me.
We're gonna have an FD driver.
Let me role play this to how weird this would be, right? So say you're the FD driver.
I don't give a fuck.
Say you're the FD driver.
Hello.
I'm. What did you say his name was? It was
Nathan.
I'm Nathan. Low Origin. They disagreed with us. What do you have to say about Low Origin?
Well, as an FD driver, I can tell you that as an FD driver, my opinion on Low Origin's opinions is irrelevant.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, we're from here. That means nothing. Here's an interesting one. Cool. Let's move on from that. What do you think Naoki's going to do in Drift Masters?
Nothing, probably.
Win loads, getting that V8.
No, I'll be honest. Stuff. I don't think he will. I think he. I don't think for one second think he's going to have a bad time.
No.
But I don't think that he's going to do well.
I'm going to say this. A lot of his driving, I've seen at tracks where you aren't doing 100,000 miles an hour.
Yep.
And Drift Masters tracks seem to be primarily between 100,000 miles an hour to a million, 100 million, billion,
warp
thousand
speed.
Warp speed.
Yeah.
Now, I don't doubt for one second that his incredible skills are transferable and he will absolutely walk it, but
I don't think he will walk it. I really don't.
It's not his back garden.
I think it could go. See, I also had the same thought first, but then if you ever seen the World Time Attack videos of him in that S15,
then this is
But I think he's probably, as a professional drifter, got the adaptation to be able to do
that. Just to go.
I think,
I know
I
what
think as long as he
do.
gets the support, like he has the right car and people over with him and stuff, he'll have a good old fighting chance. Mm-hmm. But you're also going up against like the European guys who like Visick and stuff, or Vicek or whatever, however you actually say it. I don't know. Peter. The Candyman. Like they have like infinite budgets for this.
100%, yeah. And it's almost like he's just going to watch him once, learn his entire technique, and then use it against him.
He's then gone on the Instagram technique.
Naoki technique.
He's gone.
Sanpatsu boy.
Plugged himself into that.
Yeah.
Matrix gang. I think it could be very interesting. I'm always interested to see how drivers stack up against the rest of the world.
Yeah, of course.
So like we know that Dean went over and beat the Americans, and Peter went over and beat the Americans pretty well. You know what I mean? Especially in that first season, they just like kind of walked
turned up.
3 seasons,
rock shit, in a bit.
They clearly walked. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean.
So tell that to your FD driver.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. Like, well, we've got an FD driver.
Yeah, the same 6 tracks you've been driving forever
on fucking ovals.
But you know, like, so we know how like Dean stacks up. We occasionally have had Americans over to Europe. But they never end up in the right car.
Yeah,
or
I don't think they
get
their
own car.
They don't get full potential.
Well, they all have the same problem.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Americans destroying right-hand drive vehicles with, and you know what? It's not their fault.
I think of Turk in the IS 300, the jet speed car.
I did exactly the same thing, so I can't.
So we don't know, like when Saito and was it Nakamura came over to IDC Global Warfare. No, it was Nishida.
Yeah, it wasn't
Nishida and Saito, and they weren't in their own cars that they were sending over.
Yeah.
We've seen what Saito did in America when he had his own car and his team and kicked off and he fucking smashed it. You know what I mean? But we've never seen like Dean in Japan. You know what I mean? To see how that weighs against the Japanese.
Or Dean in Japan in a car that isn't his.
Yeah, we've never seen like Naoki in the UK or Europe, with his own car and his people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're always, when the Japanese are
so
over.
So what's he going to be driving in Drift Masters?
I think it's the 13.
Okay.
I think it's the 13 because I think he's committed to this season.
His 13.
His 13.
The V8 one.
Yeah, the V8 one. Yeah, because that's like
the big turbo and like.
Yeah, because so it would either be that or the 15, but
power-wise, he will be in the right level for all the tracks. Absolutely fine, and I've no doubt there's something different about the Japanese drivers though, that like I saw with Hibino. So we had Hibino at Drift Pro Championship.
Yep.
Brands Hatch as like he just came and did like the practice session for getting the car ready, and because Martin was looking after the car, so just to make sure everything was working before Goodwood. So he came down, and he wasn't competing or anything, but just during the practice session, he went out behind people, and so Jay at Driftworks had warned me that when Taniguchi came over the first time, he basically went on like a sightseeing bus around the track once, jumped in the HKS car and just obliterated the whole track. Just
nailed it entire time.
Hibino got dropped off when we were midway through the track walk. We do a track walk in the morning every single time.
Yep.
Judges can just tell you where to aim for, what to do.
Yeah.
And then Hibino turned up late in an R34 GTR, just by Andy Barnes, biggest flex.
Yeah.
Jumps out with his translator from Liberty Walk, and he just joins on the end of the queue.
Yeah.
The translator's kind of pointing about bits to him, and then he jumped in that 4-rotor F15 and obliterated the track.
Oh yeah.
Like, it was insane.
I do remember thinking, aggression-wise, it was head and shoulders.
Yeah, massively
above. And I remember thinking, this is money, and then it ain't my fucking car.
Yeah, they're gonna pay they're gonna pay the bill.
Suit a bit, boys.
But like that's the difference, I think, with drivers when they can just jump and adapt and just smash it.
Yeah.
But that comes from being a driver who's done drifting for 35 years.
Yeah, 100%.
So like a Taniguchi who's done drifting for a long time, but then is also a GT driver.
Yeah, but has also driven so many different cars, so has that immediate adaptation to it.
People who can jump into cars and just work out straight away, there's no adaptation time. I'm really bad for, not as a drifter, jumping into a car, not being comfortable for a long time.
Not even know where the fuck shit is.
So like, I think that's the difference. So I think Naoki, I imagine, being a professional level driver, a champion in Japan, multiple champion, can jump in a car and smash on with it, you know what I mean? But maybe not. You don't know it, but you don't know what the skill level is compared to a Peter. Or like any of like the.
That's what makes it. That's what makes it fucking exciting.
But there's also and that's why they've got him. Because
there is an element of that. I mean, you've got to be knowledgeable, and it's not just the driver being able to adapt to it. It's like the team being able to make sure that the car has
everything around
the right ratio, because that can fuck everything.
Yeah,
when you're driving at 400 million mile an hour, if you're in the slightly wrong ratio,
gear.
but you're losing speed because rather than being foot flat, still accelerating in fourth, you're now at the limiter in fourth, and that car in front has gained.
Yeah, but some people do. I remember watching Dean at Anglesey Matsuri in the low brain PS.
Yeah,
and again, it felt like of the 100 odd, there was a lot more than that 100 odd plus cars that I'd seen that day. That was just so fast, so aggressive.
You're seeing something different.
He's so completely different,
just in our car.
Completely different car. And as far as I'm aware, that was the first time he'd ever driven. He literally got in, did a BDC wiggle, and then just kicked the fuck out.
Nothing fell off.
Yeah.
Nothing fell off. Gone.
Yeah, but I feel like James didn't even do that in a Micra.
Yeah.
At Three Sisters.
Three Sisters.
Like,
just
you know.
But
this is the thing. Okay, so you've got Nakamura coming over to do Drift Masters. And that's great.
I think that'll be the biggest fucking challenge, really, because it's...
Well, yeah. And then I'd like to see Dean in Japan with his support, his own support in his own car. That'd be great.
Yep.
And then, you could feasibly create, once you've pitted everyone who, you'd say has a damn good fighting chance of kicking the shit out of each other, you could feasibly go, right, let's do a World Series.
Let's have Mortal Kombat.
Let's have Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. But it's like the Russia, when he was in Russia and they were all like, he's run away scared. No, bro, there's a war on.
Yeah, guys are the best.
What about the war?
There's a team. There's Russians want us to go over to Sochi and drift over there at one of the best events I think I've ever fucking seen. Grounded events on Instagram. If anyone wants to have a fucking look at it, it's on like one of the
I'm going to check this recording.
Sochi ski resorts, but it's all like Togue. But it's a arranged event.
Well, some of the best mountain drifting you see these days is Russia. Right?
Yeah,
on
Instagram, and it's so. And then like in the night when all the events actually finished and closed down, I think they just go mental.
See, I was interested in watching the Dean and Russia thing because to see how their drivers stack up. Because I don't know any of the drivers other than Chip Chen.
I think there's a lot of very good, but there's also like a lot of shit. It's like the BDC. It's like
it seems like
it's like a lot of shit.
There's a lot. It's like Saudi sort of stuff where there's some guys who are like Ahmad Daham and stuff in Oman. They're like top end, and then there's a bunch of bits below.
People having a go.
People who have the money to go and commit to it. Yeah. But like, I don't think the Russian thing was fair. Did you watch any of the Dean versus?
I saw some bits of it, but
there was one of the runs where I think it was Chip Chen did not finish the run and beat him.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I saw this on. This is one of the
things I saw
video, on Facebook. Yeah.
So like I don't know what the thing was, if they brought him out there so they could be like, oh, we beat him, and he's. Yeah. I think it's safe to say he's the best in the world. Like,
I think you confidently say that James.
The only unknown is Japan. To see how that would lay up.
But when you've won everything else, I feel like Japan is only the tick in the last box. Kind of.
But they
That's the point. Where do you go from there?
Yeah, well, just go start drifting in space.
Go and do rallycross.
Well, he's done rally a bit, hasn't he? Recently.
Him and Kali Rovanpera are friends because Kali Rovanpera does Drift Masters. As well. Like just the WRC champion, just does it. Imagine like
for fun.
Imagine 20 years ago, Colin McRae just entering BDC.
Do BDC,
you know what I mean? Just having to go.
But he was passengering in a rally car very recently, wasn't he? On his.
Colin McRae wasn't.
No. He's dead.
Mate. The Kali Rovanpera thing is really funny because he's really into drifting.
Yeah.
But the thing that I've noticed with rally drivers and other motorsport drivers when they come over to drifting is a lot of them can nail qualifying runs really well.
Yeah.
Put car to point A, B,
where
C,
they need
D.
to be.
But then when they get into battles, it becomes a bit more, a bit harder. But Kali Rovanpera was one of the first ones I saw that was like, oh, he can actually chase as well.
Yeah, there's obviously a very obvious difference between being able to follow, dictated positions.
It's a bit like stunt driving, you know what I mean? Like,
and then needing to really get close and understand what that car's going to do.
But
when it transitions and moves and where you need to be.
It took me probably a year and a bit to work that bit out. I can't do the other bit, but the bit where you work out how to chase someone, close.
That's probably,
I actually find that easier.
Alex almost knows like what I'm gonna do before I do.
Yeah,
like,
but
he knows
you.
That's you. But I think you have that a lot.
But you have to.
You could chase anybody and kind of know where.
Have a good idea
because you do literally. It doesn't become blurry, but like your brain decides that fuck all else is important.
Yeah.
And actually, it's well easy when you've got two things doing the same speed. You're controlling the speed, and all you've got to do is fuck all the other things. I have in the past had big crashes, relatively big crashes, where I've just followed the other person to the
clean
death.
Off, yeah.
And
Tom and Brandon are good for that. One goes flying in, the other one's just coming with him.
I found some really good.
We got this, brother. Thelma and Louise between two cars.
Yeah.
That's true friendship, right?
Yeah, that is.
I will follow you off the cliff.
I found some
ride or die.
I found some footage of them driving it.
Family.
At Dory Fest, and Tom gives it a big fucking kick, and Brandon's in with a big old kick, and I'm like, where the fuck are you boys going? Where the fuck are you? And there's a brilliant bit, and I actually put it. I put it in the story, and you see, it goes just out of view. You see a red S13 come off drift, go straight here, out of shot, and then Brandon and Tom both sideways, which can only mean they either drove and crashed through, which didn't happen clearly because they come back into the shot. All of this S13 took evasive action.
Got out of the way. I was like, fuck this. Fuck this.
Fucking atrocious. But yeah, anyway.
Love it. I'd be very interested to see how Naoki does in Drift Masters.
Yeah.
I'm also very interested in Drift Masters. I think they present themselves a lot
massively
better
well.
It's the best. It's the most watchable one in the world.
100%. It's got that entertainment factor.
FDJ is boring. It's got the same problem that FD has, where there's a lot of talking and downtime and stuff and all that. D1GP, exact same. FD bore. And then Drift Masters is.
But being a part of like one of those events, obviously at the LZ Festival and the Invitational, it was like everything is run clockwork. Yeah. Everything is for the people. But everything is for the crowd. Yeah. Everything keeps the crowd engaged.
I've only been to 2 Drift Masters events. One was the French one Martin did, and then the German one. The German one, if you want to go to any of them,
that's the one with the mining. Yeah,
it
looks insane.
That actually, if you look at it, the layout, it's basically Rockingham.
Yeah,
it's Outer Paddock,
basically Rockingham.
Basically, but that's really cool because you can watch, and just like the cars are there to you. There's a level of like some tracks just lend themselves to spectators way better.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, some just fucking suck.
I think that's got a real like a story and a build up to it, and it's such a weird it's a perfect place to have an event like that.
So like to get to the track, it's like a mile and a bit down this road. And they have a tram that runs between back and forth. So Martin had this mechanic mixture who had it was a petrol powered scooter, and thing was so fucking fast. Like you fall off at your brake and shit.
Yeah, big time.
And I had to go back to the car to get something. I can't remember what it was. And I was like, "Can I just borrow that?" Yeah, no problem. And I'm ripping off, and I'm racing this tram. This people
screaming,
hats flying off and stuff. I'll get that in a minute. And I'm looking over these people in the tram, and they're just staring at me like, "What the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on?
Where is your TFU stamp?
Tooved.
Is it ready for the tube?"
But yeah, I almost fell off this thing at like fucking 40 miles an hour. Jeez, so fast, so scary.
I think that I'd like to go and watch there. I think maybe not this. Maybe
is the one in Poland in
stadium.
In a stadium. That for me is the one that looks like if I got I would never be, but if I was a driver and I got invited to that, I'd be like,
big time.
Oh, you've brought me here to die.
Yeah, well, it's like a gladiator.
It's so tight.
Yeah,
it is.
But
so tight, so technical.
Last year's one was like the worst end to a season ever. Because they'd laid on you tarmac, and then it rained for the first time, and the tarmac just ejected the water.
All the shit.
So it became an ice rink. So really bad way to end the season. Not really their fault.
I always think about watching arena drifting. It was Martin with his just the car just goes in a bit.
So that round,
unbelievable. Finesse.
I watched that.
Finesse.
We watched that in fact at Driftworks on a Saturday. I brought my Xbox down, and a bunch of us all came in because we had Larry Chen over photographing the cars and doing the video for his YouTube channel, and we kept having to like walk away and like abandon Larry to watch Martin's runs and then come back to him. That layout goes on forever because you get to the end of it, do a turnaround, and come back
through the smoke and all the bullshit.
Yeah, and like as you go around that last ring, all the fireworks go off every time. That's fucking wild. Like, can you imagine trying to get that in like Wembley or something? They would be like, get the fuck
out of this.
That only exists in Poland.
You can tell. I can tell. There's no insurance.
No, there is, but it's just some man going, "You want to do what?" Oh, okay, that's fine.
So so Martin's mechanic Simon, I phoned him at that round, I think it was, or maybe it was the year before, I can't remember which one it was, and Martin was out at this point. I think he'd gone out quite early because like it was such an intense, and the Polish drivers brought it for that event. There was that guy who took Dean like one more time, like a bazillion times, like it was never ending. It was fucking incredible. And so I'm phoning Simon, and he's at the arena, and I'm like asking how it went and stuff, and all you could hear is people stamping their fucking feet like it was a football match.
Yeah.
And I was like thinking, like, this is fucking drifting you're watching.
Yeah, it's
and they fucking loved it. You know what I mean?
But it's like it takes me back to next level vibes, like that first one, and you've got people. It's like almost like it wasn't as obviously as ridiculous as Group B, but when people are stepping over the barriers and they stood on the grass,
but it was getting that way. It was getting
dark.
But did Dan probably not run that guy over?
Well, Dan didn't personally.
The guy in the car did just run a photographer over.
Yeah, but that did happen.
That was the year afterwards. But the first year, it's like it was shocking.
Joyce told me about
crazy
that. Like the good to go flag and the stop flag were the same colour.
The same colour. And there was a fire truck there that had no water in it.
Which they find out.
Don Musk's car caught fire.
They found out. So they're like, "Oh, Don Musk's car on fire." They're like, "Don't worry, dickheads. We've got ourselves a motherfucking fire truck."
What do you think? It's empty.
And you see it going over, and there's like
it just parks up next to it.
It looks like there's like 10 kids hanging off the side of it, and it's all the organisers. And they get over to it, and then they're like all looking at it and go, "Right. So which one of you is a firefighter?"
Yeah.
And then they work it out.
YouTubing fire.
And then you see this car is getting more and more on fire, and you see this fucking like dribble of water comes out the back, and then that's the end of that. They're going, "Oh, it's empty." It says it's empty, and then everyone just stands around doing this like
everything about that. God. Everything about that was like beautifully like enough to be safe. No one died.
No one died.
But
yeah.
On the line.
You're initiating up the hill, blind corner. At some point, I was in fourth when I was really getting the circuit right and building up into the corner, so everyone on the fucking hill was like, "This is fucking sick." Dirt dropping, one wheel.
It was a good track, that.
And that's where people entered the track. So people turned. So maybe 100 yards. That's where the pit entry and exit was. Yeah. There's one man with a flag that you can't see in the dark.
No.
There was the same colour as the go and the stop. And then half of the track was half of the track was coned off. Yeah. So they made it even tighter.
Oh yeah,
thread through.
Thread through. You're also
queue of cars waiting to get off the track. So I'm fourth gear, dark. Like this side is just hit the ground because it's gone off the edge of the track. Shit. Crowds of people on the circuit, on the grass, and the queue of cars to leave, and cars driving at 3 miles an hour to join the track.
Obstacles everywhere.
It always reminds me of that the footage of Ty nearly being killed by Hurt.
Yeah.
On the corner.
On the bit that you weren't meant to drift.
He's filming like this.
Don't drift this bit.
Like, look at this. Here's fucking Hurt. Oh, there's fucking Hurt. He's got smack. And then Ty just turns the camera on and he's like, you can tell he's like,
fucking hell.
He has that realization. Yeah. I nearly died.
Yeah. Like, look, this bit you don't drift.
Yeah. They were saying, don't drift this bit.
You go through the fence into a river.
Everyone drifted that bit.
Yeah.
Everyone drifted that bit.
It was come round that hairpin and then don't drift the straight, don't drift the 90, don't drift the wall.
Saul, I feel like we've been living 2018
we have
for like 5 years.
We have.
Oh god.
We still will.
This is your purgatory.
The problem is things are now getting so fucking expensive that I don't ever feel like it might get back to that point. It may, but
I'd like it to.
I 100% would, and I'm going to do everything I possibly can to.
No, I think everyone that's kind of down on drifting in the UK at the moment, it's totally acceptable, it's understandable. But I think ultimately, every while there's a dip.
Of course, yeah. There's going to be some.
You know, like. I think we will come out of it because I think anybody.
Can we make our cars worth $3,000 again?
No, listen. No, there's.
That's the thing.
Without the shit times.
I want to be able to crash the fucking thing.
Yeah,
and not worry
without
about
the shit times, there's never gonna be the good times. If there was always good times, it was just.
No, I know, but fundamentally, it comes down to this: can I? You know, it's like, oh well, if you take it out of the equation, like if you're gonna crash the car, you're gonna crash the car. It's so that you can do it again. So if you forget that right now it's probably a 15 to 20 grand asset, in order to do it again, you want to replace the shell. Well, that shell isn't going to cost you $1,000, $2,000.
We're better off than Dan, though. At least the 14 shells still kind of come up for reasonable money.
I guess worst comes to worst.
Even caged and shit.
But then that's it. You're out of it then. If you can't afford to reshell or what have you, then
at this point right now, if I crashed the car to the point at which it needed reshelling, I would struggle massively to get it back out inside a year.
I'd put all of that in there.
I think I would buy a GT86.
And I wouldn't do drifting in it.
Or a 350.
Yeah.
And I would swap everything in. And I
put Flying Tigers down the side of it. I'd
put an bonnet bulge.
I put an LS6 in it. Yeah, put an LS6 in it. LS1, whatever.
Chassis-wise, I think I would probably get out of Nissans.
Yeah.
What is
I don't know.
What is the cheapest car to go drifting in now?
None.
Is it an E90 diesel?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
1,500 quid for
do you know what? I've not laughed as much as in my life as Adam's E46 diesel.
That was really
terrifyingly fucking hilarious.
It's a great looking car as well.
Yeah.
Have you seen the video of me, Saul, and Ty scream laughing?
But like, the thing is, anything can be made to look fucking good.
Yeah,
and it's like
it just takes
it's because there's so many.
Effort.
It's because there's so many bad ones. Like I see footage of. I'm not going to name the events, but you'll see an event where it's primarily just E46s, E36s. They all look dog. No, I wouldn't. I know. No, but I was going to not name them.
No, but you can bleep it out.
I can bleep it out.
They know who they are.
Anyway,
no, it's fine. It is what it is.
These events, and I see them, and I'm like, I don't want to go to that event because I don't want to take my car there, and for it to be, and not I wouldn't mind, I don't drift with them. That's fine. It's that I don't want my car to be this fucking veneer in a mouthful of rotten teeth. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's what it looks like. It's like, what's the fucking point in it being? Yeah. So like.
You're still finding dust from Norfolk.
I am, yeah. So and I think, well, if you've got, I remember I saw one E36 at one of these events. I was like, that actually looks really nice. It was like a nice stock body, good fitment. Mm-hmm. It looked nice. It was clean. It was polished. Someone had given a fuck about it. And I thought, you don't even see it. You don't even see it because it's just another BMW that's been grouped together with a load of fucking trash bag E36s, E46s. It's unfair.
Even those are geting really, really expensive.
Insanely expensive. Yeah. For what they are. Yeah.
So there was at that Winter Drift Series, the KD Customs one. So Becky's doing that because it's actually it's like a 300 brake. Like cap, no semi slicks and stuff.
Yeah.
So like,
nice.
It's a fairly
There's a good idea.
Yeah, fairly even playing field. You know what I mean? More about the control of the car.
Yeah.
And whatever.
Yeah.
And like,
instantly 350Z.
350s, most BMWs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're fine. And like, there's a lot of bad looking cars because it's kind of like the locals have quite a lot of the rough ones because they're there all the time.
Yeah.
If they were S13s, it'd be Mayhem. You know,
You know
what I mean?
Yeah.
So their cars work all the time, so you can't really give them too much shit.
Yeah.
And there was a really nice E36 4-door there that had like I think a JR29 to the Kwame rep and stuff, but it was pretty simple.
Yeah.
Because actually, BMW made all the best bits for them, just the sport stuff, and it's fine.
Yeah.
It goes for all of them, right? Or you get the kits, like the Huxley ones or whatever.
Yeah.
It's fine. If you're into the kit stuff, they're there. And like, it's actually really easy to
make them look good.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jimmy's car, Jimmy Oaks, is red E36. M Sport stuff.
Yep.
And cool wheels.
So simple.
Yeah.
Not even low, not nothing. It's not got anything stupid over the top. It's painted in stock colour. M Sport bits. Good car.
Yeah, fine. Just leave it alone.
Finished. Looked great.
The problem with the BMW thing is a lot of people spend money to make them look worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Taking bits off.
Yeah.
Or like free
100%.
mods. You know what I mean?
What's free? I cut this bit off and make it flat
Yeah,
floor. Add some steel lying around.
Yeah, it's fucking strange. It's very easy, and you don't have to be like totally style obsessed. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, 100%.
But it's just like making it worse than stock is so dumb.
That man with the E90, that was it Matt Stevenson's old car or something? The Bash Bar boy.
The road train vehicle.
Yes, the one that looks like it's got rhubards on the front of it. Yeah, it's the worst. It looks like it's straight out of Mad Max.
Yeah. You running into many cows on
I
the
don't
way to Three Sisters?
It's like I'd love to tell you why that for me makes me want to fucking vomit. I find it so offensive. It's so offensive. I can't
money
even tell you
to
why.
make it so much worse.
Tell you why I hate it so much.
None of those bits were free. You
No,
know what I mean?
he's made that front end look that way because he likes it.
Yeah.
Which I'm all for. Make your car look however the fuck you want it to look, just not like that guy.
It's terrible.
It's fucking gross.
We're such hypocrites.
No.
Comes down, we are.
You've made it
it's
worse
okay
by
to be a
removing
hypocrite.
the bumper off. Right, so the style for style's sake, it's so much harder to do what he did than just to make it look good with the stock bumper.
Yeah.
You put the stock bumper on, it looks so much better.
Because I think in his head he thinks, oh well, I'm gonna get on people's doors, or I'm gonna be in close proximity to other cars, so I need ram bars or something.
I'm also gonna go.
I want to make sure I kill someone.
I'm gonna hit a lick after this. So.
Yeah, no. Why would you have it on the front? Like I've got the stock headlight. Those are the headlights my car was sold with.
Yeah.
I've got the wings, the bonnet, the bumper, the glass. Everything's been replaced apart from the headlights.
I just don't know what he's crashing into.
Which means I've never smashed into someone or something front on it. I mean, I have hit tyres, but the lights survived. But like, I've never in 12 years needed
Bash
ram
bar.
bars.
Bash bar.
Maybe that's because I'm a shit driver.
No, but there's like if he went nose on, if he went nose on into like a tyre wall, it's going to go through it.
Yeah, it's just going to push everything back.
It's going to push everything back.
Yeah, it just seems like you've made a solution to a problem that didn't exist.
I can almost understand like having
and if anyone fucking says that that's it's a bumper bar to support, it fucking isn't. There's no chance.
No, it's a bumper bar that's then had bits on it and then a snow shovel like Mr. Plow.
That's what he does at the weekend.
The Simpsons, Mr. Plow.
Yeah,
Mr. Plow. I could almost understand like
it's Mr. Plow.
a side.
No, all of it.
Almost.
Hate it.
I mean,
I
wouldn't. It would look awful.
It doesn't exist, but if you had something like here or whatever, because that's the bit that might get knocked off on a transition, right?
Yeah.
It would make a bit more sense. But actually,
look awful.
Yeah, I just don't get why you've paid money to make it worse. Than standard.
Hey, but people look at my car and think it looks shit.
I don't think anyone does.
They would ask me the same question.
Yeah.
Why have you paid money to make it look shit?
You know, we had a guy.
This was stock. It would look beautiful.
We had a.
Said nobody ever.
We had a guy ask. One of the Rocky BDC rounds a long time ago. Like in the last 4 or 5 years. Asked like, what did he say about the Driftworks cars? It was like, they just don't look like drift cars because they're so low. And I was like, oh, you come full circle.
Yeah. They don't look like comp cars, is what he meant.
Yeah.
So strange.
We're now in a
world coming at it from that, you'd realise then that it tells you how long somebody's spent into this.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, you can always date them. You know when they got in.
Yeah.
You can't
date them.
You can't date them. They're too young. But it's weird when you hear somebody.
This as well.
It's weird when you hear somebody say it, right? That they're just like, they're just a bit too low, and you're like, yeah, but the point was kind of always to make them really low and then make it work still.
Yep.
And it might not win a thing, but it makes it work, like doing the best with it, because then that person wins something. It's like,
don't do something because it's easy.
Do you remember when
do something because it's difficult?
Do you remember when everybody kicked off with the first final boss? I think it was the first final boss when it was invite only.
Yeah, because they couldn't get in.
People were like, yeah, fucking stuck up cons.
Yeah.
And the next year, cars looked
better. Everyone's cars looked
and then the third year, total strangers had like made their
cool
cars look really nice, and then the STLs and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. An entire generation of people, like the Toms of this world,
built up on it.
Starting going like, yeah, I want to make my car look like that.
I would drive those dudes.
I want to drive those guys. Those cars are sick.
Because remember how there was a big bunch of like, well, what I would now recognise as sick-looking cars. But at the time, maybe it was a bit stuck up about like all the slip wheel stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like at the time, it was kind of like these fucking. Well, they did say some weird stuff. Or the one dude said some weird stuff, and whatever that is, it is what it is, right?
Did he?
They're back into drifting now. They're back in the loop.
Remember he said that thing. If you don't know,
back in the loop.
They're
back in the loop.
Yeah. Remember that stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy to make fun of, right? But when you look at it, like everyone made their cars look low and cool and sick, and I'd rather take a field of that over trashy 36s and 46s. And
for me, like I mean, we've been and seen the comp stuff. It's great. It's fantastic. It serves.
It's got its purpose. It's the X Games Thrasher.
Exactly.
We've been through it a million times. However, there is nothing more appealing than walking in and seeing that. You're like, oh my fucking god, what is that?
Yeah.
Like,
what is wrong with that?
No, but it's like the age-old question of, does that even fucking drive?
Yeah.
You know, sure. Oh, is it on airbags? Do you raise it up to drive it? No, as it is.
I enjoyed getting tagged when we were at LZ Fest. We got tagged
stance
repeatedly, going, "What is this doing in the pits? This looks like a stance car." Like, oh god.
I mean, Aaron's obviously the cars are part there. Aaron's fucking first little bit to the video was, surely this car's not going to be competing this weekend.
Well, you're right about one thing.
It isn't going to be competing. It's not going to be competitive.
It's not going to be competitive.
Yeah.
You look at halfway hangs. And like every car's fucking fully sick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
oh god, yeah.
I saw a car. I think Ty posted it, or maybe Mez posted it. It was a dude with a 15 that had the Supermade body kit on it, and it made me realise I fucking love Supermade stuff.
Supermade's not
when it's done in a
good wheel fitment and everything, and
super shiny gloss.
Yeah.
Good fitment.
Who was your mate that had one?
Ed Coley.
That's 14. Is it Struggle?
Yeah, Struggle.
Yeah, Struggle.
Zenki 14.
That car, when you look back now, it's like, it's a bad boy kit when it's low, it was good.
Yeah.
Same with the
I preferred it when it was Vertex, but Supermade still.
I'm the biggest Vertex.
But Supermade on that car, fantastic.
It looks fucking super.
So
it's not been done as well as that was done.
No, I don't think it has.
No, nobody touches it.
And what was that? That was made by.
It's
Mitch,
a very
built
difficult.
By Mitch at Drift Garage.
Drift Garage, yeah.
Not Garage D.
No, Drift Garage.
Is
it like Derby way?
Derby.
Nottingham way?
Yes, Derby.
Yeah, Derby.
I think he's quit now. He's not doing it anymore.
Oil rigs, I think, isn't he?
I don't know.
Builds oil rigs with Supermade kits.
Some shit. Yeah,
cool.
Probably. But yeah, it's such a very nice, simple. What everyone always forgets about Struggle's car was that was stock power.
Yeah, stock power.
It was a stock S14.
Car. Yeah,
and it was just so happens that Coley could fucking pedal it.
Yeah,
he's a cunt. But he was a really fucking
good cunt.
Real good cunt, but an incredible fucking driver.
Nobody wants to put that kit on the car anymore.
No. Strange, isn't it? It's got its place in history, and almost no one wants to do it.
Coley got that from EPR.
EPR.
And just like a lot of things from EPR, he would just sell them, and instead of copying them, like
keeping the master, he just sell the master at one point, thinking it was a copy kit.
And it's like D-Max Type 3. There was an entire container of D-Max Type 3, and then it was all gone.
Yep, didn't bother keeping a copy or a master or anything, just sold the lot.
What do you mean? Just sold the lot.
But like, there's not enough variation, I think, which is weird because.
Well, we're not destroying them anymore either.
If I was a 20 grand S14 owner,
Imagine.
10
times what I bought it for.
So if I was a 20 grand S15 or 14 owner or 15 owner, whatever, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't want the same kit as everybody else.
No, I know.
I love Vertex,
yeah.
you know, but if everybody has Vertex, I'm not going to do it because Phil's done it better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or whoever has Vertex bits, they've done it already. It's fine. But like when there's cool stuff like that, it's like just go get it. You know what I mean?
Do you know what I want? I want a tack line for 14.
Attack line. So
yeah,
is that
that's
the Raijin front?
This is the wild one. It's
with all the bullshit. Oh, good God!
That's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot.
Like it's got like.
There's a lot happening there. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff there to throw up a bank. Jesus
Christ!
Like it's like what my car is now, but it's
the
even
Liberty Walk front.
It's fucking garish as fuck.
That Liberty Walk kit on the 15 because Martin had Habino's car.
I mean, you can stand on the front.
Yeah, but how many people did stand on it?
It was so fucking wild.
Look at that.
What's the really cool one they do? Is it Stylish Line?
Racing line.
The one that everyone has is the Racing Line kit.
Yeah, that's not the one I started.
But it's a great looking
I consider this kit. This is the D-Max Type 3 kit, right?
Yep.
This kit, as good as it is.
Yep.
This car doesn't look as good as it did on the other D-Max Type 3 kit. It's exactly the same kit, and I can't tell you why. It's no different. I think it's the livery. I think it's maybe the wheels. It may be a lot of things, but like some element of it isn't quite the same, and it sits in a slightly different way.
Doesn't have the fucking...
doesn't have VSXXs.
VSXXs on it.
I should just go VSXXs.
I just searched for S14 Stylish.
We should ask...
And look whose horrible car turned up.
That's not even fucking Stylish Line. That's M Sport.
Yeah, exactly.
It is, yeah.
It doesn't matter though because it's got it in the thumbnail. It's literally next to an M Sport. Have you seen Josh from Juicebox's S15 on M Sport?
Yeah, it's fucking
it
gangster.
looks like
so gangster.
It looks like
it's
what's
great
his
car.
name's car.
It was on. Was it on Speed Hunters? It was on Speed Hunters.
Yeah. What's his name? Did it? Where's Joshy?
On Motor Mavens.
This is the bread debacle on it. The blah.
The blah.
The blah.
Oh yeah, we talked about that last
Yeah,
time.
we spoke about that last time. The blah. The water
blah.
for blah.
Yeah, look how good that looks.
This is a terrible. This is a terrible segment for.
I reckon that's
audio.
Yeah, for audio. Sorry, audio people. Don't listen to the audio of this. Go to YouTube.
Go to YouTube's
and watch our beautiful faces,
good.
which are probably
it looks like
not recording.
Beautiful.
Let's have a look.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's still recording. Look at that. That's very impressive.
That was pretty funny how we went for 4 hours last time.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah. Quite funny.
What's funny is that's the most successful podcast we've ever done.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And that's the only reason he's come back.
All these people who say they don't want a long podcast. Who cares what you want, fam? It's the people who are watching.
No, it's everyone. No, this is the thing.
The future is now.
It's everyone who's driving anywhere. Driving
Nice
anywhere,
peaks.
working in jobs, in offices.
I know,
that just
this
put
is it.
headphones in.
Put the headphones in.
So
Forget about
picture when the SoundCloud link went up and you were like, oh, it's up on SoundCloud.
Yeah.
Picture me sat on my bed, like twiddling my feet behind me, like
Yeah, your feet.
listening to I listened to like
Your
2 hours of it.
feet.
Yeah. I listened to like 2 hours of it and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I had this conversation.
This was
You
me.
had this
This is
conversation.
me.
I was there.
Yeah, but I'll be honest, the 4 hour one, I've listened to that now 3 times, purely because I drove to Glasgow and back multiple times. And that's not a Scottish reference. That's just because that was a long way to fucking drive.
Yeah.
It's like nearly 5 hours, and I was like, what can I do for nearly 5 hours that isn't watching The Office US whilst driving dangerously? Maybe allegedly. Is listen to a podcast instead.
See,
My own.
I've actually started listening to audiobooks.
Okay, what you listen to?
Oh, terrible stuff. Business audiobooks.
Oh,
Fucking
50 Shades of Money.
2023 Alpha Saul. the grind set
Forex
is here.
trading. Yeah, just
Keto Diet.
no.
Keto Diet Soul
Paleo-
from 2018.
Paleo
think
2023.
and what was it? Think and
Soul ate nothing
Think and
but
Grow
meat
Rich.
for
Rich
12
Dad
years.
Poor Dad.
Oh yeah, Rich Dad. That's
It's
a
a good
podcast.
book. It's a
That's
good book.
podcast.
No, Rich Dad Poor Dad's a book.
Is it a book?
Yeah, it's a book.
It's a Sigma book.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
proper
I've got
alpha book.
I've got 2 credits for Audible.
Yeah, well, that's why I listened to it on Audible.
What have I got? I've got False Gods from the Horus Heresy. Bit of World of Warcraft.
Well,
there again.
I've in my wish list I've put a load of like history books.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna. Oh, a minute.
Warhammer 40,000.
This is
They've
awful.
moved it in the Trafford Centre now. There's one in Stockport.
I've got a recommendation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, but I ain't supporting J.K. Rowling, the turf. Absolute fucking turf.
All right, Twitter.
Oh,
hey. Right, so the new game, Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah, really want it.
It's fantastic.
Not paying £70, but really want it.
I've enjoyed watching Gabby play it.
How fast have you killed everybody ever?
Well, that's the point, right? I know this is...
That one's got a limp!
This is this is nothing to do with drifting, but like, she's about... I'm gonna guesstimate about 12, 13, 14 hours into the game.
Yeah.
She's, according to the game, it's like 22%. We've killed so many people.
You're still in school.
As a fifth-year student, we've killed...
Lots.
Like, I'm going to guesstimate thousands of people. And
there's still people at the school.
And the thing is...
With, like, excruciatingly painful curses.
Oh, well, no. Because only last night she learned one of the unforgivable crucial, which is the Crucio one. So she learned the Crucio one. That's the first one. You get to learn the others. Yeah, exactly. So the point is, and everyone on fucking Facebook's like, for a student at Hogwarts, you're killing a lot of people. It's a little bit world breaking as lore goes. It's
murder.
But the best bit is out of nowhere, and if you're not paying attention, it does blindside you. There's a barmaid, and at first, because it's. If you remember things like, I want to say Elder Scrolls it's what's that one from the early 2000s where the voice actors...
Morrowind?
No. The voice actors, they just fuck up, and there was so many audio files that they just throw them in, and you'd get male characters with female voices and female characters with male voices, and you get bits of voice actors where they'd be like, right, okay, let's just do that one again. Yeah, okay, right, okay. Right, I need to fucking stab you with this dagger or some shit. It's just really poorly made. So it seems almost like a mistake, but then it's a barmaid with a man's voice, right?
Which J.K. Rowling would not approve.
This is
a full
direct stab.
J.K. Full J.K. Rowling.
And it's weird. The options are kill or double kill.
All the kill.
Burn birth certificate. Dead name.
Dead name. Caitlin. Anyway, but I just it does blindside you because you're very busy killing as in Gabby's case a fifth year.
When you
girl,
stopped your murdering to have a nice pint.
Yeah, murdering. Do you know? And you go in and you have this conversation.
A butterbeer.
And then she then explains that how she was.
Of course.
She is identifying as a she.
Mm-hmm.
So you assumed.
Well, I'm not assuming. She says she's a she.
In a man's voice?
Now who's assuming?
Shit, I've been caught. I'm trapped in the prism.
You see, Circle of Derp, you don't have to take everything so seriously. It can just be a fuck around.
Yeah, when the last time you talked about turfs? What do you even think about turfs?
Quickly Googles turfs. Immediately Twitter opens. Oh my good God.
Incognito browser.
Quick, close.
Incognito.
I was about to say you should know because your stickers are in it, but then you Need for Speed Underground.
Yes.
Unbound game.
Yes.
So I got it really cheap on CD keys.
Okay.
The games always look beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
They always they look great, I think, and the worlds are great.
It's
but
a sour subject.
The driving is impossible to use.
Okay.
Wait. On Need for Speed Unbound?
Yeah. The driving is dog shit.
I found the opposite. I found drifting in Need for Speed Unbound the closest I've ever experienced to driving.
Yeah, wait, Alex, you're using a controller.
Wait, because the car wobbles everywhere.
This is our life.
Like, how far through the game you got? Because if you're at the early stages, yes, the drifting's terrible. In fact, the car driving generally is terrible because they want you to move from A to B to C. So then there's A plus and there's a few other options as well. Because
I think I'm quite early in it.
The cars get. Have you had your car stolen yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's actually the bit I want to bring up.
Okay. Yeah, I was sour. I was really sour.
So what's really funny about that is...
This wasn't funny at all.
I was watching, before it came out, I watched a Broadbent stream of it. Jimmy Broadbent, the sim racing guy on YouTube? Really funny. He now races for actual people, teams and stuff.
As you do.
Yeah.
It's 2023.
Yep, video games, here they come. So Jimmy's playing through it, and the car gets stolen, and when the old black dude that owns the shop is like, did you bring her here? Do you know them?
Yep.
And all that stuff. And then she's like, I don't know them. And then they say her name.
Yeah.
And then your character, and if you're like me, you've made Swag Boy, sad boy tattoo face, Nelly plaster doing
because you get to
animations,
your
emotes,
animations,
and one of them, and then it's loads of fuck boy stuff.
Yeah, of course it is.
And you get all the fuck boy clothing.
Yeah,
and stuff,
of course it is.
In the cartoony style, he's like, come back, and just walks round the end of a fence. So like he's like behind bars and they're talking to her,
chasing
then, like,
cars.
Takes a step round and like walks around it. But there's a bit, right? You know, you do the missions like in between races where it's like a racer needs you to help them get somewhere. Did you get the trans influencer one?
No, I
trans.
So there's one. It's so fucking wedged in there.
Oh,
so like you just pick
proper
up
segue.
You pick up this person and like you drive her and the driver and they're just talking away, blah blah blah, and they're like, yeah, I just really struggled as the first trans influencer in the racing scene, and I was like, off. It was so fucking forced.
This feels. Where is my shoehorn?
Yeah. No, they got to the end of the development.
When did ChatGPT write this game?
They got to the end of the full development, and someone somewhere went, "There's not enough trans influencers."
Here's 40 words
here.
you need to put back in the script.
Someone needs to do something about this now.
It's so painful. It's so. I actually deleted it the other day because I was like, it's an undrivable game.
I haven't paid it. Alex messaged them because the Juicebox boys, whose sticker's right next to ours on the quarter window, they got loads of like free games and shit and like a little merch bag and stuff, and we just got left. Yeah. Like our logo's been in the game
since the 2015 or
like
after the 2015
the prior one. And it is what it is. We're not asked. For us, it was just a fun thing that EA reached out to us and was like, "Hey, do you want to sign this deal? You'll just put your logo in the game for
cool,
X amount of time." It is what it is. It's cool. And people go, "Fuck, man, I've seen your logo and shit in like real games and stuff." And we're like, "Yeah, it is what it is."
It's fine, you know what I mean?
Fully affiliated, signed off.
But what is totally mad is like I don't think anybody that works there's played a racing game.
No, I don't think they have. The physics are
100% now.
Or they even like cars.
No.
Like, you know what I mean?
I, more than anything, I find the. Oh, you see that Noriaro's in it?
Yeah.
Alexi's in
it's
the
like a description of him, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think what they've become now, and this might get it. It's a little bit meta. They're now emulating their own games.
But I feel like,
and I don't mean that like emulating like an N64 on a fucking PC.
Yeah.
I mean
they're reprinting,
reproducing
with like a slight addition each time.
Well, yeah, but no. All they need to do is just redo Underground 2, and that's it. Don't even change anything.
I think
that's what they're
chasing.
They've been chasing
that.
But
they've done it fucking wrong.
But
like,
I don't think if you actually go back and play it, I've been playing on emulator.
Yeah, it's dog shit.
It's one of the worst things.
Yeah, it's dog shit.
And it's also got really cringy dialogue in it. Like really,
but that's the thing.
So is Fast and the Furious. And I still watch it.
Well,
I'm still going to watch Fast 10 or Fast 91 or something. Yeah.
Have you watched the other Fast and the Furious?
I haven't. I've watched maybe. I don't even know what they're on. What are they on? Like 90?
I watched Tokyo Drift. That was the last one.
Great film, I still think.
Yeah, still great.
Then the fourth one came out. I think I got about half an hour through it.
This Cuba or something.
I stopped.
I remember people jerking themselves off because it was a Hakusoko.
Isn't the 4 where the first bit of the film is where there's a petrol tanker rolling down the hill at him?
I don't know. I don't care.
And he launches under it.
I've seen the one where the Rock crashes the car out the skyscraper into the other skyscraper.
Oh, that I
don't know which one it is.
That's the one from
it's like it's like anything. Like, you know, when someone says like when a film or a game becomes world breaking because they've done something that breaks the existing law or physics of the existing game or story. Happened in Star Wars with the fucking supremacy being cut in half with the hyperdrive, but in Fast and Furious it was like, well, where's your line being drawn? Was it when he was driving that Evo backwards at like 70 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Was that too much for you? Because that's also stupid and impossible.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But where's your
line? Also,
everyone does have a line.
400 gears in a fucking drag race that's 10 minutes long.
But the point is, everyone does have a line, and it's actually also kind of in the same place. Everyone, you know, a lot of people get to the same point and go, "Am I just watching this film because I've got nothing better to do?"
Yes, basically. It's just more in the franchise that I want to.
But what I don't get is people go to the most recent ones and like, that was great, wasn't it? You're like,
no, yeah.
I've been watching these because they're parodies now.
I don't think I've
of themselves.
I haven't gone to watch
Brother, family,
family
brother.
I haven't gone to watch a single Fast and the Furious in the cinema. Probably since Tokyo Drift.
But here's a weird thing.
Yeah, I've only ever watched them after.
On
imagine
DVD
being the guy
DVD.
Imagine being the guy that watches that film and then goes, "I'm going to build that car."
Yeah.
It's wild, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm just gonna put the Veilside kit on my car and it's on.
I feel out of all of the films, probably Too Fast, Too Furious is the most believable one.
And it's got Ludacris doing cool shit.
Yeah, I feel that's the most believable one. Yeah,
the jumping over the bridge.
Yes, you could jump over a bridge.
That's got the Evo with the 70-mile-an-hour reverse gear.
Pick anything else that's then wrong with that film. That's probably the only thing really that
His
you couldn't really do.
His pockets were not empty.
They're not.
Paul Walker says,
I don't
say
fuck
less,
16-year-olds.
Say less, cuh.
But other than the 90-mile-an-hour in reverse in an Evo,
yeah,
there's not much really wrong with that film.
Ejecto CO.
Ejecto C, cuz.
Because, yeah,
a Mitsubishi Eclipse Spider doing more than 70 miles an hour.
Drifting.
With front-wheel drive car. Implication that it's not just a...
One car that needed to be 4-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive was the Eclipse, both generations. They were a great-looking car.
Here's a weird one related to Fast and Furious. Paul Walker's brother.
Yeah, Cody.
Who
seems to be involved heavily in everything.
But that's the weird thing. That's the reason you're involved is because you look like your brother.
Yeah, self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, but
again,
he's got
get your money, King. Get your money.
There's all the charities and everything in it that he's face of and like.
Look at Tom Hanks' brother. Tom Hanks' brother has done the voice of Woody and has done all sorts of other. Yeah. What about Tom did the first one and then was like, I can't be fucking bothered turning up to this shit. He said, "Can I just send my brother? You can just pay him." They're like, "Yeah."
They should get Chet Hanks.
Chet Hanks? Who's Chet?
His son, who has like a Jamaican patois.
Oh wait,
he has a Jamaican patois accent.
He's actually quite a famous actor, isn't he?
No. I'm a yardie.
Yeah, he is. Chet.
Call me a yardie. Call me a yardie.
He talks like Chet.
It is funny.
No.
Jamaican accent.
No, he does have a son who is also a famous actor.
Big up the whole island, massive. It's your boy Chet, coming straight from the Golden Globes, you want saying?
And that is
it's good,
Tom
though.
Hanks's son.
Woody,
very, very
Woody
pale,
from Toy Story's son.
Very, very pale, white son.
See now, my godfather. But listen, my godfather lived in Jamaica for many, many years, and his son is actually Jamaican. So he's got a Jamaican passport, but he is like science teacher, whitest dude you'll ever see in your life. The both of them, when they speak to like what they refer to as family from Jamaica, their voice, their mannerisms, everything changes.
Hazen?
No. Dean. My boss that you met.
Oh, yeah.
Whitest dude ever.
Bald. Whitest name ever.
White. Lived in Jamaica for 20 plus years.
Jamaican.
Speaks patois. His son is Jamaican.
No
is
way.
a science teacher. Is like main ed private school. Like when they talk to their family.
But Tom Hanks doesn't live in Jamaica.
But I'm saying so. Like,
is he doing it then? Is he doing it? So, but he doesn't talk.
But it's hilarious to see white because there is white Jamaicans.
He doesn't talk like that.
No, there are.
There are white Jamaicans. Well, unbelievably, there are white Jamaicans, just like there are Asian British people.
I remember seeing that guy on Dr. Phil, who was like, I identify as an Afro-Caribbean person, and he was talking, and he was a white ginger guy, and he was talking. Yeah. In
is that the guy who was taking the injections?
I don't know.
The guy who was taking the injections.
I just remember watching it thinking like, this is so impressive that you can talk for this long.
Yeah,
you're either an incredible actor
Dean and
or
his son
idiot.
Speak that way when they talk to their Jamaican family and friends, like the people that they've known for years. They change because that's just the way they talk when they speak to their Jamaican.
Do they talk to each other?
No,
with that accent.
No.
Or in that way.
But then would that be contrived as cultural appropriation?
Yes. Oh, God, yeah, he's been injecting his...
Whoa, don't play that. Don't want to play that.
So he's been injecting himself with pigment.
But he's got a tattoo on his arm. He's got a tattoo on his arm that says Black Power. Like massive.
And he was a ginger...
That was a Pay Money Wobby video I saw ages ago. And he's a fully ginger, like, white guy.
Oh, well, you know what? It's 2023. You know, you
can be whatever you want.
You can be whatever you want.
Yeah.
You can be whatever you want.
I think I still am a Yale 1303 brass lock on Facebook. That's what I identify as.
What do you know about foreign accent syndrome?
Where they bang their head and wake up and speaking
Chinese.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Which racist Chinese accent?
I went to school with a girl called. I went to school with a girl called Gemma. I can't remember her fucking last name. It was a long time ago. She moved to LA, and all the videos I've seen of her since, and anything she's ever posted, is just with an American.
She got the vocal fry.
Completely American
vocal fry.
And voice. She's not. She's not trying to. You know, it's not like she's Putting it out for that, that's how she now speaks.
Yeah,
she was from Bramhall,
but like,
and now she's from LA.
I find myself not taking on like Brummy bits and stuff. But when I was in Aberdeen, I'm not from Aberdeen originally, from Inverness. I don't have the Inverness accent.
Yeah.
It's really nasal.
Thick. Yeah.
It's a bit much. I started picking up bits of the Aberdeen like countryside accent and stuff.
Because you didn't even live really in Aberdeen, you were still quite a bit.
No,
out,
I was in Aberdeen, in the centre.
Yeah.
But like I would work up in the north bit doing deliveries and stuff.
Yeah.
And like it would all be farming people and stuff. You know what I mean? Like out in the fucking sticks. Well, they were farmers. They had farms.
Farming people.
Jeremy Clarkson.
Yes. Yeah.
But like you pick it up, but like fooling on a full-on accent is fucking. It's fucking
entirely
strange.
taking on.
There's a lot of Americans in Aberdeen, though, isn't there? Because of oil, because of So it's like I feel like the Scottish accent that is from specifically Aberdeen is very softer. It's not as hard as like.
It just started playing.
Jesus Christ.
It's more understandable.
You can tell a YouTube Premium person from a mile away.
Little play by closed, whatever. No big deal. You not got it.
Missing
Poor
out, bro.
people.
There's a video. If people ever want like a great example of an Aberdeen accent, you want to go on YouTube and search Big Aggie, so AGGIE. Fae, F-A-E.
F-A-E.
From Fae. Torry, T-O-R-R-Y. So this is a call that women put into a voicemail about... see if you can understand any of this.
June, it's Augie. Big Augie here. Phone me back on 077 8052 736. They'll phone me back, June. And I'll tell you, I swear, as was my mother, I'm going to murder you and that homosexual Billy. Because you've just roasted the cunt out of my boy. You want to take 50 quid off my boy? Well, I'm going to take £50 out of your face, prostitute. You better phone me back. Because I'll come up to your house, June, and I'll put the whole lot of your house in a knot. And you can tell Billy from me, he's got his throat cut.
I got who's?
June, I'm telling you, you better get back to me because I swear before this weekend, Duke, and I'll get my hands on you. And I'm telling you, I'm going to rip you the arsehole to breakfast. And that'd be poof.
Arsehole you breakfast poof.
I'll rip you from arsehole to breakfast.
Give me the money back, June, and we'll forget all about it. Or else you're dead. And I don't give a fuck who's in your house.
Your
The
house?
whole fucking lot is out. I'm very sorry, my dear. Whoever here, I want phoned up and left a message in your answer machine. And made a threatened phone call. I'm sorry, I've got the wrong person.
That's a proper Aberdeen accent.
Oh, wow. That's... I got a couple of bits of that.
Deeply homophobic as well, with they fucking they're
Got
massive straight in there.
Homosexual Billy, you married. I'll rip you from arsehole to breakfast.
That's lovely.
It's straight in there.
What's the threat though? I don't care who's in your house. I'll burn the whole fucking lot of you out.
Yeah, that's fucking sick.
Oh, sorry,
Do you
I put the wrong
remember
number.
the wine... Yeah, it's got the wrong number.
Somebody, me, left a threatening phone call.
Somebody.
Me.
Off this number.
How polite she was the third time round.
Very sorry, I'm ringing the wrong number. Can you imagine the realisation go through? Oh my god!
Shit.
Have I written this?
That's a 9.
I've made 2 death threats
Shit.
to a wrong number.
Yeah. Oh god.
That's a fucking classic video.
And not only did I clearly write incoherently, but speak incoherently continuously. Who's? Yeah, it was the wine gum out advert for
Moose loose this hoose.
Yeah, it was a mouse.
Oh, was it not even a moose? No, but
It's not a moose.
So we a moosey?
I thought there was a moose on the wall.
The advertising campaign was
fantastic.
a fucking
Fantastic.
headfuck.
Yeah,
They put a moose in it because people are fucking
Mongs.
gonna,
Okay, fair enough.
Just
I was
Scottish
with it.
language.
Yeah.
Loose about this hoose. It's a mouse.
So we
Scottish
moose.
language just has deeper levels, so you guys don't.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, speaking to Gary Boyd, there's every third word's understood, and I kind of get the gist of what he says. I think he's hello.
You're a cat.
Blink 3 times if you're okay. Okay, so
That's like 30 times.
yeah.
What does 4 blinks mean?
Do you want to be launched through a cat flap at Mach 1?
No,
So
don't
what are
bite
you
the cable. Retard.
What is wrong with that cat?
Make full eye contact and do the crime.
Do you know, in there,
ACAB cat, ACAB.
in there, that fucker has been responsible for all iPhone cable failures.
Obviously,
it
was just eating one.
I've never witnessed her do it
until
right then. Looking at us dead in our eyes and eating a cable. I mean, look, there is actual damage. The cable is damaged.
Well, to bite it once,
every cable in every iPhone cable in this fucking house.
It's like 240 volts. Bang!
Well, no, it's only 5 in it. But the laptop cable, she did it to the laptop. Only did that once.
Yeah, I can imagine. Only one bite into that one.
19 volts,
which is just enough to turn off a cat.
Decent amperage, not decent, but enough to make the cat not do it again.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah,
she likes the buzz off the 5 volt.
There's only one way we stop them from doing shit like that. Stop by rubbing lemon shit on it.
She tried it with one of the 20. Is it 20 amp or the 20 watt chargers? Because they're meant to be more powerful.
No, we don't have any of those.
Yeah, you do. You've got one in the fucking wall.
Is that one of them?
That's the one with the QR code on it. They're the stronger ones.
We don't have any of those. We're poor. Oh no, it's the one with the QR code on it.
Exactly.
I made that QR code.
The QR code for the Wi-Fi.
I didn't have to give people the password anymore. I could just tell them to
scan my Wi-Fi.
It was really effective. We were talking at Dan Paris thing about QR code tattoos.
Oh yeah.
Imagine fucking that up.
Oh yeah, it just doesn't work.
Or the link gets changed.
Yeah. Well, the link, I mean, you'd have to be committed for that link to exist forever.
Yeah.
Could you not just automatically keep changing the QR code to whatever you want?
No, you can be dead lazy, couldn't you? You can make it you can make a QR code for like Google.
Yeah.
That's never going to change.
No,
it's going to be the same. www.google.com.
But then can't you then just manipulate your QR code to be something else? You can just change it, can't you?
Well,
I'd love to have to know someone who did that and to Fraser's site talking has it, and I just go over it and go. And I just then change what that is registered to. Yeah. So then he went, said to his mum, look at what I got. I got this. It takes me to our wedding photos from, I think, this lemon party.
I would argue that taking it to your wedding photos is just as strange.
I know, but that was like where my head went.
Check my wedding photos. Yeah, no, I totally wanted to get this choice.
I can't
She didn't make me do it.
I can't foresee a reason why you would ever get a QR code.
Edgy bullshit, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. There'd have to be something, because it would go to something, but it doesn't have to. You see, because that's the thing. Like doing that QR code in there. If you take a picture of it,
see, I would just have it to a Rick Roll link on YouTube.
No. I would have it so it goes to that Instagram story that bricks your iPhone.
Oh yeah, do you remember that?
Yeah.
I don't think it exists anymore.
No,
you watched it.
I watched a video.
I watched it recently. I was bored of my phone.
I'd like to inconvenience myself.
This is why you were asking for a new phone.
But imagine just having one that just went to the link that bricked your phone.
And you went,
Do you remember years ago? I had an iPhone 6, and there was a thing where you could, if you set your clock back to 1970, it would brick your phone. And I was one of those fucking retards.
But did it?
Absolute dickhead.
I bet that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, exactly that. I was like, I bet that doesn't fucking work.
Surely they fixed this.
I did it, and then my phone wouldn't turn on. I realised I'd lost all the videos the first time I went to Japan, lost all those, and I was genuinely like super fucking angry. But I'd figured out that the clock reset itself to its IMEI birth date, which is stored in a non-volatile memory chip, and this isn't very interesting at all. That would only be accessible if you took the battery out and put the batteries back in. So if you actually
took it apart,
you took the fucking phone and completely disassembled the phone, put it back together, and it turned on again. I was
I'm the hacker, man.
I'm an idiot.
Come on.
I'm a complete fucking idiot. Because it was an iPhone, you had to pry open the glass on the front. Yeah, I deserve that, really.
Speaking of the end of humanity.
ChatGPT.
Yeah. Imagine Zuckerberg just hadn't been born. We could have all just carried on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think things were, like...
his mum swallowed instead.
Like, the retrospectively watching The Matrix 1 back, where he talks about, humanity being a virus and all the rest of it, you think, there's a bit, the machina, the books that it was all based on, it's a little bit like, I get it. Yeah. But then, where we are now, you go, I can completely understand. It says, well, we put you all at this point in history where it was the peak of humanity. You think, 2000 peak of humanity. No, mate, you haven't been on Facebook. No.
Let me share everything I've ever done.
But let me share how many times I've taken a shit this week. Exactly. Like, it sounds so old man to say, but like looking back, it does kind of feel a bit like did we peak? And is ChatGPT the one more of the nails being brought over to the coffin? Because it feels like it's taking it's taking so many effortlessly taking jobs.
That's the thing. I think it takes it's going to take the thing I really don't like about it is it takes creativity out of the hands of some people, which is fine, you know. I was saying earlier that I watched a video where the guy used ChatGPT to make up a drink, a cocktail, and then he made the cocktail. So the command prompt was like, invent me a drink that Rick Deckard would drink. So from Blade Runner, and it then makes a drink called Deckard's Dream, and other than it having too much absinthe, then it had like a big shot of absinthe basically.
Maybe that's what he required.
That was what it was. Yeah.
He's getting pissed. He made the drink. He made the drink as it was, and other than the absinthe, he was like, "This is the delicious cocktail."
Yeah,
and it's worked out, and that's great, and that's fine in the context of a man making a drink. Same the way that like ChatGPT and like you making like an image of a thing and haha that's funny, it's fine. It's when the people are going to monetize like a drink that's now their best selling drink because ChatGPT made it up, or the bit of artwork, or the
becomes impossible to because the already you can tell ChatGPT to write you a 6-page children's book about a monkey.
Yeah.
You can then tell DALL-E to illustrate it, and you can then send it to Amazon Printing to print it, and you can make that. And you've done nothing.
Yeah.
And it is entirely legible. Oh, and also, if you feel like it, you can just tell it to do it again.
There was
and it'll do it again.
Sequel.
And again.
There was one.
There was
one I was thinking because I was looking for a new job, and one of the.
Is that because ChatGPT took her other one?
No. Okay. This gets better than this. So I'm on Indeed, and then I go back on. I'm just on my phone on my dinner. Then I go back on my Facebook, and the next like reel that's up. You know, as you scroll down, you get the run of reels, like a random one. The first one is an AI bot for writing resumes and cover notes for your CVs.
Oh, yes, no, I've seen
the
this
cover
one.
letter is unbelievable. It's fucking full. You basically just put the job description in, put your resume in, put the link. Like, so you just say, I want this job to link to this thing, and I want you to write me a cover note. It writes it, and then you go, I don't like the first paragraph. Rewrite it. It just goes rewrites, and then it just goes, all done. Send it off, and it's almost like perfect.
Could we get it to write a drifting sponsorship proposal?
100%,
easily. Very easily. I mean,
I bet
the content.
What do you think we've been sending out?
The content for Law Secure is all ChatGPT.
I don't know what it is. I've said it that many times.
I bet you ChatGPT will nail it by doing the first line being drifting is the fastest growing motorsport.
Yeah, of course it will. 100%.
Everyone I would ever see always had that.
Thankfully, we don't say that in ours.
Do not.
I don't got an account for this.
That's because we know that drifting is not the fastest growing.
Yeah.
It's the fastest receding.
Fastest growing says who?
It's the fastest receding because everyone who got into drifting is all pushing 40 now.
Speak for yourself, fam.
All right. Also, I don't think...
No, I ain't got fucking bald. The state of my head.
Bode. We can't. You've worn a hat now for nearly 5 whole years.
Well, this is the thing. So I grew my hair long. It was like to the middle of my back, full head of hair, perfectly beautiful straight hairline.
I've got an image of you coming out of the shower naked.
Yeah, hot as fuck. And it was like, it almost looked like it was bleached because it was out in the sun all the time. It was like very light, mousy brown with blonde tips.
Who is this,
beautiful.
Saul?
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Soft. I donated it at the end. But because I used to scrape it back into a bun...
Oh, it was because he scraped it back?
No, I fucked my fucking hair. Because then it was going thin as fuck and all creeping back at these bits. And I only realised recently, Abby was like, yeah, of course you don't scrape the fucking hair back on your head. She was like, that's what fucks it up. It stresses your hair, bro.
Stresses your hair?
Yeah. Do I want to ask this? What's the part? Is it right?
Okay. It's at the beginning. Please, write a drifting proposal. Or a proposal for...
Motorsport,
drifting.
Just put motorsport.
No, drifting. The motorsport drifting. You have to be kind of specific.
Drifting motorsport.
Yep. And it'll get it. It'll do it.
The thing is, though, there's certain very niche things that it doesn't understand fully. I don't think it can do very niche stuff, and I think drifting may fall into that. Not that it won't know what drifting is, it will just not be able to pick it out.
It does the Law Secure website content on a weekly basis.
It's doing it right now. Oh my god!
See what I mean? What's left? What's left to do? Nothing.
Right.
What's left to do?
How much is it
this
done?
is the bit. This is the bit you want to clip.
Okay, we're clipping.
Dear sponsor, I'm writing to you today on behalf of your name to propose a sponsorship partnership for our participation in the thrilling and high energy sport of drifting.
Oh my god, it.
Drifting is a motorsport discipline that involves drivers intentionally oversteering their vehicles to cause a loss of traction in the rear wheels while maintaining control through a series of turns. It is a sport that requires a great deal of skill and control, as well as a high-performance vehicle that can handle the demands of this exciting sport. As a professional driver and dedicated member of the drifting community, I am seeking a sponsorship partnership to help support my racing efforts and further promote your brand to a passionate and engaged audience. In exchange for your support, I am offering a range of benefits, including prominent placement of your company logo on my vehicle during races and events, providing high visibility and exposure to a large and enthusiastic audience. 2. Recognition and promotion of your brand through our social media channels and website, reaching a diverse and engaging community of motorsport enthusiasts. 3. Opportunity for product placement and endorsements during events, including on-camera interviews and product demonstrations. 4. VIP access to races and events, providing your guests with an up-close and personal experience of the excitement and energy of the sport. 5. Customized promotional and marketing opportunities tailored to your brand's unique needs and goals to help maximize the impact of our partnership. So this is the last little bit. With your support, I am confident that I can achieve my goals as a professional drifter and continue to grow my presence in the sport. Together we can tap into the passion and excitement of the drifting community to create a winning partnership that benefits us both. Thank you for your considering this proposal, and I look forward to the opportunity to discuss further how we can work together to achieve.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
It's perfect.
From you putting 6 words in, a drifting motorsport proposal.
I will tell you that from my experience in my previous job, that is basically what most of them have. The only thing that was missing is the bit where it says drifting is the fastest growing motorsport.
Yeah, which is actually a bit you don't want to read because it's a cliche.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you click go again, it'll reproduce a completely different one. And that's the scary thing. So I was having this conversation with a customer of mine on Monday, and he is a barrister. And we were talking about how it's taking jobs and how we can't really tell at this moment in time which jobs are likely to go because it is so peculiar.
Yeah.
He said, "Well, my job's safe because I'm a barrister." It's like,
know.
But I can tell you. You can ask it.
Write me a cease and desist letter.
No. You're representing somebody who's committed a crime. You give them the crime.
Yep.
You give them the particulars.
Yep.
And then you say,
defend this.
Produce me a defence.
Wow.
And it does. It does.
I was going to say, him saying that his job is safe is the opposite, because he has to go by the letter of a law book that is written. And all sorts of previous cases whatever. You just feed that to the machine.
They just reference the old as seen in case whatever.
This is where it gets really awkward because Chat GPT, I can never get it right. That is a different kettle of fish to the data set that's being used by software like DALL-E or Okay, so it's
these are free things as well, aren't they?
DALL-E has a data set of actual artists to produce AI artwork, so that you can say, I want you to produce a set screen. Because the one I saw was Star Wars and Stanley Kubrick. So it's show me what Star Wars would look like if it was directed and written by Stanley Kubrick. It then produces these images, completely original images, right?
Yeah. But it's made up of
artists, all of the whole of Star Wars and the whole of Stanley Kubrick's work to then produce these images, right? Okay, so hang fire. There is a class action lawsuit being brought now against Microsoft because they bought ChatGPT, DALL-E, and a load of other these software. I mean, at what point do you start calling them a GI or an AI? GI
wasn't there a point where there was these images were being generated, but some artists had done so much of this work that their signatures were coming through as well?
No. The problem comes from at the point at which this, if the class action lawsuit is successful, then you have to acknowledge that it has committed copyright infringement.
Yeah, right? What the fuck
so
do
now
you do?
So now, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Put him in AI jail.
You're going to put him in AI jail.
If you turn him off for 6 months.
You say, exactly.
Naughty.
You'd say, well, it's owned by a company, they take the hit for it, but you're still having to acknowledge at that point that
you just make it okay.
Is it
just okay?
A person in the office didn't do the crime.
Yeah, you're having to admit here that something that isn't a person or a business has
But what do you
done
do?
that. if it's unsuccessful, the problem with that is you've got it was
open doors for copyright infringement.
Yeah, well. The argument is it's no different from fair use for people. So I was having this conversation. Another customer, she does her own art. Her walls in her house were covered in her own art. And I'm not an artist, but a lot of it looked like impressionist work, sort of.
Shit.
Like you could tell there were people, but they were just shapes. And I think that's called. Is it called impressionist or is whatever it's called?
Not an arty person.
Neither am I. But either way,
the sort of Van Gogh-y sort of.
Yeah. So it's like it's a person, but it's made out of like a bunch of squares and triangles and stuff. But you can still get the general gist of that. It's supposed to be a person. Or it's impressionist work. I don't know. I'm not. Is it right? Either way, it doesn't matter. The point is. The point is that's work that she did.
I like that dude that threw paint at shit. Was it Jackson Pollock?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And then Wesley Kandinsky that just had shapes and lines everywhere.
But this is the point. So she has put works of art on her walls that she was inspired by Van Gogh, right? So
you should have
where's
done
the difference?
Picasso.
What's the difference? Picasso.
Yeah,
it is. Picasso.
Yeah.
What's the difference then between her taking inspiration and going, well, I like these works of art. I want to produce something similar, but not the same.
Yeah.
She's got her signature in the corner. Should she acknowledge the data set that she used of all the? No, maybe she went to art college and maybe she took inspiration. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Everyone's
where
an
do you,
inspiration.
if the class action lawsuit is successful on behalf of all these artists? Is that good or a bad thing? It's probably a combination of both.
It's bad both ways, good both ways, bad both ways mainly. I think it's difficult because like you think, well, someone put a data set in there, so the data set library who put that together, is there things in there that shouldn't be in there that aren't fair use? But then do you think we will get to a point, and I think we will, that people will sell things that have never been on the internet? You know, almost like the analog versus digital synthesizer thing,
well, that's
where someone will sell you art that is like, this art has never been.
Yep. This is not part of a data set.
It's never been photographed.
But it's styles. It's styles. That's the thing. It's like the data set doesn't contain all artists. No. It contains. So you say Stanley Kubrick. It's very easy because there's a large body of work there, and it's also a specific style. Yep. It's not specific styles because there's lots of different specific styles. Everything from Clockwork Orange to 2001, they were different styles, but you could say that they were both Kubrick in pieces. Yeah. And then the ones that I've seen where it's Star Wars, it's very obvious. It's like
the Wes Anderson one is.
It's really scary that it understands. It's gone.
The Wes Anderson one is really because that's what came up when you searched for it earlier. Yeah. That's really interesting to me because it has nailed the symmetry of a Wes Anderson thing, of thing in the foreground, symmetry perfectly behind it in the background, but little things not being symmetrical. Like, so that one, there was like a canteen sort of thing, big arch in the middle, little arch at the sides that are perfectly symmetrical, 3 things in one but only 2 in the other. Because that's a Wes Anderson thing of like, you would have totally fucking symmetrical or all well shaped, but then something's a little bit different. Yeah. And it's all bits, because there was ones where it would be like stormtroopers in orange cloaks and stuff. You're like, oh, it's done as Steve Zissou. You know what I mean? It's done an aquatic, life aquatic sort of thing with that. That makes sense. But then all these other bits, you're like, you look at it and you go, where's Anderson? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But then it's basically just worked out. That's the thing that's interesting. It's worked out and gone, this man does symmetry in a weird way. Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's symmetrical to a point, and then there's something that's out of
even down to the colour palettes and the lighting and just like stuff that you wouldn't have. But it's all good and fun to talk about this right now. But like a bit like that Tom Scott guy was talking about how Napster was the chat GBT of the change that occurred in the music industry. It's taken 20 years to get from Napster, Winamax, Kazaa, all the rest of it, to we all now have Spotify, or
and we're all totally okay with musicians getting half a penny.
Weirdly, it all ended up in that strange, peculiar situation in the end, anyway, which is really, really sad. But the point is,
the future.
It took 20 years, so nobody thought when Napster took off 20 years ago, in fact, it's longer than 20 years ago, that we would be at this situation now where we don't have physical copies of anything.
Every time you say Napster, I can just think of Justin Timberlake in a bed after he's just slept with a woman. That's it.
I just think of Lars Ulrich from Metallica.
Yeah.
When they tried to fuck
I think of Bomb Funk MC and Freestyler tunes. The first song I ever illegally downloaded.
I just can't think of the guy's name. It's Stanley. What? The girl says his name. I just can't think who the girl is.
Justin Timberlake thing.
Yeah, the Justin Timberlake. It's a film, innit?
In it.
Oh wait, no, isn't that the social thingy product?
Yeah, he's Napster though, isn't he? He's in the bed, I think, and he says, and she goes, "I just slept with man's name," and he goes,
"The guy who
"Hi,
started Napster."
Nice to meet you. I started Napster."
I can't wait till Zuckerberg pulls off his robot face.
Removes
he is ChatGPT, and he's been bought by Bill Gates. Bill Gates interface.
Bill Gates pulls his off, and it's just a void.
No, Bill Gates pulls his off.
Bit, and Zuckerberg's got an innie bit, and they interface.
No, Bill Gates pulls his off, and he's Zuckerberg.
Wait a minute. Bill Gates is Zuckerberg. Always was.
Always was. Or his stomach opens.
Yeah.
Quaid!
Do you know what used to always terrify me?
Total Recall terrified the fuck out of me. I still to this day don't actually understand the whole thing.
The eyes popping, terrifying. The three tits terrifies me. Yeah. The dwarf with a machine gun.
Yeah.
And also the
arm. He gets his arm out in the back of the thing. Unfold his arm.
The taxi driver in that film as well, the robot one.
Oh,
terrifying.
The thing is that the three tits thing became like a fetish then, didn't it? Like,
of course
it did.
Well, it's one more than two.
In a world where John McAfee can shit through a hammock onto girls' chests, three tits
is chill as fuck.
I love that. So that's he's the guy who did McAfee virus software.
Shit,
and he's into
like an island in the Bahamas.
See now, through a cheesecloth, it'd be like liquid
cheesecloth.
But like through something like this, it's gonna come through in like grated cheese chunks. Yeah.
But you got to think like.
What's he doing? Put some pressure on it though to push it through.
To round off the ChatGPT thing, I said thank you to it because I'm scared of robots.
Always say thank you. Yeah, 100%.
I don't want to get on the list.
Always say please. Always say thank you. Yeah.
What did it respond with when you said thank you?
It was very polite.
It said, Fraser, do not worry. Sleep soundly tonight.
Sleep soundly at your address.
You have been removed from the list. You're welcome.
Gives you a Google Earth output exactly where you are.
Just a picture of you right now
You're
through
welcome.
that camera.
If you have any further questions or need more assistance, feel free to let me know. Fine.
Jesus.
I will do.
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
Yeah. It's terrifying.
I could have used this to write replies to email.
Music.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, no.
This is
exactly it.
Yeah. I know 100% now that I've slept on this because I can use this at work. I can approach new business.
No, you can.
100%.
Well, I think in the world where it's used as a writing prompt, fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like
if you're totally stuck for something, you're just like
no one should be shit at sales now with this.
No one
should be shit
because we are now bumping our website, Law Skill website, up Google. Literally just by on a weekly basis, just taking the body of text, rewrite this, and it does. Put it back in, and it's the new content.
Stop telling people, Alex.
No. But the point is, that's how it worked originally.
If you think anyone's going to be upset because Law Origin bumps itself up Google,
no, it's not Law Origin. Law Origin doesn't.
Alex's real business.
My actual business.
Real business. The one that earns him money and pays for his wife and child to survive.
Pays for my wife. Pays for his wife.
Pays her invoices.
Yeah, well, just pays for them to exist and live and do
shit. She pays for all the invoices. Yeah. She's in charge. But yeah, this is the thing. It's the extent of the impact of this, and it's. I think very quickly you can.
It's still a tool. It's still a tool
very
at this
naive.
point, though. It's
It's
still
very,
a tool
very
at this
naive.
point.
I know, but
it's a very good
like
tool.
that Tom Scott video we were talking about before. He discovered that there was a hole in his email backup, something really basic.
Yeah.
And Gmail allows you to change code in order to change the way it sorts labels for emails. This isn't very interesting, but he managed to make it so that there's a bit of code missing. He'd asked ChatGPT, GPT, whatever it is, to rewrite the code so that his emails would put labels on all of his emails and not just the first email instead of a load of replies. And it did it. It did something that he would have been paid 200-300 quid for instantaneously.
Writing code is a big thing. Big one. Then
that's absolutely.
It was a solution. He was like, "Here's the problem. Can you write code for a solution? Not. Oh, I've got a bit of code here. Can you? And I can do this bit here. Can you check? Oh, you've done it a bit wrong. It was. I have a problem. Can you solve it with some code, please? Yes. Here you go.
Yeah, fucking.
Which I imagine ChatGPT is actually probably better at because it's machine learned.
You know
what I mean?
You stupid human.
It's not had to like decode. It's probably like an easy shift for it. You know.
Yeah, it's super simple. It's just
like, totally, bro. Done.
Oh, done. I do it in my sleep, bro.
It was like before you even asked, it went done.
Could you ask it to design the coolest website in the world and see what it kicks out?
Coding wise, it probably could, but then it would need the content to go with it, wouldn't it? It could only generate it, but then you would have to then prompt it to where to pick that content up from.
But then
you could say, can you create me a website?
You could probably competently ask it what the cool is.
Yeah,
what's cool right now, and it'll tell you. And you'd probably have to take what it was that was cool.
No, it would do, because it would just tell you what the most hit and trending things are right then and there.
Yeah, which would define.
This is a drifting podcast.
No, that's the whole point of this podcast. It isn't Circle of
No,
Dirt.
I know.
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
Our clickbait would be way weirder than theirs.
Yeah. Even me just saying,
you had to click.
We're going to talk about an FD driver.
I know an FD driver.
That got picked up on all 3 microphones.
See this?
Look at that.
The Daddy's Club.
See this Daddy's Club band? Is that meant to be you?
No, it's meant to be
Scotty
Mitchell.
Oh, is that an Australian thing? Is it?
Yeah, it's
Daddy's Club.
I was thinking,
the hit and run videos.
We're all dad.
That's Scotty Mitchell.
We're all dads.
So you know how
He's a beautiful man.
Well, daddies.
You know how Australians are just built different.
Yeah.
Right, and just like weirdly different.
I love them in everywhere.
And exactly.
Yeah, they're unbelievable.
You know, like
preferable English people.
But like they're all the tattooed dudes and stuff. They all have a look.
Seen as fuck. Yeah. Shit shirts.
What is mad about that is like I know Australian bands who used to play gigs.
Yep.
And they look the exact same.
Yep.
And it's just an Australia thing.
Strya
can.
Yeah, it's a Strya thing.
It's just fucking mad. It's all Palmers over there.
It's unbelievable how like you think that it's just in our circle like drifting is like that. No. When you're there, normal life. Everyday person, and when you see the video, you've seen like in America the guys that go around interviewing people in after like they've been out all night. The Australian ones that you randomly find every now and again, loose as fuck. Yeah. Like all of them, nose beers all night. Like they are wild.
It was just mad seeing that it's like, oh, it's not just the music people who like this.
Wild.
The drifting people
drifting,
also like this.
Normal people.
Yeah.
Like when I got into cars, it was chavs. Chavs and Neds.
Yeah.
Nobody was into metal and stuff.
Yeah.
And then or punk or hardcore, none of that.
No.
And like
hardcore.
Yeah, different kind of hardcore.
Yeah, different kind of hardcore.
And then like I remember when I first met like some of the guys that were in Asriel, Glasgow hardcore band.
Yeah.
Who then I turned out I'd been on a forum with like 2 of them for Japanese car or JDM for ages, and then realised like, oh, but you like punk and hardcore metal. You like Poison the Well as well. What the fuck is going on here? And then now like you meet tons of people. Yeah, I thought the 2 were mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
And then it turns out I was so fucking wrong when I was younger. And then they became some of my best friends. Played shows with them, toured with them and stuff. And then also we would just be talking about Hondas. Do you remember the band Yashin?
No.
They were quite a scene band for a while. Quite popular.
I might know the music. I'm terrible with names though.
So they one of the singers in their band, Kev, had like a turbo DC2. And like was into mega cars and stuff, and like had all the cool shit, and like it was mind blowing to me because I thought it was just like a chav thing.
Yeah.
But it's funny, like Jake Noakes, he is first and foremost in our minds Jake with the JZX, and then Jake with the S14.
Yeah.
But he also was the frontman of Ocean's 8 Alaska and shit like that. But it was that. It wasn't either of those things in our mind other than Jake with the JZX.
And I think a few of those dudes are in cars and stuff as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's like it's mad.
Does go hand in hand. It's weird. I do distinctly remember that the move for me. I had a Calibra.
Oh, what car?
And everyone I knew
in yellow
was into Novas, Corsas, Fiestas. It was that, and then my mate Karj bought a Supra, and I was like, "What the fuck is this? Looks sick."
Is that a Supra?
It is. It cost him like $3,000. It was an NA, done low miles. It was immaculate.
White, wasn't it?
He was one of these. Yeah, he was one of these guys though. He liked to, like the highlight bits. Like he'd take the lights out and paint the insides green. Karj, that was a terrible idea. I don't know what the fuck you think. But he regularly did things like
back then.
But the thing is,
it's like XD RAR.
He spent $5,000, and I said, like I kind
eyeliner.
I kind of like the idea of something that wasn't what everyone else that we knew had.
Yeah.
And I really didn't know what was available. I had like the only rear-wheel drive car that I'd fucked about with was an Amiga. So
where every good man starts.
Yeah. Now I want it. I think I literally eBayed 3-litre
V6
rear-wheel drive.
Oh no, for V6, yeah, just 3-litre rear-wheel drive.
His was an NA 3-litre V6 rear-wheel drive, And then this thing fucking arrived, and then just off the back of this, the people that you meet. Now, granted, unfortunately, the people that you meet who own 300ZXs,
smelly lot.
Fucking mouth-breathing motherfuckers.
But there's that I love that
it's
dude.
It's actually supreme to the Supra in many ways.
I loved that dude who had the Velside skirts, and he's talking to you about his Velside skirts because you've got the same Velside skirts.
He liked them unironically.
Lexus lights, but it had two 2871Rs on it. It was a forged engine, as far as he knew. And it made it wasn't 600, but it was not fucking far off at the wheels.
It would probably be 600, but for about 35 seconds.
No, I know, but he was an older bloke, obviously well looked after.
An older
very
gentleman.
Clean.
I bet he was younger than me.
Fuck me, it must have been fast because this was fast.
Yeah,
this was fast, and to have double the power.
The styling of these things lent themselves to Ford Focus man, Ford Focus ST man, Ford Focus ST man who had a little bit more money and wanted to buy something Japanese or JDM. And then it was off the back of this, I meet a load of people who were driving around in them. And I'm like, what the fuck are these? Yeah. These are sick.
These are even better.
These look amazing. These like a
These are as fast but nimble.
Yeah, as fast. That was the disappointing thing. Mine was NA at the time. It was NA. This is turbo now. But when it was NA, it was 220 brake. Yeah. Which was about what these are standard. Yeah. Except for none of these are standard.
No.
So
you pull up against one that normally all 300 brake.
Significantly lighter and faster.
You just see that big Deafy tackle and you're like,
nope. I'm done. But that's the thing. And then I stopped hanging around with those people. It sounds terrible.
I prefer
but I stopped hanging around with those people.
300 ZXs though, specifically Z32 long wheelbase over a Supra, looks wise, all day. Especially with the 99 spec bumper.
I've never driven a Supra and liked it.
I do not like them. I don't like the look of them. I think they're too big. I think they have goppy fucking headlights. I haven't seen one that I like.
I like all the lines on a Supra together. Individually, the lines on a Supra look awful, but as a single entity, as a piece, I like them. But here's the other thing: a import
stock as well. They're gross as fuck.
No. But what was it?
Bubbly,
in stock
gross.
form? The Supra, I think, as a single piece looks better, but.
Yeah, there's an argument for that as well. Like the Verosa thing, 3 hours ago. Like the stock ones, horrible in some cars. A stock Supra, I think, can be fine. When they've got that sticky out active lip, when it just stays out, it's fine. Absolutely fine. Whereas
exactly.
This with no lips or anything, it's just.
Awful. I don't know.
But what's the cool front bumpers that you get on them? Is it like a late facelift?
This one, the 99.
99 spoke, yeah.
Is this the one?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
The 99.
There's an F14 in the way.
It's I think I hit it actually when I parked it there.
You just missed it.
15,
unless you've rolled back.
15 grand crash.
Yeah. But this is it. They're now the expensive fucking car now.
Yeah.
Yours isn't.
They're now at a point where they are cool and weird.
Yeah, 100%.
I think also anyone getting into them is going to have the engine issue and they realise the reason they never kicked off.
Yeah, but this is the thing. If you drive one of these the way an old man was supposed to drive one of these. He was supposed to sit at 70 miles an hour on the motorway in the middle lane like a dickhead, and then he's supposed to see like an Audi 80 pull up, start to begin undertaking him as they rightly should.
Wow.
And he's gone. Goodbye.
Sin a bit. 150 mile an hour.
He's
back.
Wafted up to 170, and then he's allowed it to waft back down.
And then the 80 man catch up.
He hasn't done
again.
what I did in this, which was spend 3 or 4 years endlessly doing Streeto until you just ran out of VG30 down. It's pointless.
Do you think that if this car had come with like an inline 6?
Yeah, it'd be well.
Do you know what it needed? It needed to someone somewhere just to go, let's just put an RB25 in it.
Yeah. It was the generation. The unfortunate problem here was that the CA was the new big engine, and then everyone realised it wasn't the new big engine.
Yep.
And actually, it was very expensive. Although it was the better engine, I hate it. I hate because I can see the meme when I say this. But although the CA was the better engine, it was also a bag of shit. A bit like this. This was overcomplicated. This is too complicated. It didn't need to be this complicated.
It was tuning.
Yeah, it was designed to be in the back of a very, very complicated mid-engine rear-wheel drive 2-seater.
Because that's what it was a prototype, wasn't it?
Exactly, we said this before. But it didn't want to be in here. It didn't want to be as complicated as it wanted to be. What they needed to have done is build like a 3-litre SR. You know, the same generation
They
as
didn't like
SR, but a 3-litre. Yeah.
They just didn't need to think about it. They just needed to go and get an RB25 and put it in it.
Have been as committed as they did with the RB25 and make something like the RB26, because that's essentially an RB25. It needed to have the RB26, where they changed all the water galleries and the oil galleries, and they'd done all the smart stuff.
Made a race version
of it. They made it good, yeah.
Made a good one.
But they didn't do it. They just made it shit.
These should have had an engine like that, and they would have rocketed, and they would be. Yeah. I think they would be way more cooler than
they'd have been cheaper as well, because these were 35 fucking grand.
I think if this came with something more like an inline six, like an RB, it
something
would have
just a little less complicated.
Yeah, I think it would have been the poster car and not the Supra, because I think it looks better. I think it's lower. I think stock trim looks cooler.
It's got a sportier look than the Supra.
I think so.
You know what I mean? I think
I know,
the
but the thing is, the back of a Supra.
I just don't. I'm nothing about it really.
Thing. It's a really. Somebody clearly sort of took some.
cues, right? It's keen of that era of Japan. I was actually thinking about this the other day because I drove that M3, the G80, and I fucking loved it. It did everything really well. Like, it handled incredible. It sat on the motorway incredible. It was faster than it needed to be. It was great. And I think it used to be that, like, your Skylines, your Supras and stuff were better than the German equivalent or the American equivalent especially.
Not true, no.
But now, I don't think the Japanese cars do anything better than...
No.
You know, like I even find it with that Majesta, even though it's only a couple of years after the LS430, it doesn't do the luxury thing any better than an LS430.
Yeah.
So actually,
and it's meant to be the luxury one.
Yeah.
That car is meant to be the one below the Century.
Yeah.
As far as like levels of luxury go. Yeah. And it's not.
And the Century would gobble your cog.
Yeah.
It was the big time.
I really wanted a Century, but that V12 is only in Centuries. So getting bits for it's going to be fucking nightmare. You know what I mean? And
you need 3 of them.
Yeah. And like, they're not $9,000 anymore. They're 10, 11, 12. So it's not really worth it to me. Other cars that I think that could be massive. I think I said this last time as well. For the FTO being rear-wheel drive, that would be and the 11, the A11.
Oh, 100%.
If they'd been rear-wheel drive, they'd
beautiful car, insane.
They'd be the biggest fucking things.
Yep. I think they look great as well. Those 11, the 111 or is it what the fuck it's called?
It's AE11.
I think if Toyota had just been committed to a rear-wheel drive Corolla, even if it was shit. I mean, the whole point. I mean, when you think about what an 86 is, it's just it's a 1.6 that makes 126 brake horsepower and it's rear-wheel drive.
Jimmy Oaks is fucking A86. Watching that video, it's so exciting.
I know, but
with a powerful engine.
It's like imagine lightning strike and going, right, well, you've got the formula. Don't tell anyone what it is. Should we just
make it rear-wheel drive?
Make another one.
Yeah.
Make another one. We'll make another one. We'll make the Corolla hatchback for Karen to drive her kids to soccer practice in, and that'll be fine. We can keep making that. We'll drive.
We'll chuck enough. Traction control and shit in the back of it, so
to make it straight. Make it straight.
I'm surprised that the GT86 hasn't had a turbo version yet.
Well, the GR86 is meant to be rumoured to be coming with the GR 3-cylinder engine at some point.
What now?
The GR86, so the new.
But the thing is, I don't think
G86.
But
I don't think it will.
Do you know what's weird? Because like S13s and stuff, the first versions of them are NA.
Yeah.
And then
Kings.
later, then you get into a turbo one.
Yeah.
But it's not like Toyota and Subaru with the box engine don't know how to put a turbo on it.
Yeah.
So it seems.
But the problem with that is it may not be as too far from the truth though, because they've gone and put the GR engine in the Corolla. So they're not too far away from just putting it in.
One of those in the UK or Europe because of emissions.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's true. I mean, look at the.
But there's nothing stopping them doing it in Japan.
It's not going to happen.
And then us getting it over here because you can just import it.
It just always seemed weird to me that like they wouldn't do a sporty turbo one that is like the Type X of.
Yeah.
But then there's also now a massive, modified scene that is building full kits, bolt-on stuff.
Yeah.
That then has lended itself to a full industry.
They've embraced that.
Yeah. And
so
it goes back to those wheels
which we started off with.
What the fuck is the point in them even trying?
There's no man looking at them going.
Do you know the weird thing was the first time I went to Super Autoback? On the shelf, you could have walked in if you had the cash card. And if you wanted to buy it and just buy a bolt-on HKS turbo kit, the tank kit, the wheels, the tires, the clutch,
and walk out with the stuff ready to go, bolt it on, because don't they have like dynos at some of them and all this sort of mad shit?
They've got like tuning stuff, up garages and stuff. You can take your car, sell bits off and buy new bits. So you'll go in and you'll find
sick.
a GTR set of brakes, like a set of like standard R35 GTR brakes just on the shelf, or a set of Alcons.
Someone's gone in and had some endless.
I was about to say when I was there,
there
was a set of endless 300mm. For it, and it was for S14. I was like, I could put those in a.
Someone's come in with
Gabby
fucking.
Never forgive me for that.
Someone's come in with stock brakes, had them put on, and then they've gone. This is a bit too much. Gone back, swapped them back for maybe something a little bit less. Yeah,
this is it. Yeah. I'll just do a fucking
or just a GTR
swap.
Yeah,
it'd be fine.
Fuck
but
me,
it's mad, right? It's mad that I think I probably said it last time as well, that like the tuning scene was kind of a dirty word in the UK, but there was a legitimate way to make your money.
But it had the Darren vibe to it over here, though, didn't it? It had the max power because no one liked the fucking thing.
Speaking of Darren vibes, I was on the motorway the other day and saw a Mark IV Fiesta Z-Tech S, and I was like, that actually is cool as fuck. I really want one. How much are they on eBay? Oh, 400 quid.
The thing is, you say Mark IV. I think the Z-Tech S was technically a Mark III.
The bubbly one.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's.
I love my Fiesta. I fucking loved it.
Because yours was.
Mine was a 6.5.
Yours was a Mark VI.
Yeah, 6.5 had a facelift.
Fuck me.
Mine was the one before they completely changed the styling.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Weird
well, then that means that must be a Mark V. And not a Mark III.
Because the Mark 4, 5, 6 were all the same, but the lights were all different.
Yeah, it was the same chassis.
That's a Mark IV.
Yeah, so that's the Mark III chassis. They did nothing but facelift it, so people refer to that as a Mark III. However, you would have your car.
Mine was a Mark VI.
If your car is a Mark VI, then that's a Mark V.
Yeah. So is that a Mark III?
No, mine's a Mark III. That would be a Mark IV.
Right.
The Mark III.
Mine was a 6.5.
Stupid.
Mine was 2007.
Stupid.
No, 2008.
Stupid lights.
Yeah, I just passed one the other day and I was like, oh, fucking great.
Yeah.
I've got this nostalgia for shit cars. I really want to buy like a Vectra. Yeah. Like a 1996 Vectra, but in like crap as spec.
Like blue.
Yeah,
in
like
blue.
Black bumpers.
With black like cloth.
I want there to be.
With a broken gearbox. And coilovers in the boot.
I want there to be. I want there to be no shift feel.
Yeah.
Is it in? Maybe?
Oh, mine has no shift feel.
It doesn't have anything.
Because the shifter isn't actually connected to the gearbox. No,
you know,
I need to know I need to work out what the fuck I'm doing with that. The intention was once the Vectra went, the whatever it's called, the Hilux went.
The Vectra came.
More
shit on the drive that Gaz can be angry about.
And that's the problem. Yeah, it's like
Gabby, we got a shitter.
And the thing is, it's like I'd have to do something with it.
You have to do the 300 to the point at which you can Sunday drive it to church.
But the problem here is the problem here is that the Vectra is sat in a garage in Stockport, costing 500 quid a year.
This space is Vectra sized.
This is Vectra sized, but it's also podcast sized. I also like to just sit here
from time to time. We could podcast from the Vectra.
Get rid of. We used to podcast from Ali's P10.
P10, we did.
You could get rid of your wank shed.
Nah, that's where all my stuff is.
That's where his CRT is.
Or you could.
Where would I play Goldeneye?
Yeah, true.
I've just got a real obsession with getting like a shit Vauxhall.
Yeah.
You know the first.
They're great, awful and great.
This is back to the Lupo thing as well, because I could just kick its fucking head in.
Yeah, but you say that. That's the problem with these old cars. You have this false nostalgia, as I do. Because actually, if you kick its head in even a little bit, they break, they die.
Well, I looked at Tigras.
Dumbest thing breaks.
I looked at Mark I Tigras.
Oh, with a
they're
boot.
Beautiful fucking car.
Like a tiny Calibra.
Piece of boot that moves up like that.
My mum had one when I was younger.
Yeah.
I didn't like it then.
No.
I don't like it now, but I think it'd be something fucking very funny.
It's like 90%
Do you know what's a nice looking car as well? Ford Puma.
Oh, the original one?
Yeah, beautiful car.
The same guy who designed the Jag we were talking about earlier from the Bond films.
Yeah, designed that. Beautiful
car.
Really?
There's a guy who comes past String Theory. I've forgotten his name, I've not seen it for ages. Who's got like not a Puma Speed one or anything like that, or anything fancy, but it's got like nice coilovers and wheels and tires.
I think they look great with barely anywhere.
He rips around track days, just flies.
Yeah.
The one thing I was going to say as well, we're talking about like the Supra and then this, like obviously Al's NSX. Like, I know someone who was going to buy one, and they drove it, and they hated every minute of it.
That's also Al. For the first time he drove one around London, and he was like, oh, this
is fucking awful. Like, obviously, everyone goes, unbelievable. Ayrton fucking Senna loved it. All this shit.
But
amazing driver's car.
The car's not
dog
made for
shit.
commuting. It's made for driving and fast.
Yeah.
So it's incredible. That car, I think they're only like 300 something brake.
Yeah.
As standard, but they absolutely fly.
Yeah.
They absolutely
shift.
But then, like, everything about the experience of driving it is shit.
Adults made it, though.
Yeah.
Adults made that car. That is a car
with maths. They made some maths.
But this is like the Integra Type R, EP3, EK9 thing. That, like, if I was to get one of those cars now, I would fucking leave it alone.
Yeah, just
I
don't
would
touch
get some
it.
nice tires on it, and I would get it back to factory settings because the smart man. There's a great meme in my head of like the guy who gets the Turbo Civic, the FK8, like the newer ones. That like the intelligent man at Honda has put hundreds of hours into making that drive because it's so hard to make a turbo front-wheel drive car handle. And then your man comes along, goes to Tegel, buys a set of BCs, he just slaps them on. He's like, sick cars.
Shit.
Exactly.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Will the bad nostalgia in me one day make me want to put that back to standard?
No, because these were shit when they were standard. This is a good car.
I wouldn't mind doing it with any car except for ones that are the performance version.
But then you've got the problem is then you're not if you're buying if you're then buying a performance car like a GR like a whatever the FK8 fucking meow cat.
Hello.
I think that's a meow cat.
You are then not fucking about with it because one, it's cost 50 grand, which is probably realistic nowadays. Yeah, you're leaving it alone, or you're buying big time KWs, big boy brakes, big boy expensive stuff, and you're paying a man like Bon from String Theory to
improve on the OEM.
Yeah, to make it better because you're not just you in a shed bolting shit on and just hoping it looks good.
Go see the adult, right?
You're gonna go and get another professional who goes, they could have done this better.
Yeah.
And to do this better than they had millions of pounds and fucking hours to do, you needed just one man to, instead of appease the bank account and the board and all this, to do this and to add this on as well. And then it will be unbelievable. Yeah. Because that's essentially what Bond does.
Yeah. There are sometimes things that you think like this was a penny pinching exercise and someone could have made a better.
There's always some degree of that.
Like, you know, Laurel with fucking
S13
S13 NA brakes, and you're like,
why, brother?
Why?
Brother,
why have you done that?
Brother,
oh yeah, well it was a couple of quid for this. You're like, no, you were so close, and you fucked it for no reason.
Verosa with IS200 non-turbo brakes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, obviously.
On a 1JZ car.
But there's the big thing with like EVs at the moment. Obviously, EVs are everyone's fucking bread and butter. Tesla just wiped off like $7,000 off their like standard Model 3, Model Y prices.
Yep.
Massive amount of money. Just to go, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Just to keep us competitive, we're going to take $7,000 off the prices. Yep. And they're still making money.
I'd be super depressed if I just bought
ordered
one.
Yeah, you'd be cancelling and going back.
Hey, can I get some of that $7,000, please?
But then you start looking at how much the other car companies are selling their cars for, and they're making 1,500 quid. $2,000. Some of them are making losses just to get people in EV cars, which is unbelievable. And Tesla's still out there going, "Hey, I'll tell you what, we're going to wipe loads of money off and still earn fucking money."
The polar opposite is your high-end brands like Ferrari and Porsche.
Yep.
I think it's just Ferrari and Porsche. Oh no, maybe in America. Ferrari and Porsche, certainly in the UK. That if you want to go, say you win it big on the lotto tonight, and you walk into Ferrari dealership, they go, right, I want the brand new Pista. They'll go, that's cool, but first you're going to have to build a brand loyalty. So what you want to do is you want to buy this SUV that we've got coming out.
This piece of shit.
You want to buy this horrible SUV, and then maybe we could get Sir to buy a used 458, and then we'll talk in a couple of years about... But also you have to sell those cars back to us.
Yeah. I know this.
At a horrible price.
I know this because Abby's boss, I was explaining to this when Alf and Rolex was over, because Rolex is big Ferrari man. And I was saying that Abby's boss wanted a Ferrari, is a massively successful businessman, has got P. Went into Ferrari and they basically laughed him out the door. We don't care how much money you've got.
Yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, we don't care that you can buy
the
one.
Right person.
And then he went on a list of like 500 people to get considered for a vehicle.
Well, look at Phil buying that GT3. He was on the waiting list for the previous GT3.
Yeah.
And then didn't get allocation.
Yep.
And had to kick up like a big fuss with the dealer principal. Like, you've had my deposit for tons of time.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is my car? And had to like kick off essentially and call in favours, I think.
Well, this guy just...
I don't think any of that's like breaking news. I'm pretty sure you talked about it in the videos.
But this guy got a dead man's car.
Yeah.
A man died, and his car was already ordered on its way, and his wife didn't want it. She was foregoing the deposit. Wasn't ours.
What's mad is...
And they just sold it him. It was in gross blue with fucking tan interior, and he was like, I'll take it for 300 grand.
What is wild is that it's like that for Jimneys and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Fight to get a Jimny. Like, it's a joke car. GR Yaris, you got to fight for it. I think a lot of the GR Yarises are like rich people's like meme toy car.
Yeah,
of course.
Like they give this to their daughter to thrash about the streets from time to time.
That's the track car I'll buy because I'm not going to take the Rosso out on the track. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, you're not going to ruin my very
it's only
expensive
50
car.
grand, it's fine, yeah.
I'm just going to write the 50 grand. But it's like me in the Lupo.
Yeah.
Just write the Lupo
scaled.
off. Yeah, it's just scaled up.
Massively.
I'm not going to write the 14 off on track. I'm going to write the Lupo off instead.
See if it was me and I had the money to buy my Ferrari and they didn't want to sell it to me, I would go, fuck you.
Yeah.
Get fucked.
Well,
I'm not going to buy the shit car.
Also, I don't want any of your new cars. It's gonna sound terrible. I don't want any fucking new Ferraris. I want bare minimum Ferrari 40, maximum an LM.
Okay.
HD.
Yeah.
And I'm not even that interested in an F50.
So, I really want a white Miami Vice Testarossa.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
Yeah.
no. Ooh.
But I imagine you would drive it once and go.
Oh, it'd be horrible. It'd be fucking awful. Everything about it I would hate.
Yeah, but I would
love
looking at it.
Just sit there and go.
Yeah.
Look at him. I'd pull up on the beach somewhere.
Pull up on the beach.
Yeah. Not
immediately,
the
car would then just fall apart.
Because of course I wouldn't be in this country. I'd be somewhere else.
Yeah, you've already
Skegness.
left.
Oh yeah,
Skeggy.
Jesus I'd be in
But then you watch,
Italy somewhere.
you ever seen Harry's Garage video where he drives his Testarossa?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Into like the desert.
Yeah.
He like goes into the desert, and the hotel he's staying at, you have to drive like 3 miles down like just desert track. There's like camels over here, and camels over there.
I'm not a Ferrari guy, really. I don't really like them that much. But I'm not.
I saw
big,
the new one.
I saw the
new Ferrari, and I was just like, I don't even know what it's called. So the new one, I thought it's no different from any other piece of shit.
I'm not a supercar guy. Like I don't really like supercars.
So it sounds so old manish to say things like that, but I'm not.
Nothing excites me.
Philly, you've done it. It's like the last time I was
me?
impressed by a supercar, it was that Porsche with the fucking exhaust out the back, and it was like half electric, half petrol.
The
and
918.
I don't know what it was, but I just remember thinking it accelerated.
It's the spider thing.
Yeah,
it accelerated like nothing else. It was extremely impressive, and it was a combination of the best.
They've got penises on the wheels.
But you would also then, if you were in the market for something like that, you would go and buy. I know you would go and buy a P1 because even though the Porsche is very, very good and very, very fast, the P1 is also very much like these. There is no fucking prisoners.
They're just
They're just terrifying.
You're meant to go drive them as well.
Yes, you're terrified of it.
Have you heard of a company called Lanzante?
No.
Lanzante.
Do you have to do it like? Do you have to say it like this?
Lanzante.
This place is it's in Petersfield, so near Goodwood.
Oh, so definitely not Italy then.
No, it's not.
Lanzante.
That's what I mean. They're like, they are tugging on some heritage there.
They're McLaren Petersfield, and also they're the guys who made all the F1 Le Mans car.
Okay.
They convert like the P1 to like road spec and stuff,
Sick.
or like Le Mans, like the racy ones to road spec and stuff. So we went to Goodwood for something, to the racetrack and not the festival site, and just driving along, and there's this beautiful building. It's just black building, and it has an F1 Le Mans car in the window, and a McLaren, Mika Häkkinen's McLaren, the one from Spa, parked in the window.
Big time.
And so I was with Lewis and Carol, and I was like, what the fuck is that place? So we stop, turn around, in the Laurel, of course, not in the Verosa, and pull up outside, just bash onto the curb, like, what the fuck is this place? And like, all it's got on it is Ganesh. The logo is, but with just 4 arms. Okay. No, just 2 arms, sorry.
Wait, so that's just an elephant, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's sick.
It's an elephant with arms.
It's a body-shaped elephant.
Oh, yeah.
It's a man with an elephant's head.
It's a lady elephant.
Sitting down cross-legged. And we were like...
Apologies.
Just unplug the headphones 1 second. To that one.
Any of them?
I don't know.
Stick it in.
I'm not going to pretend to understand this shit.
So we're like, what the fuck is this place?
Yeah.
And down the side, it's like a beautiful bit that dips down, and there's a gate. You can just see a yard at the back, and we're like, not a fucking clue. Take the photos, leave. Can't find out that's Lanzante, and they do all like the fucking spicy
big time
McLarens.
So they make them spicier.
And they make them road legal. But they also have a building that looks...
Make them road legal?
Yeah, but a P1 road legal.
That's the logo.
Oh, damn.
How fucking cool is that logo?
Yeah, that's gangster.
How fucking bad boy is that place? And let me see if there's any photos. So this is the back of the unit. This is one of the ones they've made road legal.
For anyone who's listening to this on podcast, on iTunes, go fuck yourself.
Senna GTR.
Wow. That's so pretty.
But this is what I want to mention. So these 930 tag turbos have McLaren, Porsche, F1 engines. Old ones, taken and putting in them.
I don't know how that fucking works because those engines required heating up carefully.
They detune them and stuff.
Baggy pistons.
Yeah, I was going to say,
just slacking around.
Sad old slack pistons wobbling around inside the cylinders.
So they
only rev to 13,000 RPM.
So every car has got like a McLaren driver's name. There's like a Keke Rosberg and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It is the fucking. They had one of them in like plain.
There's a new thing that I want. One of them when I my millions.
Anything with an F1 engine that can make noises. I mean, that's all you really need in life, isn't it?
They just look fucking incredible. There's the.
So you remember when I said?
There's the white one.
Do you remember when I said I didn't really like supercars? Shit.
Yeah, but these are one-offs.
I know.
These are one-offs, though, aren't they?
But this makes me feel more excited.
That's the thing, right? When you really think about it, if you're in the market to buy to spend that sort of money, why aren't you doing something like that?
So on the rocker cover,
do something like that because who the fuck wants something that other people have got if you're spending that sort of money?
On the rocker cover, it says has a Porsche bit on the intake. Tag Turbo Techniques d'Avant-Garde. Fucking sign me up, brother man.
Yeah.
Techniques d'Avant-Garde.
That's so good.
It beats your Vorsprung der Techniques, doesn't it?
Yeah. 19 CDTI, mate.
Mate, I've bought an R8. I've got my supercar.
I bet you that uses R8 coil packs.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, do you know what I find funny?
Fucking well, everything does.
If like a Lambo, Ferrari, whatever drives past me on the motorway, I don't really even look.
Yeah, most of the time I couldn't be fucked because you know that the person inside has no personality.
If a yellow FD3S drives past me,
I'm like, hey, Stu Lawson, what's happening?
I'm like,
hello. I didn't see him last time, but I was meant to.
But I
insane person.
feel like right now that's the cruise car I would have.
Yeah, but then also I've got this weird issue with all of these iconic Japanese cars, like the FD3Ss, your R34s, that I now see them and go, oh, you're trying to buy a personality.
Yeah.
I'm only interested.
You're buying an Instagram account.
Yeah. You're at that R34 guy who is 85 years old. Wants to talk to kids.
And you have an Instagram account called that R34 guy. And it makes me want to be sick.
Yeah, and actually, I want to stay away from you. I don't want to be part of the same community. Yeah. I think I liked those cars when they were 45 grand cars. When they were the alternative to like an M3, like an R34.
Yeah.
When the alternative to like an M3 or something.
Yeah, and FDs
were as fast as.
FDs haven't really peaked like some of the others have.
Well, if you want like a proper one, like a Bathurst or something.
No, I know, but like the general roady ones that you would drive,
also
they haven't.
An early
really.
one looks like dog shit.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You need the facelift.
Yeah, you do need.
Right?
The
facelift,
you do. Yeah, you can. I'm with you there. And the Bathurst is like the god tier car, and really that's what you think of when you think of them.
I saw a Bathurst the other day with like 11,000 miles at my friend's boss's place, and it was totally stock. It had the horrible but cool Mazda speed seats.
Yeah.
And just lovely car. And it is the one you would have if you go ripping around. But like, I don't like any of these cars if they're expensive because that's not the point of them. The point of them was you couldn't afford the M3 or the M5.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's why it was cool.
Look at the FC3S. It was a fucking Porsche 944. I want to say 944.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It was, can you afford the 944?
Nope.
Well, this RX-7 exists.
Yeah.
It's as fast, but half the fucking price.
And also, you can make it as fast if you do some bits.
You just keep turning this.
People have missed the whole R34 GTR thing was, and the reason people love them off Gran Turismo is because they were one of the cheapest cars to buy in the game that were as fast as other stuff.
Yep.
You know, I mean, that's the interesting bit.
Yep.
And people buy these R34 GTRs now and think that I'm going to smoke everything. When
they're the people who would then go on to Gran Turismo 1 and buy the Espace because it was the most expensive car. Yeah. But what they didn't realise is the Escudo Pikes Peak was actually the fastest car.
Yeah.
Wait, were they the same price?
But I just think.
But then they're going to get fucking railed by a dude, some kid in an RS3 who's just fucking.
Yeah, exactly.
Ticked up to the nines.
Exactly.
Or like
£900 a month on finance.
16-year-old S3 that's had a dark side stage 1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
With an inlet the size of my head.
Because I've seen Smokey Nagata. I've seen his one do 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
you have, but that car has 100 grand in it.
Easy.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Or like, I've seen
it's got 100 grand on the hood of the 20 years ago. You know?
You see the trial Supra and you're like, oh, that thing's fucking incredible. 50 grand in the car.
Yeah, easy.
You know what I mean? Like, and you're not doing that here.
No,
but the fun thing was that you could just get a boost controller, turn up a bit, put
and
exhaust
fuck
on
with
it,
it. Have fun.
Fast enough.
The Smoky Nagata V12 Supra. I thought
Century engine, big up the Century.
Exactly.
Yeah, boy.
I V12.
I thought the fast one had a 3S GE in it, didn't it?
It was
that was the Castrol
the
one, the racing one.
Oh, the racing, yeah.
But this is the thing, like for the
boys.
time it was impressive, but it was like, imagine it was just over 1,000 brake horsepower, right? But you can make a 2J.
No, it's not even that. It's like you can make RS3s that with no
I
real
know.
effort.
What I'm saying
on
is,
stock gearboxes.
It's like they didn't realize they took the 2J and went, this is a fucking. We want to make 1,000 brake. We're gonna need the V12.
Yeah.
That was at a point where people didn't realise that the 2J was this fucking.
And I've just added more weight. I've added more weight.
Let's just get more of them.
Yeah. It's crazy because like you need to do a lot to make these things really, really fast.
Yeah.
And like it's not the car you're getting.
No, and by today's by today's standards, they're not.
It's crazy, and you can make them fast, but you need to spend the car again.
Yeah.
Easy.
But your stock R34 GTR V-Spec 2 NUR edition 2
ain't fast.
MVP color whatever MP3.
Yeah.
You know it's
mini
280
disc
brake.
1.
280 brake.
Yeah.
Boost up, you might get
3.
350.
And then you'll still get beat by a fart kind of.
Yeah. With a map, anything that's with an RS at the start of it is 500.
Al had a Mercedes, an AMG of some kind. I can't remember what it was, and he had it mapped. I think it was an E50. I don't know. If only he was here to tell me. And it got mapped, and it had like 1,000 foot-pound of torque.
Yeah.
Bruh.
And it hurt my eyes.
Yep.
And that was like a
pushed back into your sockets.
Yeah, that was a 20 grand car with a free, I think, map. But say it was $1,000.
Yeah.
Say it was $5,000. You know, what I mean, 25 grand car and it disappeared and everything.
Well, I complained about my. I took my Jeep in to get serviced by main dealer VW, and then I had it serviced by a year later by a good, reliable mechanic that we know. And he basically took the filters out and went, these are all stamped 2017 from when your car was made. And they all look like shit.
Yeah.
I don't think they've been done.
No.
Your oil's been dropped and it's been changed. And I kicked off at VW and they were like, we're really, really sorry. Can we bring you back in and talk to you? I was like, no.
They were also like, hey, can we buy the car back off you?
Yeah, they said, what we'll do is we'll take your car off you and we'll give you one of the brand new ones. So like new facelifty one. They were like, we will do 3 years, 0%. You'll get one of the first ones that come in white. It's a R as well, so it's a hybrid. It's petrol V6, twin turbo, hybrid, so electric motor. And they were like, we want you to come in and test drive one. We're going to get one in a couple of weeks. Can we give you a call back? And I was like, listen, I'm not really interested. I don't want to pay the money. They were like, please just come in. Even as a goodwill gesture, just come and drive it. Be the first person to drive one. I was like, okay, cool, fine, fair enough.
Send out a bank.
Oh my god, they're fucking fast.
Really?
Like less
Yeah,
than...
but something that big is like a postcode moving.
No, when you're doing naught...
Yeah.
I think it was 5.5 seconds to 60. And I was like, fast. Like, fuck
But it's
fast.
the scale. It's how much you're moving
and it's
is just
bigger,
so weird.
It is bigger than my car.
But modern technology is fucking wild, right? And modern efficiency for gearboxes and
Insane.
engines.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like in sport. It was just, the guy was just like, oh, you give it a bit down here. And I was like, obviously, I drive fast cars.
My name's Saule from Origin.
Rocket shit, absolutely. And that is like a 2 ton.
Have you ever seen the
2.5
viral clip from
the cat
from
Dory Fest
from Final Boss
Bang,
where
gang.
the tire comes off?
That's me, bro.
Have you seen the footage of Dory Fest where I go backwards up the bank?
Obviously,
and
then frontwards up the bank.
Now watch this.
Yeah. But honestly, that is a. I think it was 70 grand or something stupid, which I only drove it because they were like, please come and drive one, we're really sorry.
And the scary thing about that is like total NPCs can just
anyone can buy that.
Drive
NPCs can just buy it and do it and have a good time.
And for 70 grand.
NPCs are going to buy that, sit in the middle lane, and then when I try and get past them, just...
For the vote, yeah, I fucking hate that.
I think we can... I think there's a correlation between middle lane sitters and how they voted for Brexit. I think this whole country would be running a lot better if
fucking
just
Scottish gals fucking stepping down, isn't she?
She's off.
Nikki Sturridge.
Yeah.
I think that's a scary thing where the last of genuine politicians who aren't just robbing bastard cunts.
That's worrying though. What's coming afterward?
Yeah,
what's coming
and
afterward?
like she's totally fucking like it's not everyone loves her, not everyone hates her, whatever. Divisive. I guess, as you would be if you're the face of a nationalist party.
I suppose it is when you come down to that. She is the face of the SNP.
But I think ultimately she at least pretends, unlike current politicians, to not be a total scumbag cunt.
Yeah.
There's definitely probably some scumbag stuff going on, some money moving, but unlike these current ones who are just grabbing everything they can before they get ejected.
Yeah. It's a smash and grab. But then it's always been that way. I'm ready for ChatGPT. To be
take over,
to be the
right policies.
Wait, like they did these studies into
one man just at a desk.
How many politicians think are using ChatGPT to come up with stuff now?
I hope most. I reckon we get there.
I don't know why they're not.
I've
already got ideas now.
Coming from a,
I've been thinking about it for the last hour.
Coming drift proposal.
Oh, 100%.
Coming from a family.
I'm going to write my new job.
Where my parents split, I observed my friends who had families that were together. And their conflict resolution by their parents was always so much more successful than conflict resolution with either of my parents. Mm-hmm. Which said to me, growing up, observing this, that on the whole, it's always good to have the opinion of two people who don't necessarily share the same opinion
than one.
to help you grow. Yeah. So why do we have one prime minister?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Why?
Because there's a cabinet.
Don't get me wrong.
Who
cares? When you go down this road, you get very quickly to the point where you go, well, what we need is like because you can't just have one person or two people. You need a. Wow.
Is that the fucking compressor?
That's the compressor.
1:45 in the morning.
It's not.
It's 1:45 in the morning.
I better go.
Turn it off.
Yeah, I just shit my pants there.
That's so loud and I've got headphones on.
House is about to explode.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
What are you trying to compress?
How many times has that gone off? How many times has that gone off, like, without you knowing?
That was scary as fuck, my brother in Christ. Y'all need a young priest and an old priest.
It gets to 1:45 in the morning.
I don't know. What time do we start?
The fucking neighbours are going to go fucking spare. Anyway, what I was going to say is that
my rings have reset on my watch.
It's about to be 4 hours.
Jesus Christ. Go on, the boys.
There are 8 hours of podcasts.
We've just there's more podcasts.
Yeah. We can't. Yeah. We need to wrap this up in the
How long have we got till 4 hours?
10 minutes, and that's amazingly still recording.
Is it actually?
Well, I don't know now, but it was up until recently.
I only noticed how cold I am because my hands have now stopped.
Cold are you?
Do you know what? They're warm.
Short mans.
Yeah. I did look at them when you turned up and was like,
"This is bad choice."
Still recording. Hey!
You got bobbly boy legs.
Unbelievably, it is still
recording.
How did it take 3 hours and 40 minutes to get to PoliticsCast?
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know.
I just decided to drop Nicky Sturge in it. Yeah. Oh, you've turned us all off, I think. No, you're good.
Hello! Don't do that. Don't do that.
Someone's fucking about.
What we're saying is, conflict resolution. Two parents. Why can't we just say, just crack on? Why don't need one half of you to all vote on a solution? Why don't you all just vote on a solution for problems?
Yeah.
And that way you can't have individual like, oh, I voted this way, I voted that way, blah blah. Oh, you're a fucking racist. Oh, you're a fucking far too liberal. This, that, and the other.
We all agreed.
There you go. Yeah, but you're back. You're back.
Like we all agreed, and that's what we come to.
I feel like they should just not have parties. They should all just be part of different teams that all.
But then because they're human beings, they have to have an ulterior motive. So if you did put ChatGPT in control, you're probably fine because it doesn't have a horse in the race.
Yeah.
That would either mean it would kill us all, or it would actually be really fair.
Imagine it calculated.
Fine line.
Actually, we've done the maths, and it'd be better if you all didn't exist.
30% of you need to go. You all decide now. If you don't decide by 12 o'clock, we're going to decide for you.
It would come up with stuff like that. It would come up you would ask it its question. It would come out and go, I think, David, that the best thing to do is to kill 30%.
What the fuck do you do then?
And you'd have to go.
Do we listen to it?
Imagine Rishi Sunak stood in like he's put it in.
Yeah.
It's on screen. Back, kill 30%.
He just closes the app. Shit. Oh fuck. Screenshot.
It takes a special kind of human being to want to control people.
That's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point.
Yeah,
You almost, the whole point is you don't want somebody who wants that job. You want somebody who doesn't want the job.
Yeah.
So when you get,
because they're the perfect
the absolute
person.
worst, like someone like, I had to say it, but like when Donald Trump was in power, like somebody who desperately loved that power, the idea of that power. You know,
it's dangerous stuff.
Rocket Man.
Even though there were lots and lots of reasons to vote and lots of reasons not to vote, ultimately the cost was the integrity of an entire nation.
I just think it's mad that we've had was it 4 or 3 prime ministers that nobody voted for.
Yeah.
They've
just turned up.
They're just in.
They've just been tagged in, haven't they?
Just got the job by being there.
What was her name?
In fact, no, Rishi got sacked and then still came back.
What's the fucking woman's name? Who turned up for 10 minutes, fucked it all.
Killed the Queen and fucked off.
Yeah, she fucking killed the Queen. She fucked up some shit, killed the Queen, and then off she went.
Yeah.
Ruined the economy. It's in a bit.
No, it wasn't even her that ruined the economy.
No,
it was Quasi whatever his
his fucking name is.
A guy who honestly looked like he was like a Mr. Bean character. Who just like wanted it. They were like, "Can you do the maths?" And he was like,
"I can do the maths.
I've done maths.
I've done maths.
BTEC.
Have you done like an economy? But the economics? Yeah, sure.
But the realization
That's
when
so close.
they all realized that, we fucked up massively
big time.
to the extent where, like, from the ground up, everything that they'd put in place to go forwards was wrong.
Yeah.
The panic when we realised that there wasn't anyone in charge and that everything was about to go to shit, and it did.
Lunatics have taken over the asylum.
Yeah, well, we're not.
We're fucking close.
It's fully fucking mad, right? Like, the one that's really getting me just now is these fucking energy companies. They're boasting.
Yeah.
Right, hang fire. Before you go down this route, I said exactly this yesterday to a customer, and he said, right, okay, yeah, so Centrica, £3.5 billion profit.
Yep.
Probably in the last 10 minutes.
They paid 45% tax on that.
Did they actually, though? See, I don't have a problem.
So they intentionally put the money back in the coffers.
Right.
What a weird and selfless act that kind of is. They also paid themselves a huge amount of money.
Because, of course they did.
Because the other 55% of that, I had to do some quick maths then,
yep.
The other 55% of that went into
pockets.
But how can
but they didn't have to declare those as profits. They could have spent that money themselves so that it wasn't profit.
Yeah, just put it into bullshit.
Yeah, but there'll be loads of things, obviously all on the pre-tax profits that they will have swindled away to make it look like there is only 3 point whatever billion.
The important thing is that they've intentionally created a situation where they have appeared to make a large profit in order to pay a large tax. And it's weird.
Is that not what I said in the last one where I was like, why doesn't one company just go, we're going to not make the extra billion and just do
it kind of semi-happened a little bit.
Yeah. Perfect.
But Centrica owned British Gas and a few others as well. But
so British Gas, here's the interesting one I read the other day. What's the thing about? They now have the right to go into your house. If you're not paying the bills, just like take a locksmith, go into your house and repo shit. So like, and they had this fucking
repossess the gas.
Yeah, smarmy. Imagine like I didn't pay my gas bill, so taking my TV. So this smarmy little cunt is like, so they've got a due era of care that when they go in, if there's people that are vulnerable, they can't repossess stuff. So, if you walk in and it's like a single mother with a child and like they're clearly not living above their means, whatever, you're supposed to not be able to take stuff. But this one smarmy little fucking cunt who's in there is like, it's like a single father, 2 or 3 kids, little kids' toys everywhere and stuff, and they're out at this point. And they come in and like serve the warrant, leave it there and repo stuff. And he goes, nah, like, there's tons of toys here, so they're clearly fine. And their bills are going from like 75 quid a month to like 350. Just out of nowhere. And like the guy's laughing about it and like playing with the kids' toys and stuff, like taking the piss, and they fucking take the shit they want to take to fucking repo these fucking fees. And then like before they go, they're like, oh, the guy comes outside like, oh, where were you? Oh, I was just taking a shit, like in the person's house and stuff. And I was thinking, what kind of a fucking
well, they've employed the right twat
do you have
there,
to be?
Haven't they?
What kind of a class traitor do you have to be to turn on your fellow man like that?
See,
I would be the guy that would do that job, get under my training, get it, and then just be like,
every house I go in, every house at risk. And do you know why? What the reason would be behind at risk? Because every fucker's at risk. You're one paycheck away from fucking everything up.
Everything's
unless I go into that house and the man has got like gold bars everywhere.
And even then,
do your thing, dude.
Yeah.
But why are you sucking off British Gas
Yeah.
doing their crimes.
Yeah.
Like, do you not? So many people don't.
He
realize
feels like
that
a foot soldier. Obviously, he feels above it.
So many people would just turn on their fellow man so easy and not realize that like
there's
fucking.
There's an
these
element.
These are the people that won't pull
though.
the plug on ChatGPT, right? Because they know it's going to kill everyone. So, but they're like, oh, fuck them, fuck everyone. Let's just let this continue happening. It'll be fine.
I fucking love being the cog in a machine that would kill me given the chance.
Yeah. It's weird, isn't it?
Shit, like
it's so strange.
There's someone I know that's super.
Tinfoil hat.
No, like conservative.
Okay.
They fucking love thought the Brexit stuff was going to go great. And then when it actually fucked the businesses, fucking European sales, they were like, I'm surprised. Was it really hard to get to Europe now?
Yeah.
And like,
why haven't I been able to sell anything or send anything via post office to out of the country for the past month and a half?
But what I didn't realize, what they don't realize is like, you think you're the same as Boris Johnson and this lot and that lot and stuff, but they would run you over in the street.
Oh, 100%.
And crack on. You know what I mean? Speaking of your Royal Mail thing.
Yeah.
I saw this fucking. I think I just seen Lorge and like whatever that new Instagram thing is where you write bullshit at the top.
Oh yeah.
The Facebook
notes
thing.
or whatever the fuck it is.
And it was like international is impossible to Royal Mail or
whatever
it was.
It's I basically I went for the fourth time and they were like they keep on saying come back next week and I'm like and then it turns out I've forgotten his fucking name because it's nearly 1 a.m. He's been sending them Royal Mail are accepting them online, so they'll come and get them.
So just get them to pick them up.
Yeah,
simple.
But I have to have a Royal Mail account and set it up. But they won't take it at the post office that I live less than 100 yards away from, which was really annoying.
So you want to save them money by saving someone to come out, and you want to do them a favour?
I don't know.
Are they still striking?
No,
they stopped.
They
did they get a pay rise?
So this new probably
tell them to fuck off.
So this new this news article or this news thing that was on radio, I had it on the other day, was about a letter that had been delivered from Bath to somewhere in London.
Yeah.
100 years it took.
100
years.
It
had like a 1912 stamp on it.
What in the fuck is that all about?
And I was thinking, like, I'd love to go screenshot that and send it to customers.
Oh my
God.
God.
Stuff. Listen,
Royal Mail's got it. It's in Jesus' hands now.
There's a guy in Italy, and I said, look, I sent you your tracking because I don't usually do tracking for a lot of things. I said, I sent you your fucking tracking, and he's like, and he sent me a screenshot. It said it's at Sandyway Post Office, like today. Like,
oh wow, still up there.
That's there.
Yeah, still here.
So for a month,
it's been sat
at the post office.
Fantastic.
And I said to him, is it still there? She went, no, it'll have moved on, but
it hasn't updated.
It's
fucking bollocks.
Letter finally arrives 100 years after it was posted, leaving Royal Mail baffled, and it's got like a King George stamp on it and stuff.
The stamp's probably worth an absolute fucking
This is
fortune.
the mind fuck for me regarding that, is that had to go through a sorting off, and someone went,
yeah, that's fine.
King George stamp. Yeah, sure.
I'm sure that's okay.
Well, it's been paid.
Look at that.
That's amazing.
There's a stamp on it, so it's been fucking paid.
That is amazing.
They've underpaid.
Fuck.
Apparently the new stamps and the new money's out with Charles and without a crown and his ears and everything. Yeah.
Imagine it just had his big sausage hands on it.
That was his crown.
Like the chicken from Wallace and Gromit.
Fuck me.
Beady little fucking eyes.
Those hands are gross, though, aren't they?
Ridiculous. Richmond sausage.
You don't want them with your ass, do you?
No. Hopefully it's not runs in the family between him and Andrew.
Neither of them sweat.
Remember that time that Prince Andrew was a total sweaty nonce and everyone just went, yep.
Sure.
Then we carried on to the next news cycle.
Yeah, and that was it. We
paid her off.
That was it. Paid her off. 12 million. Yeah.
Well, it's fine because he paid her off. Is it?
Is it though?
How is it fine that he paid her off?
Because he did the crime.
But it's like the Manchester
Can you
United
being
football
the Queen
player
and
who
dying
just
in that scenario.
Yeah,
it
it's
must
like
be so sad.
The United football player who wasn't found not guilty of his charges. They were just dropped. They were just dropped.
Oh yeah. Because everybody had changed their mind.
Yeah, he just dropped.
Harriet has.
Yeah, Mason Greenwood, the footballer.
Oh yeah.
So he.
So how did he get out of that? Because I heard the audio.
Charges were dropped. So basically, either paid her off, but I think they're back together. They're in a relationship.
Get out!
It's hilarious.
She's going missing.
Have you heard the audio from it?
No.
It's funny.
It's not. It's funny.
No,
it's horrendous.
It's
atrocious.
It's bad, yeah.
She's basically describing the rape as it's happening,
Right.
and she's got a phone recording on the side, and that's been dropped, has it?
Yeah.
I don't know how that gets dropped.
I think there'll be. I mean, he's going to have some very good fucking lawyers, and it's going to be.
It's
going to be.
Have some very
I
good
don't know
lawyers,
how that gets.
So
dropped.
it's going to be.
It was
It's going to be.
How good?
I'll just pay you off and stop it.
How good can these people be at the game?
It's not. It's chat GPT. Write me a defence.
Yeah.
This is what happened.
How can they be that good
I raped her.
In football?
Sport where like the UK is just like, oh no, we can't let him go.
Yeah.
Because
I don't think he'll ever play again.
Do footballers not have a shelf life of like X amount of time
like 10 minutes?
It's not as bad as American footballers where they get CTE.
Yeah.
But
But there's a degree of they don't have a long career.
No, they don't. No, they don't have the longest. But
a racehorse can only run for so long.
Exactly.
So why is someone so valuable? Is it because there's so much money in the?
It's well. I mean, what they get paid, what they actually get paid, is like really a shadow in the in the garden compared to like the endorsements and shit that go with it. Like some of the biggest things.
And it's
that
not
can
for
happen
us,
is
so
them
they
to
don't
lose their sponsors.
They don't get paid for it. But then look at people like David Beckham. He's playing still somewhere probably. He's been playing for what, 30 years.
I think he's living off his wife's music career.
Yeah.
But
there's
Dave Bowers.
The smart ones that forever live on are the ones who invest their money, build the portfolio.
You start buying shit.
Of course.
What did they make? A lot of them was like 50 grand a week and 100 grand a week.
More than that.
No,
millions a
they're
week.
on like
300.
They're on like 300, 400 grand a week and shit like that.
How can you spend that much money?
So Erlen Haaland, who plays for City now, big massive Viking-looking dude. He is reportedly on like goal bonus of like nearly $1 million a week and shit like that. Like,
goal bonus,
like so. Depending on how many, I think he averages out like they've took the average amount of goals he's scored. So he's on paid an X amount a week, but then every time he scores a goal, he gets a bonus. And then obviously all his endorsements and everything that goes against it, and they reckon he's on somewhere between 900 and $1 million a week.
You know, when Kimi Räikkönen was with Lotus, he had a win bonus and almost bankrupt the company because he did so many wins.
Yeah, so much win, so many win.
In the Lotus, he just smashed.
But
and they were like, "Stop winning, please."
Please stop winning. Can we just stop paying you? Win, but just chill.
Do that
if you want to be ill this week, that would be fine.
Are you going to win the championship? Cool. Stop winning then.
Getting the chefs to like make his food underprepared.
Make his food.
Make him
raw
sick.
Chicken.
Make him sick AF.
Medium rare chicken.
Oh, pink chick.
Where are we up to? 4 hours and 5 minutes. I think. Can we
make it to 4:20?
Can we go?
Blaze it.
Fuck.
15 minutes.
No, because I'm gonna have to edit.
15 minutes. 15 minutes. I'll set an alarm and we'll just stop talking when it gets to 4:20.
Exactly.
How long is it exactly?
Exactly.
It's exactly 9 minutes from now.
Siri, set alarm for 9 minutes. There we go.
But yeah, so like the footballers that like are earning moon money, it's
well, they have wealth management companies that will physically put their money. Well, no, they do. They have wealth management companies that put their money into specific things like property. They diversify their what's the names. But this is the thing, because they're not earning it for forever. They know they're not going to be able to earn it forever. Then you have to be smart with it, because actually, I can hopefully work until I'm 65, 70%, potentially work till I'm 70. I would like to. Well, my dad has spent his entire life very excited at the prospect of retiring. He's been very excited about retiring, and I always thought that was sort of, I don't want to say sad, but certainly not like my aspiration. I don't have any. I'm not looking forward to stopping. Because the thing that happens after that is death.
See, I would like
I want to be able to. It's as much as my body's able. My dad's body is able to do stuff, and I'm not.
See,
if his job was a bit more, if his job had been more labour intensive, physical, then maybe I don't know. But I would like to think I can work for a long period of time, and in that time, I don't know how much I can earn. But a footballer is exactly that. If they can only work for like 20 years. Then make hay whilst the sun is shining.
I worked out the other day. So I work for obviously big corporate type company that is owned by private investors. So basically banks. We're owned by banks, private banks. Our CEO goes and have meetings with bank people who are fucking billion trillionaires and shit. Yeah. And they talk to him like shit, like he talks to us like shit. Blah blah blah. Anyway, shit flows downstream. Blah blah blah. I do not want to be a cog in that system. I get paid great money, 100%. Yeah. But I do not want it. I've earned the company myself quotes that are titled to me that I've won just under £2 million in 3 years. I've not been paid anywhere near that.
Yeah.
Obviously, which is fine. It is what it is. I'm part of a system.
You haven't also got the costs of saying all up and all that sort of shit.
But I have also put in. I've also put in a lot of fucking work to make that, and if I put even a bit of that into my own shit, I could do that myself.
Yeah.
Which is what I want to do.
Yeah.
But then the problem is I spent years being an engineer, doing academic type shit, and now I don't work with my hands.
Yeah,
I don't do physical
you used
jobs.
To be out all the time.
Yeah,
doing the
I work
job.
on the road, so I've gone through from the ranks of each bit of the company. I know it front to back. That's why I'm quite good at my job, because I know how long it takes to do certain things. So, like, I have experience doing the job, actually physically fitting the things that I price. So, like, I know what the margins are, and but it's bollocks because all I'm doing is working for somebody else, and it's the rat race of getting to the 30th of each month and then hitting the ground running on the first and going, shit, I've got another fucking 200 grand to find this month.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I hate the idea of just being generic cog in the generic machine.
Yeah, that's what I am, basically.
That absolutely terrifies the shit out of me. Not a machine. In the words of Have Heart, I am not a machine.
I am not a machine.
You know what I mean? And I hate the thought of having to do that. Which is totally different for everybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then also I don't then have the set of skills to go and make the business and do the thing myself, you know what I mean? So I'm happy to find the niche. I think in my life I've got the level of stress to what you earn have to be equal.
Yeah,
earn
100%.
Earn to stress, yeah.
And as long as they're equal, it's fine, I can do it.
Yeah,
you know
which
I mean?
is...
And if it's something I enjoy, I've been quite lucky that every job I've had recently, every job I've had in the last 10 odd years have all been
enjoyable jobs.
Hobbies.
Yeah.
An aspect of my hobbies, and I've not been paid the best out of them.
Yeah.
Not been paid badly.
Yeah.
Certainly for the work, absolutely fine amount of money, and that's what I'm happy with.
Yeah.
I need very little. I think the worst thing you could do to me is give me the millions, because I would fucking freak out about it.
Yeah.
I remember when I had the money for the Verosa sat in my account, I was like,
bah.
I'm going to get robbed.
Yeah,
I'm going to get scammed. I want this away from me.
And, like, I just aspire to not. I don't ever want to stop working.
Yeah.
I just want my time. My time is far more valuable.
Yeah.
So, like, I dislike the fact...
If it's a job you like, then absolutely fine.
I love my job. I love it. I go to work every single day 100% happy with what I do. However, the fact that I have to ask somebody for time off is pretty fucking gross, and I'm allowed a certain amount a year. And I take time off all the time unpaid. I go, no, I'm taking this much time, and I'm going to take those 2 days unpaid. Oh, you can't do that. Yes, I can. If I want to lose the money, I'll lose the money. But I want that as to be my quality, my benefit.
Yeah, I want to be able to go enjoy stuff, opposed to just working for the money to then not be able to spend
When we came back from Ireland, the Monday, Tuesday were unpaid for me. But it does matter, because then I would have felt it the next month.
I was technically unpaid.
Yeah,
I wasn't working.
You're self-employed, so you're unpaid.
But
it doesn't. So that's more me having the time. So the time. If my work said to me, "I will give you a 10 grand pay rise," I go, "No, give me days.
Yeah.
I'll work 4 days a week."
Yeah, I'd rather spend a day with my daughter.
Exactly. I'd rather then spend time away from this fucking place.
Yeah.
This is it. As you said, it's
but
making sure you get a good balance, because I could have gotten to this point I'm at now much quicker, but the stress would have been overwhelming and unbearable.
Yeah.
And I do sometimes think I would have it's kind of, I'm pushing 40, and I'm at a point where I'd like to be at this point when I was pushing 30, and if I hadn't spent so much time fucking around.
But also you got to do things that you couldn't pay to do. You couldn't pay to have had some of the experiences. Like a rich person couldn't walk in and go, I'm going to drive my sick car and get invited to the next level.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or whatever the thing is.
Yeah.
I think the exact same thing with all the band stuff I did.
Yeah.
Like, it might be shit when it ended, maybe shit points in it. I probably could have progressed as a human being better into a career if that's what I was aiming for.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I've got experiences that
you can't
you
buy.
couldn't take 100 grand and go do.
Yeah.
Or it wouldn't be a genuine thing. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And that's I think what life should actually be. Is these experiences that you make that, like, the adventure. Let's do the adventure. You know what I mean? That someone can't just do. You've got to have worked through it and moved on to get to that point to go do.
Yeah. There's only a few things really that you can't just buy. Things like,
and those are the important things.
75th wedding anniversaries.
Yeah, fucking hell. You go, well, that's work. That's not buying.
Yeah.
That's work.
Yeah.
And that's...
Or even, like, going to, like, bits and pieces of Poland and stuff that you'd have been to. Like, the experience.
Pulling up at that fucking random middle field in the middle of fucking nowhere with a fucking 20-foot Jesus in the front garden.
Yeah. Like no one else
mental.
can do that.
Absolutely mental.
I've got a great story about a Czech Republic murder house, and like
that'll take us to the 20-minute mark.
And you couldn't, it'd take longer than that.
Going out in Poland, and we were going like, oh, there's lots of fighting going on, and the bouncer goes, oh, it's because the police are on strike. Right, okay.
The police
were on strike at next level, and there are riots in the street. And he goes, don't worry, just go inside, you'll be okay. And he just opens his jacket, and there's just handgun, shotgun. And we're like, fucking drinking inside then, motherfucker.
Inside,
Let's go here.
But yeah, like, you couldn't just go and pay for that experience.
No, like that. And then we walk outside, and the only bar that is open is a bar that's run by the Polish Nazi party.
Yep.
And we go in there, and we walk through what I thought was a puddle of water. No, it was a 20-foot puddle of blood outside the building.
Which is my favourite grunge band.
And we met Irish. We met a load of Irish fellas inside as well. It's still on my is it like a storyboard or something on Instagram? You know, you have your stories.
Oh yeah.
Look, obviously 5 or 6 Irish lads in there.
But just different
6 in the morning.
Different shit.
Levered.
Yeah, you can't. This is the thing. It's things you can't pay for. I guess that's a good point. It's whether it's how you get to that point to make those memories, and so to say
and all the shit stuff leads to it. So like
without the shit stuff, you don't get the good bits.
Yeah, you've had to have had this. Without the shit stuff, you can't get the good stuff. You know what I mean? That's the exciting thing.
Yeah,
and that's the important.
Yeah, if it's all roach, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, fucking. It's all.
People go,
420.
420, blaze it.
No, that's not. That doesn't make any sense because it says 4 hours and 14 minutes.
You gave me the number wrong, did you?
Yeah, you definitely did.
I was 9 minutes.
Oh, I said 420 blaze it when it isn't wounded. I really want to get high. I could take Abby to Amsterdam.
How that's not right. Have I done some?
Abby's never smoked weed.
I went to have
really.
I went to have some Smarties the other day, not realizing they were edibles. And I was about to eat it, and I had lots of shit to do that day.
My yeah, it'd be fun to say this. My boss makes edibles, brownies, and obviously
you've never said where you work at or anything like that.
No, fine. Okay, I don't think I could work it out. Anyway, so he makes edibles, and he brings them in, and they're obviously sometimes fucking really strong, sometimes really, really weak. And I am drug tested as well. Yeah. But I only eat a corner, and I won't go in over an hour or so, and then I'll decide whether I'm eating the whole fucking thing or whether I'm just going to die in a little hole in the corner.
Wait, these are brownies?
Brownies, yeah.
So Hangfire, Smarties.
America makes candy. You can just get them imported. It's fine.
Nice. So my boss makes butter, and then makes brownies.
Fake Smarties and stuff.
Right. Okay.
You can just buy edibles.
That's a lot of effort.
Well,
they just got to look like
legal in America, right?
Yeah.
Like the Joey Diaz Stars of Death.
Oh my god. When I lived in Irvine,
listen up, cocksuckers.
I got unregulated gummy bears though, but they were like swollen up, so someone had just left them in juice to swell up, and they were dead squidgy. And the guy was like, "If you've never done edibles before, like literally lick it to start with to see where you're at." And this is like where I ended up with edible. Like I'm obviously I'm not stoned, I don't smoke and shit like that, but I quite like edibles. They're a different kind of high.
No dirty, disgusting tobacco.
Yeah, and I bit like the leg off it.
Send you on a fucking trip to the moon, my
Never.
man.
I did then for about maybe 10 years afterwards. I didn't touch an edible. It was like
I'm now 20. I've now not touched anything like that for 20 years.
Unbelievable how fucking out of my mind I was.
Yeah.
Out of the just.
Yeah, it's
gone.
It's number one for giving me panic.
Yeah, no, I think I've never like popped white or gone green on it, but when I smoke, I do. If I go overboard, bang, a whitey straight away.
Yeah, I never had a whitey. But so one time I'd been at a friend's and I was walking home. It was like a 25-minute walk home in Aberdeen, across town back to my flat, and I somehow made it last an hour and a half. It was the day that the last Blink-182 album came out.
Yeah.
And there's a bit where it pans off to the side. He goes, "Fuck!" like running the back corner, and I shit my pants walking. And then I was like, I think it was just a song.
Yeah.
Restarted it. Second time, shit myself again.
Yeah. But it's okay. It's okay because it's on the. It's
in the song.
It's in the song.
Just terrifying.
Like going like.
I don't know. You know, people they do that intentionally sometimes.
Yeah.
To headphone users just to fuck with them.
Yeah.
There was one in a Tupac song years ago, and I used to walk my girlfriend home through Bramwell, and there was a bit where it would make it seem like someone just out of your periphery was walking past, going, "Oi," like over your back shoulder, like over your shoulder.
I'm not dead. I'm living on an island in the Bahamas.
Yeah. The hologram was real. Yeah. It was me.
The first few times
I'm on Epstein's Island.
Shagging them all.
Still in the cage.
Packs on Epstein's Island.
So you record these things with binaural heads, they're called?
Sorry, who?
Binaural
head? Binaural head. So it's like a mannequin head that has 2 microphones in each.
Yeah.
Whenever you record in the room, when you pan it off and stuff, it sounds like you're in there. So I did a sound production engineering course.
Well, that's clever.
So we did a really cool thing with the drum kit, where you set the drum kit up. So your drum here, your head here is where the drums are in each bit. So like kick drums in the center, snares kind of off a little bit to the right. Cymbals are each way. It's fucking cool.
Wow.
And you can do, if you do it with a band, you have a bass player over there, guitar player over there. Like it'll pick up that way and stuff. And it's fucking cool, man.
Wow, that's amazing.
Cool. And these little high gain binaural microphones are the ones you're meant to use for ASMR.
Oh, so like, okay.
But all you actually get is people just cranking the gain and just going like.
Good day.
Yeah.
So are these microphones the ones that look like ears? Because you see that you get like the YouTube girls that lick ears and shit like that on them.
I think they will have the same microphone.
The same things inside.
So they look like
they look like ears.
They're probably for the same thing.
We had this was about 6-7 years ago now. A customer of ours who was also a magician, obviously.
Fuck that guy.
He'd talk about.
Do you like your invoice?
Talk about technology. No, he'd talk about. Very much like that. Talk about
fuck your invoice.
And he said one of his favourite ones that he got recently. One of the favourite ones he got recently was the ability to, at 100 yards, send someone an audio message. So it's a gun, right? And when you press it, and it has a laser, and you point the laser at someone's ear and press the trigger, only they can hear very clearly.
Kill John Lennon.
The thing exactly. So you could have it's a magic that you would do in front of an audience where only they can hear what's being said.
Oh, that's fucking terrifying.
So you can tell someone something very specific at a very big, like a large distance.
Do you know how I would use that? What time is it?
Without having headphones. It is exactly 4:20.
I would use that last word, trying to get to 0.69, which is impossible.
Yeah.
I would use that.
You looked.
I would use that to send a message that just said, "Fuck her in the pussy."
Good night, everybody.
Done.
Bye. Wait, how do you stop it?
How you're sat there with shorts.
Alright,
unbelievable. Definitely Scottish.
If this is still recording.